This is Audible.
Stryker, Boys of Winter, Book 1. Written by Tess Oliver. Narrated by Lacey Laurel and Logan McAllister.
1. Stryker. The skin pulled tight on my face, and Rogue's black hooves left the ground. The horse's massive body twisted and contorted into the shiny steel chassis of my motorcycle. The mane and tail disappeared. My gloved hands tightened as the leather reins turned to handlebars. I'd passed through. The bitter, rank wisps of bubbling yellow sulfur from the fields of winter gone, replaced by the pungent scent of pine from the surrounding forest. The mournful howls that always followed me into Cliffmore had dissolved, and the ghostly hisses of owls rained down on me from the ragged tops of the trees. For me, the transition from the fringes of the underworld to the place I called home, the fog-choked coastal town of Cliffmore, brought sharp pain, an explosion in my chest and head. But the searing pain was short-lived, and not nearly as unbearable as the howls and moans of the dying wraiths and misguided souls I left behind. They followed me always, but I learned to ignore them, otherwise I'd be fucked. Bark's flaring red nostrils shifted into one gleaming headlight as Maximus passed through. "Look the fuck out, I'm back!" Maximus thundered as the bike wheels landed on the pine-littered ground. Haunting moans didn't follow Maximus out of winter. He claimed that the only sound he heard on his out was Jimmy Page pounding out Led Zeppelin tunes on his Les Paul. Maximus gripped the handlebars of his chopper. Thin lines of blood trickled down his giant arms in perfect unison as if choreographed. It was rare for any of us to leave a night of work without less skin and blood than we started. Wilder came roaring through last. His thick leather gun belt still hung loosely across his bare chest as the transformation from wolf to man completed. His bike, like Chino, the red roan stallion he rode, was fast and loud. The motor rumbled like a dragon in heat, sending a half-dozen slick black ravens from the tree branches. A beautiful female voice whispering dirty words in his ear. That was what Wilder claimed to hear on his way through. Since he always came through with the same satisfied smile, as if plump lips were wrapped around his cock, I figured it must be true. I could never understand why the fuck my passage to the real world was dark and painful. We stopped the bikes and watched as the ripped shreds of gray matter sealed back up, closing winter off from the mortal world. Other men spent their work shifts on shipping docks or construction sites. We spent hours in winter, the stretch of space between life and death. No one knew who came up with the name, but it stuck, misleading as it was. Behind the splintered, tenuous curtain that separated the real world and the nightmare world, there was no landscape of snowy hills and cozy cottages dotting the vast, crystal-white horizon. There were no snowmen or kids sledding in thick red mittens and woolen scarves. The winter that lay just past the jowly, carnivorous mouth of the underworld was a place so thick with mist and sour with decomposition that there was no way to know where the atmosphere ended and solid land began. The liquid air that pooled in the atmosphere was molten hot, making the place an inferno where one wrong turn or misstep could bleach the skin off your back. Winter was a place filled with sorrow, desolation, and being so drenched in evil that anyone who ventured past the clawed shadows fringing its clammy borders would quickly beg for a merciful death rather than stay a second longer. No one survived passage through winter except those born to patrol it. That was us, the Boys of Winter, Maximus, Wilder, me, and Flint, who was back in Cliffmore recovering from a broken leg. There were others, too, Others like us who had been tossed into servitude by fathers who chose wealth and power over their sons. Stolen from our cribs as sacrificial firstborns to become part of the winter pack, we'd spent our first 11 years with Nessa, the old woman charged with the task of raising stolen sons. Those 11 years were filled with adventure, homegrown affection, and a sense that the world was filled with light. But that idyllic life in Nessa's cottage on Old Fall Island ended abruptly one night when we were ripped from our warm beds by the winter trainers. We were thrown instantly into a life that was so far removed from our early years that it would have been less stark if we'd just been murdered in our beds. Those lucky enough to survive the brutal, harsh training grew into men, fearless and powerful beasts cursed with both lycanthropy and mortality. For thousands of years, boys of winter have guarded the mortal world against the wraiths and demons who lurk aimlessly in the desolate shadows outside the underworld. Don't know about you two assholes, but I'm heading straight to the Seven Sins for a bottle of whiskey, and if the plan in my head works out, a royal good fuck with Dancy and Mira, Maximus crowed as he turned back to his handlebars. You mean your cock, Wilder muttered as he shoved his black foot onto the footpeg. Maximus shifted on his motorcycle. The chrome and black chassis creaked under his weight. We were all bigger than the average motherfucker, but Maximus took size to a whole new record. With his sharp black eyes and dark, fiery blonde hair shaved short at the sides and left long down the center, I'd seen wraiths take one look at him and, rather than wait to be obliterated, just swallow their unwanted fate and disappear into the underworld, preferring the pits of hell to a run-in with the menacing giant. Human reaction was even more intense. Even Wilder seemed to regret his comment as Maximus lifted his dark blonde brow at Wilder. Why the hell are you talking about my cock? You mean if the plan in your cock works out. You said head, but I think you meant cock. Your head rarely has anything to do with your decisions. Wilder was normally the guy with the sealed-shut mouth. He only commented when he thought it was worth the effort. But we'd had a long shift of destroying wraiths, and he was obviously feeling a little punch-drunk. I was right there with him. After one full midnight-to-midnight shift, we were free for a day while another pack slipped into winter for their patrol, and it always took a full day to recover. I glanced down at my shredded skin. My last chase of the night had been a screamer, a pink-eyed wraith with a shriek that nearly split my head in two, especially in wolf form when my hearing was 10 times as sensitive as in human form. I'd been shaking off the effects of a screech that was explosive enough to mess with my brain cells when the slimy creature scratched my chest with its hooked claws. Fortunately, we healed fast, faster than the average human. We could die just like any mortal, but we didn't go easy. I twisted the throttle and the motor stuttered beneath me. Yeah, let's go. I'm ready to drown myself in some whiskey and Winterfare pussy, too. The Winterfare were the group of luscious and infinitely horny women who were disciplined and successful in their careers, but who liked to have wild, no-strings-attached fun in their time off. Much like rich, rock star groupies following their favorite band's summer tour, the Winterfare hung out in the Seven Sins, waiting for the boys of winter. To the Winterfare, we were members of a dangerous, rebellious motorcycle club, who spent long nights wreaking havoc. They had no clue that we were wreaking havoc in the underworld. They were, without a doubt, the finest perk that came with an otherwise hellish job. As I leaned down over my bike, a small crackling sound raced up my bare back. I knew what it was without turning. Winter wraiths had an odor that was unmatched on Earth. You could be standing 500 yards away, and the smell would still seep into your skin and invade every cell, causing a brutal assault on all your senses. The three of us dropped our boots to the ground and stood over our bikes. We twisted back to watch the creature flutter along the pine-littered floor of the forest, pretending as if it belonged in this world. Every forest critter within 20 feet scattered. Even the trail of ants marching beneath the dead leaves picked up their regiment and scurried away fast. The odor emanating out from beneath its tattered black cloak was not as foul as most, which meant it was young, or a wraith new to the ravages of winter. "Now how the fuck did that measly piece of shit sneak out?" Maximus growled louder than he should have. I lifted my hand too late to stop him. The wraith's yellow eyes zeroed in on its audience. But even standing in the glowering shadow of 3 boys of winter, freshly bloodied and streaked with sweat from a night of wraith hunting, the creature howled with a bone-chilling laugh. "Well, fuck," Wilder muttered. "There goes the whiskey and the blowjob, and I was hoping to have 'em both at the same fucking time." I spoke to my packmates, all the while keeping my eyes on the misshapen beast as it danced from clawed foot to clawed foot, avoiding the stinging burn of the pine sap. The human world was a harsh, brutal place for a winter wraith, but that never kept them from sneaking through the filmy screen of plasma when given a chance. This was my fault. I was on watch as we pushed through to this dimension. I still hadn't taken my eyes off the wraith, and it looked more than ready for a chase. It just waited for the hunter to make the first move, and that hunter was me. "It's small. I'll take care of it. Just remember to leave a bottle for me." "Are you fucking crazy, Stryker?" Wilder shook his head. "In human form and without Rogue? Not a good idea." "It's small and out of its element out here in the forest," I argued. "The thing is already withering away just from swallowing the fresh air. It'll take me 10 minutes. Go on, I'll see you at the bar." 2. Stryker. Maximus and Wilder rode off reluctantly. I moved slowly, as if I was going to follow them, to throw the wraith off. Dead leaves and dirt kicked up as I pulled the bike around in a donut. The beast shot off, leaving behind its stench as I gave chase. Wraiths were mostly porous, papery creatures with no purpose except to cause destruction and death. Considered neither alive nor dead, wraiths emanated from the mortal souls of people who had never found happiness in life, and who'd found even more strife in death. The more evil the human, the more deadly its odorous half-life. Without my wolf senses or my horse, it was harder to stay on top of my fleeing prey. Since wraiths were more gas than solid, they moved swiftly through obstacles, like a foul-smelling gust of wind. In winter, my packmates and I took turns, 2 of us patrolling the edges of winter on horseback, waiting to take out less significant, easy-to-catch prey like ghouls or banshees, while the other 2 shifted into wolf form, a state of existence that gave us preternatural senses and speed, both required to catch elusive wraiths, the true demons of the underworld. I'd brushed this hunt off as an easy task, but it seemed I'd misjudged the filthy piece of shit. The jagged edges of the wraith's tattered cloak disappeared around the trunk of a tree. I leaned down over my handlebars and twisted the throttle. 2 deer came thundering toward me, and I turned sharply to avoid them. Frightened birds scattered from trees, flying blindly into the night sky as the wraith twisted and turned through the branches. I couldn't stop until I had killed the fucking thing. A wraith loose in the human world could cause more chaos, terror, and death than the most powerful hurricane. And Phoenix, the fuckface who reigned over the boys of winter from his throne in the underworld, would have my head if I didn't prevail. Not that Phoenix worried for the mortals outside his realm. His worry would lie in exposure. The last thing the dwellers of the underworld wanted was to let the mortal world know they existed. It was much more fun taunting humans with unexplained sightings, noises, and hauntings. For some strange reason, the wraith was heading north, away from the cities. As the temperature dropped, fragments of ice bit at the naked skin on my shoulders and arms. Chasing down a runaway wraith was the last thing my body had anticipated after a long night of hunting. My forearms and thighs shook with fatigue as I maneuvered my unwieldy motorcycle through the rough, hilly terrain. I would have given anything to have my horse beneath me, traversing the mountainside. The motorcycle was meant for cruising the coast with a beautiful winter fair wrapped around me from behind, her lush tits pummeling my back at each bump in the road. I shook my head to clear it. I couldn't let my guard down yet. I needed to finish off this last ugly, stinking fucker before I could let that happen. Crumbs of ice turned to blinding snowfall, and I'd lost sight of my repulsive quarry. I had no idea why it was heading up the mountain. There was nothing ahead but brutal cold and the few animals that could survive in the brittle climate of the tundra. Not even trees were much interested in growing at the higher elevations, which helped me once again locate my prey. I was done with this hunt. My stomach nearly gnawed itself with hunger, and the deep crevices carved in my chest from the screaming wraith's claws stung as if they were on fire. A sudden movement in the sparse trees up ahead grabbed my attention. A terrified moose barreled out from the shadows. I could see the whites of its eyes as it thundered toward me in blind fear. I turned the bike too fast and laid it down in the snow. The massive moose stampeded past as if being chased by the devil, which, in a way, it was. I climbed off the bike. It had become too impractical in the snow and trees. Laughing yellow eyes peered at me around the bristled trunk of a pine tree. A hideous squeal followed as the wraith took off through the branches. It was playing a damn game with me. I was waiting for whiskey and a good, stress-releasing fuck, and I was stuck chasing a rat-faced, sewer-scented court jester. It was times like this that I wished I could shapeshift to my more primal self, but shifting now, bloodied and fatigued after an entire 24 hours on the hunt, would take every ounce of my remaining energy. Then I'd have nothing left to take the ugly little fucker out. Not to mention that shifting in the mortal world was technically forbidden, meaning there had to be a good fucking reason to do it, and not just for some stupid, throwaway, pathetic wraith. Snow was making its way into my black boots, and my pants were soaked, making my legs and feet nearly as cold as my naked torso. The leather from the gun belt across my chest was beginning to stick to my frozen skin. My fingers were stiff from cold as I reached into the holster and pulled out my gun. Wraiths could die in two ways, from the deadly bite of a werewolf or from a bullet. But the bullet had to enter right between its eyes, the only corporeal part on its body. The air thinned, and the night sky above was a sea of stars. The only true light came from a slice of moon, and the glowing eyes of my prey as it looped through the air like an acrobat. It snarled back at me over its bony shoulder and shot up the hill. My breath puffed out in front of my face. My rage seemed to temporarily heat my skin. The only thing working in my favor at the higher elevation and steep terrain was that the trees had thinned to just a few frost-hardy specimens. Aside from the occasional bristly crackle of the wraith, the landscape was as quiet as a morgue. Any animals tough enough to withstand the harsh climate had been scared into burrows or caves by the putrid-smelling menace. The wraith slipped up and around the edge of a shard of granite jutting out from the mountainside. I readied my gun and crept quietly toward the outcropping. Even in the glacial air, I could still smell the wraith lingering behind the rock. I had no doubt it was planning to jump out and scream at me. That was their usual tact, especially for a small, weak wraith with only slightly toxic odor. I would be ready to pull the trigger and hit it squarely between its yellow eyes. I stood in the shadow of the rock to catch my breath and then circled around the granite. The wraith hovered in the chilled night air, staring at me with his glowing eyes, a hideous slit for a mouth tilting into a monstrous grin. "We're done here, fuckface." I lifted my gun, slightly stunned at how still the beast remained, even as it faced down the barrel. As my frozen finger curled against the trigger, a black gaping hole opened beneath the yellow eyes, and a cloud of noxious fumes covered my face, suffocating and blinding me. I fired a shot, and a wraith scream followed. Somehow, in my blind, dizzying haze, I'd managed to hit the damn thing. But not before it took one last swipe at its nemesis. Through the blurred fog of the fumes, I saw the glint of a blood-stained sickle, a deadly, razor-sharp, hook-shaped blade. It sliced across my chest. The numbness from the cold delayed the pain. My gun belt fell away, and hot blood cascaded over my otherwise icy skin. A sickle-clawed wraith was rare, but more evil and deadly than most. I'd made the rookie mistake of misjudging it because of its size and smell. My miscalculation might just have cost me my life. The acrid fumes cleared, leaving a choking, bitter taste in my throat. My eyes felt as if they were pools of fire, and my blood was now painting the powder-white snow a deep red. I braced my hand against the granite to keep myself upright as I waited for the dead wraith to turn to a gelatinous vapor. My bullet had split its head wide open enough that the two yellow eyes stared in opposite directions. It bubbled into a gray gel before withering into the putrid dust of death. Every last speck then disappeared into the snow. It was gone for good, but it had left me with an injury that might very well prove fatal. I had inadvertently cupped my palm beneath the river of blood flowing from my chest. It spilled over my fingers, and I watched it cascade to the snow like a macabre waterfall. Bile rose in my throat, and my vision deteriorated as my head swam from blood loss. I scooped up a chunk of snow and held my breath as I jammed the icy crumbs into the gash to slow the flow of blood. It took all my strength to sweep my broken gun belt up off the snow. I shoved the gun back in the holster and jammed the broken leather strap under my arm. I needed to find shelter, a place where I could figure out a way to sew the thick, deep gash. I'd sewn my own cuts many times before. It was a skill we'd learned first before hunting wraith, before shifting into another life form. The trainers, boys of winter who had grown too old and tired for the hunt, taught us first to survive under the worst possible circumstances. When we were 11, Maximus, Flint, Wilder, and I had been yanked from Nessa's comforting and nurturing home. We were thrown almost immediately into the wilderness, naked and scared and without food, water, or shelter. It was our first lesson in a long string of lessons that prepared us for our predestined lives. The snow had stopped, but the night air grew more frigid. It helped slow the flow of blood. My motorcycle was no doubt buried in a snowdrift a good 3 miles away. I looked around for some sign of life or shelter. While my sight grew dim, my nose picked up the light, sweet scent of burning wood. A fire. A glowing hearth. Somewhere, someone had built a fire. I stumbled in the direction of the smoke, fully aware that I was more than likely to get shot by anyone seeing me approach. I was a 6'2", tattooed, half-naked man. Not to mention that the blood streaming down my chest would make it that much more obvious to a stranger that I wasn't up to anything wholesome or good out on the tundra. I stumbled forward several steps and somehow managed to stay upright. The brutal reality that I was quickly losing my bearings sent an unexpected laugh through me, which sent a stabbing pain through my chest. I trudged through the deep snow in the direction of the smoke. Each step felt as if I was being sucked into one of the bone-breaking sludge holes that dotted the winter landscape. It was one of those holes that just days earlier had snapped Flint's lower leg clean in two. In my weakened state, the deep snowpack felt just as treacherous. My head pounded enough that even the starlight glinting off the white landscape made me squint in pain. Fuck. That bottle of whiskey sounded better than anything now. A pale glow arched over the top of a hill. It wavered as if coming from flames, glowing red flames. I headed toward the glow. The incline was small, but it felt as if I was climbing the final peak of Everest. I stopped at the crest of the hill to catch my breath and regain my balance. The cabin was a wavy blur, as if the stacked logs were shifting back and forth in a dance. I moved to lift my foot, but there was nothing. It was as if I no longer had control over my limbs. I stood there staring at the cabin, a miraculous shelter in the dark of night, a place to sew my wound and regain my strength. Only I couldn't reach it. And then, as if the black night air had swallowed me completely, I dropped to my knees. The last thing I saw was my own blood splattered across the snow.
3. Willow. Gunnar finished licking his white winter coat and then trotted over to curl up on the rug in front of the fire. Gunny, I wonder how many other Arctic foxes are spending this bone-chilling night in front of a roaring hearth. The fox moved almost as if shrugging off my silly comment before resting his head down. Instantly, his head popped back up, and the white tufts of fur on his triangular ears pointed toward the window. Those noises you are hearing are the snow critters who actually live outside. Yes, there are some poor souls out there in the freezing snow. I focused back on my book and got no more than 2 sentences in when Gunnar shot to his feet and raced to the window. He stood up on his back 2 legs, resting his front paws on the windowsill. 3 sharp barks followed. It's gonna be one of those nights, isn't it? I shook my head and dropped my book onto the table. Every noise barked at, and every wisp of wind howled at. I humored the fox and joined him at the window. I smeared away the condensation on the glass pane and peered out into the night. It was just a dark speck. It could have been dust in my eye or a rogue eyelash hanging over my iris. But it wasn't. I patted Gunnar on the head. Good job, Gunny. We better go see if it's a wounded animal. I grabbed my woolen cape and draped it over my thoroughbred cotton pajamas. After 2 years living in the bitter climate of the tundra, I'd grown so used to the frigid temperatures I had little need for protective winter gear. Of course, my unique genetic nature probably helped with my astounding acclimation to the cold. I grabbed the kerosene lantern off the table and wrenched open the front door. Gunnar and I instinctively turned our faces away from the icy wind pummeling the cabin. My bare feet plunged into the snow, and I plowed toward the motionless animal. It was hard to discern where the lump ended and the dark night sky began, but the bright white canvas beneath showed the bold outline of something big. A bear, I thought. Too big to be a mountain elk, and there were no antlers jutting up from the ice. Gunnar released a frightened yelp and raced back to the cabin. I lifted my lantern and watched my faithful friend push open the door with his paws and disappear inside. Gunnar was easily frightened, but I'd never seen him dash away from an animal that was so gravely injured that it no longer posed a threat. I pulled shut my cape and trudged ahead. I saw no flicker of life, but as I neared the lump, a breath caught in my throat. The black outline in the snow had been blood, a pool so wide there was little chance that the animal lying in the center of it was still breathing. I still couldn't make out the form, and the biting wind made my eyes water and my vision blurry. I lifted the lantern higher, but the light wavered wildly in the wind. I finally reached the bloodied mass, and the breath I caught earlier ushered out in a long, stunned sigh. The recent storm had left a good 2 feet of powder, and apparently a dead stranger. The man was lifeless and blue, wrapped in a cocoon of ice and blood and drained of color. Except the blue that assured me he was dead. Everything else was as it should be, a never-ending carpet of white and cold. There were no footsteps leading to the place where he had given up his fight to survive. But then 2 feet of snow would have erased them. It was terrible, but I was relieved to see that he was dead. I was guardian only of the animals. Sabra had handed out that edict herself. A hybrid freak, as the other guardians had so charmingly labeled me, was not allowed to watch over humans, and it had suited me fine. The animals, even the ones that made their homes in this harsh environment, were my charge. It was what I wanted. It was as it should be. I ran my lantern like a sputtering spotlight over the man from head to toe and suddenly felt guilty for being thankful he was dead. Even in his lifeless state, he was a breathtaking, powerful example of a man. The dark lashes that cast spiked shadows over his shallow cheeks hid what I can only imagine were incredible eyes. And the magnificence didn't stop there. The thick corded muscles of his naked torso drew my gaze along his body. I looked past the horrid mortal wound on his chest as my eyes drifted along the sinewy muscles of his stomach, symmetrical rows of hard muscle bisected by an erotic trail of dark hair that disappeared beneath the low-slung waist of his buckskin pants. My gaze stopped for far too long to take in the outline of his manhood beneath the well-worn fabric. Instantly, the natural urges I constantly suppressed seeped into every muscle in my body, and a warmth trickled down my legs. I can never deny the passion that I kept tightly hidden. It was always there, waiting to burst free from that iron box I called a heart. My mother had given me the innate ability to walk with the wild animals, a connection and skill that I cherished. But she'd also passed on to me the curse of insatiable physical lust. Only she had allowed that hunger to rule her life. It had left her alone and heartbroken. I had no intention of making the same reckless decisions. Living in a barren landscape surrounded by only critters of the tundra had made that an easy task. I glanced around the area one last time to decipher how the man had gotten so far in the frozen terrain. But there was nothing. It was as if he'd been dropped there at my doorstep for no other purpose except to die. I couldn't leave his body out on the snow. It would attract every type of carrion-eating predator, and I couldn't bear to watch the man have the flesh eaten from his bones. He had been someone's brother or son or husband. I stared down at his restful face. His full mouth had turned blue from the cold, even in the bristly warmth of his beard. I couldn't imagine the depth of heartbreak some woman would be feeling once she realized she'd lost him. I stomped back to the cabin and pushed inside. Gunner had resumed his position in front of the fire, only this time he was pulled in a much tighter circle as if hiding from something. "It's all right, Gunny. The man is dead. He can't harm you." I put the lantern, which had fizzled to a mere red glow in the cold air, on the table. I'd have to rely solely on the moonlight's reflection off the snow. I pulled on my boots and added a scarf around my neck. I lifted it up over my nose to keep the frost from my face. I plucked Pilgrim's harness off the door hook and headed out to the back of the cabin. I whistled for Pilgrim as I set to work readying the sled. Although to call it a sled was an overstatement, it was a crudely made stretcher, a worn-out bear pelt stretched between sturdy branches. But with Pilgrim's help, it was a perfect vehicle for transporting injured or sick animals. Only tonight, there was no moose or bear or elk. I heard the plodding, padding feet of Pilgrim behind me. The polar bear's oversized black nose twitched in the direction of the blood-scented snow. His black eyes showed me that he knew why I'd summoned him. I had no real plan except to drag the body to the shed behind the cabin where it would be safe from carcass-eating birds. I lowered the leather harness over Pilgrim's big head and buckled it on tight. This was no light cargo. I only hoped I'd have the strength to drag the man onto the sled. Pilgrim lowered his round head and moved slowly through the new snow behind me. I put my hand up to lead the bear around in a circle so that the bottom edge of the bear hide was right below the man's dark hair. I stood for a moment and tapped my chin to devise a plan. I saw no other way. I stepped over him so that I had a foot on each side of his head. My boots squelched in the slushy mix of blood and snow, and I was thankful that I'd had the forethought to pull them on. I gazed down at the man with his muscular arms and legs splayed out in the snow. The weight of him had caused his body to suck down into the snow. If only he sunk deep enough to disappear completely into the icy grave, then my burden would not have been so great. I pushed the scarf up over my face to keep it warm and leaned down over the body. I curled my fingers under his arms. Then I crouched lower, nearly sitting on his face as I used all my strength to pull him. Fuck. The sound was low and deep. Nonetheless, it sent me a good 5 feet into the air. I landed with a thud in the blood-drenched snow right next to the man. I glanced at Pilgrim, who had turned his big head and fluffy ears back toward the sound. I couldn't talk directly to animals, but I always knew well what they were thinking, and Pilgrim was assuring me that the sound hadn't come from him. My mind worked to decipher what I'd heard as I pushed up to my knees and leaned down over the man. Perhaps it was just the mythical death rattle I'd heard, the final sounds of a body shutting down for good. Only, I'd never heard mention of the rattle sounding like the word fuck. I pushed it off as my imagination. Now, covered in his blood, I rose up on my knees and was close to standing when a large icy hand grabbed my wrist. He had moved so fast I didn't have time to work up a proper scream. But I was sure my eyes showed my terror as he revealed his pale green gaze. He stared hard at the dark pink star, the angel's mark, on my forearm, and then lifted his heavy lids to look at me. The scarf was still around my face, and I was relieved that he couldn't see how stunned and frightened I was. Are you a guardian? His voice was deep and gravelly. His strong fingers dug into my flesh, and I was sure my wrist bones would break in his grasp. I swallowed hard to get my words flowing, muffled as they were by the scarf. Yes, but only for wild animals. That works. As he rested his head back onto his frozen pillow, his dark lashes dropped down, covering the unearthly green of his eyes. 4. Willow. The few moments of my patient's consciousness hasn't provided me with any assistance, except by reminding me that I was no longer dragging a corpse through the snow, but a live man. Pilgrim saw how I struggled just to pull him onto the sled, so the wise bear climbed up the 3 cabin steps, dragging his burden behind him. The bear that I had known since he was an orphan cub was smaller than the average polar bear, and he managed to squeeze through the front door. Pilgrim had spent his first few months in the cabin and was not afraid to be inside. I pulled the scarf off my face and dropped my woolen cape near the hearth to dry. My worn pajamas were soaked through with snow and blood, and the fabric clung to my skin. Painful moans and a string of cuss words followed as the makeshift stretcher bounced up the steps and slid in behind Pilgrim. Gunner hopped up from the rug and stepped back as Pilgrim pulled his load further into the room. Suddenly, there was more bear in man than house, and the wooden floorboards beneath Pilgrim's paws seemed to whine in protest. It seemed the warmth from the fire had helped revive my frozen patient. He lifted his head and looked blearily around. It took him a second to focus on the scene in the cabin. Then his eyes landed on me and stayed there long enough for me to feel self-conscious about the thin, wet pajamas that showed the dark rose outline of my nipples as clearly as if I wasn't wearing anything at all. I had no time for modesty or any other counterproductive thoughts. The man was still close to death, and he was leaving a smear of blood on my floor that would never wash out. I was going to suffer major punishment and a terrible lecture for bringing a human into my cabin, but I saw no way around it. Again, he lifted his head with a groan and looked around. There's a polar bear in your cabin, and a fox. Yes, and Pilgrim doesn't like the heat of the fire, so I need to lead him back outside. I walked around to the front of the sled to get a better look at his wound in the light. It was deep and would have been fatal on any normal man, but something told me this man was far from normal. Do you think you could crawl over to my couch? I can work on you right there. Even in his terrible state, he managed a cocky grin. Work on me. For that I can drag myself over to the couch. With some effort and a loud growl of pain, he sat up. Fresh red drops of blood instantly ran in rivulets down his chest. I need to stitch that shut before you lose any more blood. He stared down at the gaping slice in his chest. Probably a good idea. He pushed to his feet for just a second and instantly filled my cabin with the breadth of his shoulders before sinking down on the couch. His long legs hung off the end. He, just like the polar bear, made my entire cabin look as if it belonged to a doll. I took hold of Pilgrim's bridle. "I'll be right back." The man lifted an arm that looked as if it was filled with rubber and waved his hand. "I'll be right here." 5. Willow. My overly nervous fox followed Pilgrim out into the snow. I quickly removed the harness so the polar bear could get back in his den. Then I returned to the cabin and to my waiting patient with Gunner close at my heels. I kept a rolling cart with medical supplies in the kitchen. I grabbed a few things I'd need from the cupboard and rolled the cart out into the front room. The noise woke the patient. It took him a confused moment to figure out where he was. "My beautiful guardian is back," he slurred. I ignored the comment and went straight to work. I knew he was watching me with those intense jade eyes, but I kept my focus on my task, a task that was going to prove a greater challenge than merely getting the man into the cabin and onto the couch. I untied the leather lace in his buckskin pants, drawing each loop out carefully and reminding myself to take a breath in between. It would be the first time I'd seen a grown man undressed, completely naked, and I had no doubt that this particular man was going to leave me speechless and dizzy. "What are you doing?" he asked without lifting his head from the pillow. "I'm taking off your pants, and you are in no shape to protest." "Who says I'm protesting? Strip away. My cock has been twisted up in those buckskins for long enough." A short laugh followed. "In fact, it was hoping to be twisted up in something much more pleasing, but that sure as hell didn't happen tonight." It seemed he was trying to shock me, having a little sport with a girl who he was certain was a pure guardian angel. One thing was for sure, he was not a mere unassuming mortal. He knew too much about the other worlds. You sure have a sharply dirty mind for someone who, by all accounts, was dead just a few moments ago. He laughed, but it was cut short by the gaping wound in his chest. "Fuck, that hurts." I grabbed up a sterile cloth and blotted the fresh drops of blood brought on by the jarring movement of laughter, and then returned to my job of undressing him. It took some effort to yank the pants down below his hips. "Your pants are soaking wet with snow and blood, and there is a putrid-smelling yellow substance on them," I continued, somehow convincing myself more than him of the necessity to strip my patient naked. "Uh-huh. That would be wraith blood, or puke or pus or whatever the hell comes out of a wraith when you blow their head into." I stopped and looked up toward his face. "Wraith? You killed a wraith." He lifted his arm to shield his eyes from the glowing light in the hearth, and that's when I saw the tattoo. Without thinking, I took hold of his wrist. I pulled his arm away from his face and looked at the black ink letters scrolled along his upper arm. Winter. The word rolled off my tongue. I looked up toward his face. While I was busy surveying the tattoo, he had been taking a long look at my body. His pale eyes met mine. "You are one of the boys of winter. You patrol the underworld." I released his hand and he used it to salute me. "A Stryker, wraith-killing warrior at your service. And everything you've heard about us, like that we're just a bunch of immoral, hard-ass degenerates, it's all true." I yanked sharply on his pants. "If you're trying to shock me, you're wasting what little energy you have left." I stated it all with such confidence, but the second my eyes strayed to the thick appendage, which seemed to quickly be growing into an erection, my tenacity crumbled. Instantly, I imagined what it might feel like to wrap my fingers around it, to push it against the ache between my legs. The tingling grew so intense, I had to take a quick succession of breaths just to cool the heat swirling through my veins. I reached to the arm of the couch, grabbed the throw blanket I kept there, and dropped it over his lower half. "What's your name?" I shouldn't have been moved by the deep, almost thunder-like tone of his voice, but it stirred every inch of me. Damn my hybrid heritage. "Willow," I managed to croak out as if I'd been choking on dry sand. "Willow," he repeated. "It fits." The toll of his wound was still evident. He lifted his arm as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. I sucked in a sharp breath as he unexpectedly rubbed a calloused knuckle along the side of my mouth. "It's sad and pretty, like these lips." I mentally reminded myself he was just a man. Yes, A gloriously built man who dripped sexual power almost as much as he dripped blood from his wound. But he was just a man, and he was poison for me, pure poison. If I let my guard down even for a second, I risked getting swept up in the addictive erotic hunger that constantly threatened to consume me. He lowered his hand, but his touch, even with icy fingers, left a searing heat on my skin that made me instinctively lick my lips to cool them, a gesture that did not escape his notice. He watched in silence as I strung the needle with the suture. It had taken a great deal of begging and pleading to receive proper medical equipment for the animals I watched over. Sabra and the others had laughed at my request more than once, but when I'd taken the pains of dragging by sled a dead grizzly bear, a mother bear wounded by a hunter's arrow, a bear I could have saved with the right tools, and dropping the animal at the door of the angel's realm, my point was made. Sabra seemed to understand that to send me out into the middle of nowhere was one thing, but to send me without any of the necessary supplies was another. Occasionally, I could reason with her, but on having a man in my cabin, I was sure no amount of debate was going to appease her anger when she found out. And she would find out. "Is that catgut?" he asked. "A synthetic version. They won't dissolve as fast." "Nice to know the guardian angels have moved into the 21st century. His head moved back and forth on the pillow. "Although, looking at this cabin, it seems they might have forgotten this particular angel. Or maybe you're not an angel at all." Think what you want. I refused to let his questioning throw me. I needed to sew him up so he could heal and get out of my cabin for good. I placed the needle on a piece of sterile gauze while I leaned over to the rolling table to mix up my antiseptic solution. I was normally bent over the long wooden table in the kitchen, staring down at an injured raven or snow hare. My newest patient was entirely different, and it seemed he was trying to make my task that much harder. "I think," he continued, undeterred by my sharp, succinct reply, "I think I'm looking at the face of a pure angel. Jewel-toned blue eyes, a skin that is as flawless as the newly snowed landscape and golden as if she were dipped in honey, and pink lips that know exactly how to sulk, just enough to make a man go slightly mad. I'm looking at a perfectly innocent face, an image that I will never forget. An image that would make my journey into the eventual pit called hell that much easier just because I had the pleasure of seeing it." Each word tightened an invisible hand around my chest. The angel side in me was feeling affection and empathy for a man who nearly bled to death in the freezing snow, all in the name of keeping the mortal world safe from the monstrous creatures that dwelled on the edges of humanity. I'd heard stories, many stories, some lurid and not fit for an angel's ears, about the boys of winter, but a part of me had always held them in higher regard, one not earned through notorious bawdy behavior, but earned out of being a fearless, selfless warrior. Up until now, I'd never met one of the mythical guards of the underworld, but this one was certainly living up to both sides of the stories. Stryker's lashes temporarily fluttered over his eyes, as if keeping them open took a great deal of effort. "Only, here's the problem," he continued in a long-stretched speech. His half-closed eyes focused slowly, but weak as he was, he managed to rake his gaze down my body. The cotton pajamas were nearly dry from the heat in the cabin, but he had already seen far more than he should have. Then, without warning, his hand reached forward and he dragged his fingers along the side of my breast. I froze, not from fear or revulsion, but from worry that my reaction to his simple gesture had been too profound. "These curves." I held my breath and closed my eyes as his hand traveled along my waist and over my hip. "They don't add up. I've never met an angel who could stir a dying man's blood. I've never met an angel who was so perfectly made for sin." I tossed the bowl of stinging antiseptic on his gaping wound. He jerked upright with a howl of pain. "Fuck. Sorry. I forgot to mention that the solution stings. Now, I'm gonna get cleaned up and then I'll stitch you up. I've got some formaldehyde if you need me to knock you out before I sew." He blinked at me, The stinging antiseptic had awakened him from his half-drowsy state. No need. Just sew me up or hand me the needle and I'll do it myself.
6. Stryker. My head was filled with a confused grogginess that could not have been brought on by just whiskey. I reached instinctively to the sharp pain in my side, and my palm was met with soft cotton gauze. The long night came back to me in one dizzying wave. No whiskey, just the drugging effects of battling a wraith and being at the wrong end of its razor-sharp claw. The tiny room was bathed in heat from the fire in the hearth. Willow had piled it high with wood to keep the glow going throughout the night. The fox slept curled like a plush white donut in front of the fire. Pebbles of light popped around the edge of the curtains on the cabin's front window. I'd slept through until dawn. Questions ricocheted back and forth in my haze-filled head. Why the hell had that wraith headed up the mountain, away from civilization, away from the many opportunities to wreak havoc that a densely populated town or city might afford? It was almost as if it had planned all along to lead me away from Cliffmore and from my packmates. If that had been its goal, it had worked. I was out in the middle of an ice-covered no-man's land, feeling as weak as a half-starved puppy. I was sure Willow was already done with me taking up her couch and spilling blood on her floor, and she was the source of at least a dozen other questions. I'd met a few angels in my life, but I'd never met one like her. Angels were normally waifish, pale and prim to the point of being listless and dull. Their lack of color and distinction worked well as camouflage when they moved amongst humans, like a white rose in the snow. They were beautiful, but went easily unnoticed. That was not the case with Willow. Her sapphire blue eyes stood out like gems in contrast to her black hair. There was nothing waifish or pale or prim about her. Willow was a bright red rose in a carpet of white snow, exotic, beautiful, and impossible to go unnoticed. I lifted the trim on my bandage. Each stitch had been done with the precision of a trained surgeon. The pain of being sewn up had grown intense enough that I had faded in and out of consciousness as Willow sat, stoic and confident, as she jammed a needle through my flesh, slowly sealing up the gash. Once she'd finished, I slept peacefully, with only Willow's beautiful face and luscious curves to fill my dreams. I knew my taunting and teasing had irritated her enough, it seemed, to prompt her to toss the antiseptic unceremoniously into my wound. A stinging slap of pain I deserved, but I couldn't help myself. I was going to blame it on blood loss and fatigue. It felt as if I'd just downed 4 bottles of whiskey, only I'd surpassed the pleasant buzz and gone straight to stone drunk. I lifted my head and looked toward the rustling sound coming from the bedroom. Willow had left the door ajar, but I couldn't see her. The movement startled the fox awake. He hopped up and trotted in the direction of the bedroom. The animal hopped up on back legs and pushed the bedroom door open wider with his front paws. Willow hadn't noticed. A kerosene lamp bathed the room in muted light. Her raven black hair hung around her shoulders. When the light hit her hair just right, it looked as if she had tiny opalescent beads woven through the silky black strands. She pulled the top half of her pajamas off, exposing the honey-kissed skin on her back and side. I knew damn well I should look away as she pushed off the bottoms, but that didn't stop me from staring into the shadowy room. She leaned down and rolled off the pajamas, now giving me a clear view of her naked body from behind. It was all I needed. I had nearly bled out in the snow, and I was collapsed on a couch half my size with at least 200 sutures holding me in one piece, but I still managed a respectable hard-on. In fact, my cock ached more than my side as I watched the naked angel reach for the clothes on her dresser. And then the light of her kerosene lamp illuminated the glittering silver tattoo, like a string of leaf-shaped diamonds, running from the delectable cheek of her round ass, twisting erotically around her hip and along her tiny waist, ending along the curve of her breast. All my questions about her were answered. I knew now why my cock had been solid as rock since the moment I saw her standing over me in the snow. I knew now why she looked and acted nothing like a guardian angel. I knew now why she had dangerous wild animals treating her like a companion and friend. Just like the red star on her arm was the angel's mark, the vine of glistening silver ink on her side was the nymph's mark. And just like she was no ordinary angel, Willow was no ordinary nymph. The nymphs I knew were the ones who lived in Phoenix's realm. They were his servants, both in and out of bed. For the most part, they were silly, flighty beauties who took more pleasure in teasing and toying than anything else. Of course, the nymphs who lived with Phoenix, and his dangerously clay-brained brother, Pagan, were cast-offs from the nymph's meadow. If a nymph was proven to have no skills or common sense or talent for protecting nature, they were sent to work for Phoenix. The expert stitching in my side, and the fact that Willow filled the room with a stark, real sensuality that was far beyond anything I'd ever sensed from Phoenix's muses, made it clear that she was no ordinary nymph, or angel. It was a rare combination, considered both intoxicating and dangerous, especially for a mortal man. And the night before, as I lay in the snow feeling my life drain away, I'd proved myself to be just that. Willow pulled on a pale blue sweater. My body relaxed in relief and disappointment as she covered her naked body. My cock would have a harder time of it. I adjusted the blanket around me to hide the obvious. Her blue eyes rounded as she walked out of the hallway. "Oh, you're awake. I'll scramble you up some goose eggs." She walked across the room and leaned over me. The ends of her hair brushed my shoulder, and the fragrant scent of her skin, or whatever it was that made her smell like perfume, drifted over me. The sweet scent, her nearness, the warmth of her breath on my skin only made my cock tighten more. Instantly, I was in that uncontrollable state where I couldn't keep my tongue or my manners civil. It was her aura, her nymph's aura, that was beckoning me and teasing me, even if she had no idea it was happening. Thoughts left my mouth before I could comprehend what I was saying. Even my actions were no longer controlled by my head. Instead, the deep-seated erotic drive that was always there, just waiting for the right trigger to set it off, took over my mind and body. I was caught in a fucking trance, a nymph's trance, only this sweetly innocent half-angel had no idea she was causing it. As she inspected her handiwork, I reached up and dragged my thumb across her bottom lip and then pushed the tip of it between them. I wonder just how fucking hot it would feel to have these lips around my cock. Her reaction was slow. She looked more pained than shocked at my boldness. Her round breasts rose and fell, pressing seductively against the blue fabric of her sweater with each shuddering breath. I lowered my hand, working to get back in control of my own actions. I pulled in a deep breath and quickly remembered the searing pain in my side and how the woman standing over me had saved my life. I curled my fingers and kept my hands to my sides. I was no longer controlled by the roguish, wild urges broiling beneath the surface. Willow's lips remained parted, as if my thumb was still pressed between them. I half expected her to reach down and rip out the sutures she'd spent hours sewing into my skin. I would have deserved it. Instead, she stepped back, out of my reach. The honey glow of her skin had turned pink with a blush that only made her more beautiful. "You're a nymph," I said quietly, but I might as well have shouted it. Her face shot up. "How did you—" Her blush deepened. "You were watching me dress." I lifted my arm to point out the tattoo I wore, which still gave me no right to have watched her dress, but which was a damn good explanation for my ungentlemanly behavior. "Besides, your little friend there was the one to open the door. I just happened to be looking that direction." The rosy blush cooled back to golden honey, and her blue eyes turned cold, or at least her attempt at looking angry. Her small chin thrust forward. "I'll make those eggs so you can be on your way." She marched into the kitchen and set to work on breakfast. Kindling rattled into the wood-burning stove, and Willow lit it. The flames roared to life. I pushed up to sitting and stopped to catch my breath as the movement renewed the pain afresh, almost as if the sickle were still slicing me open. I should have been healing faster, but something still muddled my brain. I braced my hands on the cushions of the couch and waited for the cabin to stop spinning. It would be a long walk back to Cliffmore, and nothing about the way I was feeling made me confident I could make it there on my own. I'd left the motorcycle in a snowdrift a few miles back, and if new snow had covered my original tracks, it would be hard to find. I wondered if Maximus and Wilder had gone out looking for me. Chances were they had gotten drunk with whiskey and fallen into their beds with one or two of their favorite women long before they'd given me any thought. It would be up to me to get back home. Once my head felt clear, I would try and summon Rogue. It was rare for our horses to emerge from their motorcycle cocoons in the human world, but my connection to the stallion was deep. And if I conveyed to the animal just how much trouble I was in, he would make an appearance. It was possible Rogue would even sense my need and come on his own. Willow clanked the frying pan down on the stove with much more force than needed. She had been up all night tending to me, and I'd repaid her with rudeness. The little fox watched with shiny black eyes and a slight snarl on his muzzle as I pushed up from the couch and wrapped the blanket around my waist. Just a day ago, I was chasing down wraiths like the winter warrior of the fucking world. Today, I was frail and moving as if I'd just woken from a 100-year nap. The short stretch to the kitchen felt like an eternity. My limbs felt hollow, and my head felt heavy, as if filled with cement. Something was not right. I hadn't expected to feel 100%, but I couldn't figure out why I felt as if I'd been chewed up and spit out. I stopped at the kitchen entrance. Even in my quest to make amends to my hostess, I couldn't stop myself from first watching her curvy form as she leaned over the stove to stir the eggs. She'd pulled on jeans that hugged her bite-worthy ass like a glove. The rest of me felt like shit, but my cock was feeling like $1,000,000 fucking bucks. "I'm sorry, Willow. I'm thankful for you pulling me out of my frozen grave and stitching me up." The sound of my voice startled her. I was equally startled by her blue eyes when she turned to look at me. But my startle was only caused by how stunning she looked, even standing in the tiny, smoke-filled kitchen. Each time I saw her, it was as if I was seeing her for the first time. And each time, her unsurpassed beauty affected me more. What a fucked up waste, a woman like her sheltered up out in the middle of nowhere. I rested my hand on the small counter separating the kitchen from the front room. It was the only way I could keep upright. Willow's brows were arched with worry as she slipped a glass of milk in front of me. "It's goat's milk. It will give you some strength. You look terrible." Even a nod took too much effort. "I'm feeling about as bad as I look, but I'll eat and get out of your way. You've done enough already." "No rush. Eat your breakfast and rest another day. Besides, a storm will blow through this afternoon. You'd never make it back to Cliffmore. Yes, of course. Cliffmore is a good 10 miles from here. You'll never make it in your condition. One more day won't hurt. As she spoke, a deep shiver crept through me as if my veins had been filled with ice. I tried to concentrate on her words, but coherent thoughts were splintering off in every direction, quickly becoming the mixed-up pieces in a jigsaw puzzle. The hand I used to hold the blanket around my waist shook, and I lost grip on it and on the counter. I stumbled back and couldn't keep upright. It was as if gravity had increased tenfold, and it pulled me to the ground. The last thing I heard was Willow crying out my name before everything went black.
7. Willow. Somehow I'd managed to drag the naked, unconscious man into my bedroom. I was sure the wood floor of the hallway left him with plenty of splinters, but I needed to get him to bed. The couch was just not long enough, and I needed to get the entire length of him under the covers. Even with his eyes shut to the world, his entire massively built body shook, as if every nerve cell was being jolted by electricity. But it wasn't electricity, and after some reflection, I was sure I'd figured out why he'd fallen so ill. Exhausted, I dropped my hold on his arms too fast, and his head hit the floor with a thump. It jarred him awake just long enough for him to crawl up onto the bed. He collapsed face down on my cloud of faded quilts. His smooth tanned skin and the strong sinewy muscles of his back and buttocks belied how sick he was. I had stitched him up, but the man on my bed, as magnificent and powerful as he looked, was dying, and his sickness was out of my control. Wraith poison needed an antidote, and I certainly had no need for that on the tundra, at least not until now. Stryker was so close to death that even his groans of pain had been silenced. With a great deal of effort, I managed to roll him onto his back and tuck my quilts in around him. They were hardly enough for the bone-deep chill that traveled through his body. I pressed my hand against his chest and yanked my palm away as it burned by the glacial feel of his skin. His chiseled jaw tightened and relaxed beneath his dark beard as he grimaced with the cold. I pushed the blanket down to check his wound. I lifted up the edges of gauze. I had gone through painstaking steps to prevent infection, but all the while, the wraith venom had been invading his flesh, his skin puckered pink around my careful stitches. Stryker's eyes opened to mere slits. The jade green of his eyes had washed away, and his gaze was pale and lifeless. "Am I dying?" he asked weakly. There was no sorrow or fear in his tone. I'd always heard shocking tales of the harsh training the boys of Winter endured, even as young boys. It made them hardened to the horrors of the underworld. It made them fearless, even in the face of death. And it seemed I was seeing the result of that training now. And somehow, the resigned deep tone of his voice brought tears to my eyes. I ignored the icy feel of his skin and stroked the hair off his forehead. "The yellow substance." My throat tightened as I spoke. "It was venom from the wraith you killed. It entered your body through the gash." His lip curled up. "So, the ugly little fucker got me anyhow." An unexpected sob rolled off my lips. I covered the sound too late. Stryker's head moved slowly to the side, and his glazed eyes peered up at me. He lifted his trembling arm and hand and brushed an icy finger along my cheek. My tear froze instantly at his touch. "No crying, my guardian angel. I can die happy if yours is the last face I see." The tears flowed faster now. I swiped at them and quickly chastised myself for sinking so quickly into defeat. "You're not going to die." I pushed off the bed. "I've got an idea." I hurried out of the room and out to the front room. I rummaged through my kitchen drawer for my notepaper and pen. Sabra would choke and sputter with anger once she discovered what I'd done. But I needed her help. I would worry about her wrath later. I had an underworld warrior to save. I quickly scribbled a note explaining that I urgently needed the antidote for wraith venom, and that I'd explain why later. With any luck, Sabra would assume an animal had been attacked by a wraith, and she'd send the venom on without question. I hurried out onto the porch and let out 3 long whistles. and then I waited, with my note in hand. Seconds later, the gray-speckled gyrfalcon coasted over the trees, its wings outspread like an elegant kite. Griffin coasted down to the porch and landed on the railing. The bird had suffered a terrible wing break when it was a youngster, but I had nursed it back to health. Now he was as fast as he was beautiful. I pulled the band out of my pocket and attached the note to its leg. Take this to Sabra right away. And wait, I'm expecting her to send you back with a vial of medicine. Griffin didn't wait to be waved away. He lifted his tufted wings and took off, disappearing quickly into the gray clouds that rested on the mountain peaks. It would take the bird at least 2 hours to return. I only hoped that Stryker had that long.
8. Stryker. Willow lifted the hot beverage to my mouth, but it took too much effort to swallow. I choked and coughed it back up. She quickly wiped it off my beard. There was nothing I hated more than weakness. I wished that death would already grip me, so I could be done with the humiliation. My highly attentive nurse refused to tell me her plan. Mostly, she'd confessed, because she was far from sure it would work. All I knew was that death was close. I'd spent enough time around it to know when it was edging toward me. We'd been taught to never fear death, but it was hard not to be mad as fucking hell at the notion that one putrid little wraith had brought me to the end. I had been trained to face down the worst dangers the underworld had to offer, and it was pure humiliation leaving the mortal world a victim of wraith poison. What was even harder to accept was that I was leaving behind a woman who, I was certain, could possess my heart with just a flick of her smile. Willow placed the cup of tea on the nightstand and climbed onto the bed next to me. She was still wearing the powder blue sweater that set off the nearly iridescent tone of her eyes, and she still smelled like heaven, or at least what I thought heaven should smell like. It was hard to think about never breathing in such an intoxicating scent and never looking into those rare gemstone eyes again. Willow tucked the blankets in tight around me, but there was little she could do to warm me other than throw me into a molten pot of lava. With death so near, the violent trembling had stopped. "Talk to me, my beautiful angel. I want to hear your voice as I leave this place. I've only ever heard rumors about women who were half angel and half nymph, but after meeting you, I can see why they are considered so unique. Tell me about your parents." Willow rested her arm across the pillow and stroked my forehead. She no doubt thought she provided a small comfort, but to me it was a gesture that relieved some of the pain coursing through me. "My father is an archangel, or so I'm told. His identity has never been revealed. Sabra said it was to save his reputation. Apparently, fathering an illegitimate nymph's child is frowned upon in the angel's realm," she said wryly. "And your mother? I can't imagine an archangel would find any pleasure in betting one of the cast-offs Phoenix uses for his entertainment. And you, well, you have the skills of a prominent nymph." Her fingers continued their comforting caress. "My mother is Odessa, nymph of the forest creatures." "Odessa. That explains why you were so stunning to look at and so talented a healer. But why does Sabra have you hidden so far away?" "She says it is for my own safety, but I figured it was for the sake of my father's reputation. I'm sure he, whoever he is, asked her to send his disgraceful mistake far away." "Those angels are always self-important jerks." She laughed softly at my comment. It was the first time I'd heard the sound, and I tried instantly to record it in my head to take with me to the dark place I was heading. A noise out on the porch caused Willow to jump from the bed. "Oh, please, please, please," she muttered to herself as she raced out of the room. A few minutes later, I opened my heavy lids to her pretty, hopeful face staring down at me. She had a syringe in her hand. "Is that something to finish me off? Just in time." My eyes drifted shut again. "You're not getting out of this that easily. I put some of my best suture work into that wound, and I'm not letting you check out on a technicality, namely wraith venom." A sharp pain struck my arm. "My gosh, it's like poking a needle through steel," she mumbled as she jammed the needle into my muscle. A burning sensation followed, but I was too weak to react. She withdrew the needle. I looked up at her, waiting for an explanation. "I sent a falcon to fetch some antidote from Sabra." "An antidote from Sabra?" I asked. "Will I grow a silver pair of angel wings?" She leaned over me and brought her lips close enough that I could almost taste a kiss. "Now, what makes you think you deserve a pair of angel wings? And besides, I hear they are highly overrated." She straightened and crossed her arms with confidence. "So, now what?" I asked. "Now we wait. Oh, and just a warning, Sabra sent a note with the antidote. Apparently you're going to feel a lot worse before you feel better." "Worse than feeling like a giant ogre ate me for lunch and then puked me out? Sounds like it's going to be a long night."
9. Willow. I squinted my eyes to shield them from the heat of the fire as I reached the tongs in and pulled out the hot stones. I dropped them into the burlap sack. The leftover crumbs of milled wheat sizzled and filled the air with the scent of burnt toast. The stones were only a short-lived solution, but they at least provided my fevered patient with some degree of comfort. An hour after I'd given the antidote, Stryker developed a fever that made his body shake so hard it vibrated the entire cabin. I carried the bag of hot stones down the short hall to my bedroom. Stryker's head shifted from side to side on the pillow in a restless sleep. His handsome features were distorted by intense pain, and I stood there, helpless, armed with only a bag of hot stones. His discomfort was so palpable, it made every bone in my body ache. Sabra had not been exaggerating. The note wrapped around the vial of antidote came with the bleak old saying that sometimes the cure was worse than the disease. She'd also added that whatever creature was dying from the toxin might very well be too weak to recover. I walked to the bed and lifted the covers. The fever was not the usual rise in body temperature that came with a cold or flu. This fever seemed to come in undulating waves of extreme hot and severe cold. I shoved the bag of stones beneath the quilts. The extreme ice of his skin would soon cool down the stones, but they would provide temporary comfort. I tucked the quilts in around Stryker, and his face relaxed some at the feel of the warm stones. Occasionally, when he rested peacefully and his lashes relaxed over his eyes, I caught a glimpse of the youth that was still there beneath the hardened surface of a man who had seen every horror. It made my chest tighten to think that he'd been taken at such a young age, and with so much life still to live. I shook the dreary thoughts from my head. He was strong. He'd pull through. He had to pull through. I headed back to the kitchen to make myself a cup of hot tea. Gunnar met me for a treat. I gave him a piece of jerky, and he skittered back to his rug with his prey. I stood staring out the window of the kitchen, watching the powdered snow swirl up like a white tornado as the wind hurled over the mountainside. It was going to be a stormy night. I needed to close the storm shutters or risk losing windows. And the last thing my patient needed was a cabin with a blistery wind sweeping through it. The wood on the stove was taking its sweet time heating the water in the kettle. I decided to head out and close the shutters before the storm got worse. I grabbed my cape and scarf and wrapped myself in a wool cocoon. The door nearly pushed me on my bottom as the wind threw it against me. I'd been so busy caring for Stryker, I'd forgotten about the incoming storm. I'd hope I could get the shutters closed. The nearly gale-force winds pelted me with ice and sharp cold air as I hunched over and tromped toward the back of the house. I would shut the bedroom window storm shutters first, and then work my way to the front. I curled my fingers around the edge of the shutter and yanked it over the window. I did the same with the second side and then latched them shut. As I swept around to head to the kitchen side of the cabin, I saw a large moving shadow out on the snow. I squinted into the wind to get a better view and stumbled back, smacking my head on the side of the cabin. I froze there, badly wanting to rub the growing lump on my head but not daring to move an inch. 3 pairs of glowing white eyes were watching me as if I was a delectable piece of cake. Wolves. That was the first thought that flashed through my mind. But even through the blurred white haze of the wind-driven snow, I quickly calculated that the 3 animals were too big to be regular wolves. Puffs of condensation came from their nostrils as the 3 beasts stared at me. While I had felt scared at first, I quickly came to understand that they were not there to harm me. They were there for Stryker. Somewhere in the flurry of stories and facts I had in my mind, I remembered hearing that once they were successfully trained, the boys of winter were injected with werewolf saliva, giving them the ability to shift into wolf form. It gave them more power as hunters in the impossible underworld landscape. The 3 animals standing out on the tundra were Stryker's pack mates. I stepped out of the shadows of the cabin and stood there, still as a statue, staring back at them as they stared at me. One wolf was the color of straw. It stood a half-foot taller than the others. One had a rough, short black coat, and the third had fur the color of rust. The long fringed ends of my scarf swirled around me like the long arms of a red woolen monster. After a few moments of strained tension, the largest wolf, a beast with shoulders as wide as any I'd ever seen, dropped his large head and turned away. The others followed. The rust-colored one at the rear limped, as if one leg had been injured, but it kept up with the others. They knew now where their packmate was, and that he was in good hands, and that seemed to be enough. I only hoped I can live up to the trust and responsibility they just handed me. I raced to the side of the cabin to finish shuttering the windows. I pulled hard at the wood, squeezing my fingers around it tight enough that splinters lodged in my fingertips. The wind battered my tiny home with the force of 1,000 giant fists. I'd waited too long. I was no longer strong enough to close the shutters. With any luck, my window panes would hold up against the brutal onslaught of wind and snow. I hurried back inside, nearly losing the front door from the turbulent burst of glacial air. I used both hands to push the door shut. As I locked it, I was startled by the sound of another door slamming shut. My gaze shot toward the kitchen window. It hadn't been a door at all. Someone had locked the storm shutters over the window. In a quick succession, the other shutters were closed tight. I raced down the hall to the bathroom and glanced out just in time to see white glowing eyes in the pane before the shutter closed off my view. I couldn't hold back a smile as I thought about powerful, menacing beasts outside my cabin making sure I was safe for the night. I stepped into the bedroom. The lantern cast a warm glow on the face poking out from the mountain of quilts. Unfortunately, there was nothing warm or glowing about the man in the bed. He was still writhing in chilled pain. Outside, through the howls of the wind, a stronger, more mournful set of howls pierced the air. Stryker's eyes opened for a moment at the sound. Then, he drifted back off into an agitated sleep.
10. Stryker. Humboldt always smelled like vinegar. I had no idea why, but that was what I smelled whenever he breathed my direction. His gristly, sandy hands grabbed the back of my neck, and he dragged me along toward the viscous, murky channel that separated the underworld from winter. Some called it the River of Souls. I called it Death Pudding. The lumps of human souls bobbed along just under the surface, their wide-eyed stares glowing up at us like flat-faced fish as they waited for their turn on the ferry. A shiver ran through me as I stared down into the black, rippling water. Death Pudding. It was the perfect name. We reached the end of the dock where Trex, the hunchbacked old ferryman, stopped to pick up souls who were waiting for their final destination. Most ended up in the work fields, sentenced to hard labor. while Phoenix was leader of the thin strip of underworld where ghouls, wraiths, and other vermin that thrived on death lingered. Cashel watched over the work fields and the souls who had not chosen to enter the underworld, but who were sent there because of an ill-spent life. Vapor was the third and final leader of the underworld. Vapor, who was mostly Vapor because he was a 1,000-year-old soul, ruled over a part of the underworld where the worst of society was sentenced to eternity. They were the serial killers, the war criminals, the humans who had lived anything but a human life.
Happy 14th birthday.
Trex knew every human's birth date and death date. I hadn't celebrated a birthday since Humboldt ripped me from my bed in Nessa's cottage, and I'd forgotten my birthday completely. Thanks, Trex.
Guess this is the last place you'd want to be today.
Trex's prickly voice, a voice that always sounded like rock teeth grinding glass, floated out from the black gossamer veil that permanently hid his face. No one I knew had ever seen Trex. It was said that he was so hideously disfigured even the deathly pale souls he ferried across the channel would turn white at the sight of him. Maximus was always plotting a way to get him to pull off the opaque veil, but I was just as happy not to see his face. Humboldt squeezed my neck painfully.
Enough conversation. Don't you have a ferry boat to run, freak?
The hood of Trex's long, tattered coat wiggled as he nodded and turned his attention back to his boat. Of all the trainers, Humboldt was the biggest asshole. Long ago, he had been a teenager just like me, going through the harsh tests and training to become one of the boys. I hoped to hell that I wouldn't grow up to be a grisly old prick like him. Humboldt liked to complain that we were all too spoiled and coddled by Nessa. He claimed that his first 11 years were spent on a working farm with wet, moldy straw for a bed, rotten meat for food, and a weekly beating as his only human contact. Wilder and I, Humboldt's charges, concluded that that was why he was such a supreme hard-ass. It gave us hope that we would never turn out like him.
Well, today is sink or swim day,
Humboldt sneered. His words pulled Trex's covered face our direction as if stunned by what he'd heard.
But it's the boy's birthday, Humboldt.
Humboldt released a hideous laugh, one that reeked of sour vinegar.
Then happy fucking birthday, kid.
Before I'd deciphered the rules of the new training session, I felt my feet leave the dock as Humboldt lifted me by the scruff of my neck. I kicked back at him and grabbed at his arms, but he easily flung me out into the putrid soup of death.
Sink or swim,
were the last words I heard from Humboldt's sour-smelling mouth as my body plunged into the thick water. I kept my eyes and lips shut tight, but the rotten smell of decay was too strong. It crept into my skin and mouth. It was all I could taste. Nausea splintered through me like a bomb exploding. It was a struggle to keep my head above the surface as I was quickly swept away from the dock. I could see Trex's small silhouette and Humboldt's massive one as they watched me get washed away in the current of death. Like a dog that had just been tossed into raging rapids, I started paddling hard, working to keep my head above water. Some of the souls, newly released and terrified of the journey ahead, grabbed at me with long, bony hands. As I fought them off, I found myself sinking deeper. Water that tasted like decay splashed up my nose and trickled down my throat. To hell with sink or swim, I needed to get free of the water. I decided to use my unwitting swim mates like rocks in a pond. I knelt on the soul of a man who looked as if he had been mean and cruel in life. The souls in the pudding, waiting to be ferried across, weren't from the good half of humanity. That was why they floated now in the underworld awaiting their fate. The soul I'd used as a stepping stone reached up and grabbed hold of my ankle. trying to keep me in the river, but I kicked out and yanked free as I dove for the shore. I pushed to my knees, holding my stomach to keep from puking as I struggled to catch my breath. "Stryker!" A voice rained down over me, but it was not Humboldt's rough tone. "Stryker!" The sound was sweet and filled with music, and it comforted me instantly. It was a sound that washed away all ugliness. And then I heard it again, this time accompanied with soft fingers stroking my face. "Stryker!" I opened my eyes. The knotted pine beams on the ceiling above assured me I was not in the underworld, and after his cold-as-steel heart gave out, Humboldt was long since dead. A warm hand touched my arm, and I turned to look up into her face. It was real. She was real. I drifted in and out of the past in my nightmares, but now I was back, and Willow was still there, sitting along the edge of the bed, her blue eyes glittering with relief. "I was sleeping on the couch, and I heard you talking. You were having a bad dream. I thought you might throw yourself right out of the bed. What were you dreaming about?" "My 14th birthday." I lifted my arm and covered my eyes to shield them from the lantern light. The mattress shifted as Willow reached to the nightstand and turned down the lamplight. "Well, it must have been quite the celebration. I didn't realize they let you guys have any fun when you were in training." "Oh, it was fun, all right." I lowered my arm. "My pack was here, at the cabin." "Yes, I think they just wanted to make sure you were in good hands." I took hold of her wrist and brought her palm to my mouth for a kiss. Good hands is an understatement. My grasp on her wrist and the light kiss pushed another pink blush over her cheeks. I released her, and she tucked her hand in her lap, almost as if she did it to keep herself from touching me. Her aura, the sweet, erotic heat that swirled around her whenever I flustered her, returned, and once again it put all manner of dirty thoughts in my head. She must have read those thoughts in my eyes, because she hopped off the bed. "No," I said too abruptly. "Don't go, Willow. I will behave. Besides, I'm too weak to do anything but lie here like a pathetic brick of flesh and bone." I drew the covers up to my chin. I'm still chilled to the bone. Willow came closer. "I'll reheat the stones." She lifted the cover and pulled out the burlap sack of stones. "Please." I peered up at her. "No more rocks." I lifted the covers. "They cool too quickly." She gazed down at the open covers. "I promise, Willow, I'll behave. I just want a warm body next to me." I paused. "Actually, that's not true. I just want your warm body next to me." She took a steadying breath and tucked her hair behind her ears as if mulling over the suggestion. I was sure she'd turn around and leave. Instead, she put her knee on the bed. She was wearing a worn pair of long underwear. I would have preferred her to be wearing nothing at all, but I wasn't going to complain. Besides, even though I was weak, something told me my lack of energy and feeling like I'd been run over by a bus wouldn't stop me if she climbed into bed naked. As it was going to take every ounce of the self-control and strength I had left not to touch her. Willow was hesitant and a little stiff as she slipped in under the covers. She lay next to me on her back, her arms tight against her sides as she stared up at the ceiling. I couldn't stop a laugh. Maybe the rocks would be better. At least they didn't mind touching me. "I'll go heat them." Willow moved to get out of bed, but I turned on my side and wrapped my arm around her, pulling her close to me. "No, you'll do." It took a few minutes, but she eventually relaxed against me. Her soft curves slowly filled in the gaps of air between us, and my body instantly warmed. My cock was urgently trying to wake up, but I kept it in check. I didn't want to scare her off. She felt too damn good pressed against me. How could she feel so right? We were from two entirely separate worlds. When we were young, Nessa's granddaughter, Danique, grew up with us. I could still remember her screaming as they hauled the four of us away. She was adorable and bratty, and the four of us teased her mercilessly, but we loved her. At night, we'd sit around Nessa's kitchen table with the lopsided legs, and Danique would beg Nessa to tell us stories. The four of us were naturally only interested in the scary or funny stories, but Danique always begged for princes and princesses and kisses, and even though we pretended not to be interested, we listened to Nessa talk about love and romance and the thing she called a soulmate. She assured us that we would not find our match, the person we were meant to love and cherish and protect, if we were searching with our eyes or our crotches. She said a soulmate should never be expected. Some people searched forever and never found theirs. Soulmates should never be taken for granted because they were more a state of the heart than the mind. I'd held many women in my arms, but this was the first time Nessa's words made sense to me. I closed my eyes. It felt as if I'd been sleeping for days, and yet I was still groggy. I breathed in the perfume of Willow's skin as I coasted into a semi-conscious state. Most of the agonizing pain and body tremors had faded away. It seemed I was going to beat death. This time. Willow had saved my life. Willow, too, closed her eyes and cuddled closer to me. I tightened my hold on her. "Hey, guardian angel," I said quietly. "Yes," she answered back in that voice that stroked me like a lush pair of lips. "Thanks." "You're welcome."
Chapter 11. Willow. Early morning light poked through the curtains. Stryker's low snores rumbled through the room. It seemed he'd finally found peaceful sleep. The color had returned to his face. He looked nothing short of heartbreaking, lying there quietly with dark lashes shadowing his cheeks. A low throbbing ache pushed against my chest. It had been there for an hour, and I'd finally diagnosed it. It was the suffocating, dull pain of loneliness. I'd been alone on the tundra for 2 years, since Sabra had sent me to my faraway home. At first, being alone had felt like a tight vice around my chest, but eventually animals came to me in need of care, and I found companionship amongst the creatures of the snow. I'd convinced myself I needed nothing more than my furry friends. I'd convinced myself I was leading a charmed life, without the stress of friendship or love. Other than the occasional death of any animal in my care, I was free of the constraints of heartbreak. But as I lay there, tucked alongside the protective warmth of a man, a notorious winter guard no less, it dawned on me that I'd been fooling myself all along. I was missing out on so much. I had exiled myself to a life without love and physical affection, and now I saw that it was not a charmed life. It was a dry, lackluster existence. Still, deep in sleep, Stryker stretched his massive arms up and tossed away the quilts. His fever had broken completely, and my body heat, along with the layers of downy blankets, was making him too warm. I turned on my side and popped up to my elbow, allowing myself the luxury of looking at him stretched out naked and magnificent on my bed. It wasn't just that hollow feeling of loneliness Stryker had helped fill. It was the stark realization that I was still, deep in my core, a nymph, a creature born for pleasure and lust. As much as I had tried to deny it, Stryker's presence assured me my denials were empty and meaningless. I allowed my gaze to rake slowly over his body, taking in the contours of his muscles, the hollow at the base of his long throat, the smooth curve of his chest, and the hard angles of his shoulders. The white gauze I had taped over his wound lifted and fell with his breath, as my eyes continued on their sightseeing trip. His skin was smooth, but it was the skin of a man, and along the way there were black ink tattoos to break up his tan. The sight of the striated muscles of his taut stomach sent a surge of heat between my legs. I followed the dark trail of hair bisecting his abdomen, and a gasp pushed from my lips. His manhood, his thick, long cock was fully erect, almost as if he could feel my appreciative gaze on his body. The heavy sack rested below his cock. It was all even more intriguing than I imagined. I rarely spoke with my mother anymore, but she had always told me that our power was not only in healing. She said we possessed a power that could bring the strongest man to his knees. I bit my lip as I thought about her words, all the while dying to know how his erect cock would feel on my fingers. My angel half told me to get off the bed and walk out of the room. My other half, the half that I'd perhaps kept bound up too long, told me to touch him. It might very well be my only chance to know what it felt like to hold a man's most important appendage in my hand. It might be the only chance I had to test my mom's assertion that we had the power to bring a man to his knees, metaphorically speaking. My fingers actually trembled as I lifted my hand and moved it toward the tall tower of hot flesh. I hovered my hand so close to his cock, I could feel the heat coming off of it in waves. Gently, I wrapped my fingers around the base of it. It was thick and solid. It sent a tingling through my arm and all the way through my body until it settled in my pussy. Stryker didn't open his eyes, but he released a low groan. But it wasn't a sound that accompanied pain, like the hard-to-hear groans I'd heard from him in the past 2 days. This deep, throaty growl seemed quite the opposite. And after tending to him and watching him suffer in agony, it felt good to be touching him and giving him relaxing pleasure for a change. Oddly enough, holding his erection in my hand, feeling it grow warmer and even harder in my grasp, gave me pleasure too. An urgent warmth rose through my entire body, a warmth that wouldn't be easily cooled. I was far from finished with my exploration. He was the first man I'd ever touched or seen naked, and every inch of him stole my breath away. I smoothed my hand down to the base of his cock and lowered my hand between his legs. My fingers grazed the crisp dark hair to cup his balls in my palm. Another groan of pleasure rolled up from his throat, and he pushed his thighs open, inviting me to continue. I rubbed my thumb over his heavy sack, and he lifted his hips to feel the pressure of my touch. "Fuck," he said quietly as he lifted his arms back and rested them above his head on his pillow. The new position made his arms look even bigger and stretched the skin tight over his muscular chest, while sucking in his already concave stomach. I pulled in a steadying breath as I imagined myself being covered and taken by his powerful body. His cock jutted up higher, almost as if reminding me that it too needed attention. I released his balls and moved my hand back to his cock. He squeezed his buttock muscles and pressed it harder against my hand. My fingers journeyed up to the fleshy tip of his cock. I ran my thumb through the sticky, glistening liquid that was now pooling at the top. I used it as a lubricant to move my hand up and down the long shaft. Stryker responded by moving in rhythm against my strokes. My heart raced and my pulse seemed to shoot out of control as it dawned on me that I'd started something I couldn't stop. To stop would mean agony for Stryker, and he'd already seen his share of that. As my hand slid through the slick moisture that now dripped along his shaft, I felt the hot liquid of arousal wet the crotch of my long underwear. The erratic pulse that pounded through my veins was now centered in my pussy, but rather than wishing it to slow, I wanted it to continue. I wanted that pulse to move into a frenzy that could only be stopped by an explosion of some kind. Damn my inexperience, my ignorance, when it came to carnal pleasures. I'd shunned them for so long because of the sorrow that had always seemed to bring my mother that I had grown up naive and ignorant. My mother's warning that passion was power, but that it could also lead to heartbreak rattled through my mind. As I touched Stryker, causing him to breathe heavily and groan with merely a firm stroke of my hand, I quickly understood that power. And with the feelings my actions were causing in my own body, I also understood the second half of her warning. Stryker was no longer just a dying man who had collapsed in the snow. I could feel a sense of attachment to him deep in my chest, and I wanted to bring him what his body seemed to need right now, a finish to what I had started. I pumped my hand along his cock and watched it grow longer and stronger until the skin was stretched so tight the ridges of vein and muscle showed through. Ulu. My name came out on a guttural groan, and the unexpected sound of his voice startled me. I peered up at his face. He watched me through heavy lids. The green of his eyes was dark with hunger. I stiffened as he lowered his arm from above his head and reached out for me. I won't touch you, my diamond-studded angel, I promise. I just want to look at you. My fingers tightened inadvertently around his cock, but it didn't seem to faze him or slow his quest. The callous tips of his fingers only lightly skimmed my skin as he pushed the hem of my undershirt up, slowly exposing first my hip, then my belly, and lastly, my breast. He tugged the end of the shirt up above the mound of my breast to keep it there. My nipple was tight with the erotic impulses that surged through me. His fingers moved just above the nipple, but he kept true to his promise and didn't touch me. It seemed to take all of his strength to lower his hand away from the puckered butt on my breast. He put his hand up against the other above his head, and I realized then that his submissive position, with arms above his head, was for my protection as well as his. He needed to put distance between his hands and my body. I was both thankful and utterly disappointed all at once. His glazed jade eyes focused heavily on my naked breast. It was my left breast, my left side, the half that was dotted with the glittered nymph's mark. What I wouldn't give to run my tongue along that diamond tattoo. Stryker spoke into the dimly lit room, as if he was just thinking aloud. Then he took a deep breath, released it, and moved against the grasp of my hand. A harder, Angel. Faster. I moved my hand up and down, feeling the pressure build in hot waves beneath my palm. Another low groan floated through the air, but this time it rolled from my lips. I was feeling his pleasure. As I rocked him toward the ending he wanted so badly, his entire body had grown tense with it. I felt my own body hurtling towards something I couldn't explain. Suddenly, it seemed my mind had been taken over by that molten core at the center of my pussy. My free hand moved on its own, as if driven only by a carnal need to finish this. Stryker's gaze grew from hungry to predatory as he watched me smooth my hand along my breast. My nipple, taut with arousal, sizzled with sensations as my fingers plucked at it. I tightened my grip on Stryker and he growled in response. Fuck yeah. Touch yourself, love. Please, fucking touch yourself. I needed no coaxing. The hot pull of moisture between my legs begged me for relief. I moved my hand down and pushed it beneath my underwear. A small cry left me as my fingers reached the pulsing nub hidden deep within the folds of my pussy. Instinctively, I stroked it. My head felt as if it would float off of my shoulders, but I kept my hands moving, almost in perfect simultaneous rhythm, one pumping fast and hard on Stryker's erect cock, and the other quick and light between my legs. Fuck, Stryker uttered with a release of breath. His cock pulsed in my hand, and hot liquid dripped over my fingers. The sensual feel of the silky semen sent my body over the edge. I cried out as the pressure that had been building in my pussy shattered, leaving behind waves of an intense pleasure, the likes of which I can never have imagined. More daylight filled the room, and a glow surrounded Stryker as the light caught him in the steamy moisture evaporating off his naked body. He lowered his arms and without touching me, his fingers came as close to me as they could. That blush, he said quietly. You are so beautiful, Willow. It's like someone has tied a steel knot around my chest. I know I don't belong in your world, and I've never done anything to deserve someone like you, but... He inched his fingers closer, and they brushed against my arm. But this cut in my side is nothing compared to the hurt I'm going to feel when I walk away from you. tears threatened. I didn't want him to know that I was wearing that same steel knot around my chest. I blinked a few times and took a steadying breath. I grabbed at the cloth I'd been using as a compress on his head, and I wiped him clean. My menstruations caused his cock to stir again, so I cut my task short, worried that I'd start the whole thing again. He watched me as I slipped back into caregiver mode, a state of mind that helped me forget that I was falling hard for the near stranger in my bed. I pulled the covers over him and avoided looking at him. I had never had enough sympathy for my mother's plight, it seemed. She'd spent so many hours sad and heartbroken about my father that I ignorantly decided she was just melodramatic. And now, all I could think was that I had been a selfish daughter. If I'd had any idea just how acute the pain of heartbreak was, I wouldn't have been so quick to judge. I'll make you something to eat. I scrubbed some of the stains from your pants. They are drying by the fire. One more day of rest, and you should be strong enough for the journey home. I could feel his cool green gaze on me, but I willed myself to keep my eyes averted as I finished picking up the used gauze and water glasses. I'll be right in with some lunch. With that, I walked confidently out of the room and straight into the kitchen where I dumped my load into the sink. The glasses clattered in the porcelain basin, cracking into several pieces. I stared down into the sink as my tears fell over the broken shards of glass.
12. Stryker. A meal of potatoes and bread, a hot shower and a long rest, and I was feeling 1,000 times better than the day before. Of course, the day before I was teetering on the edge of death until Willow came up with a plan to save me. My head was clear, and the burning fire in the wound on my side had cooled to a dull ache. I'd turned a corner, and I was mending fast, which meant I had no reason to stay on the mountain. And after my confession that I was feeling something much stronger than appreciation for my unwitting guardian angel, she'd made it starkly clear that I needed to leave once I felt able to journey out on my own. I couldn't blame her. Why the hell would someone as unique and incredible as Willow think of me as anything except as one of the boys of winter? Dangerous, notorious rakes who spend their days and nights hunting and partying. I scrubbed the towel through my wet hair and combed it back with my fingers. Willow's cheery voice floated in from the porch. It sounded as if she was talking to one of her animal friends. I headed out to the front room. My buckskins were hanging over the stone mantel in front of the fire. The bloodstains had seeped in like permanent black ink, but there were no more traces of yellow venom. It was still hard to believe that one measly wraith had been so fucking dangerous, just as it was hard to understand why it had led me so far up into the mountains. Of course, if it had followed the usual predictable path toward a populated city, I would never have met Willow. Gunner, the little white fox, had finally gotten used to me. He ignored me as if I was just a piece of furniture as I pulled on my pants. His focus was on a scene outside the cabin, on Willow, no doubt. I could still hear her talking in that soft, cooing, comforting tone that I'd heard through the fog of my fever. It was a soothing sound that I knew had kept me from heading straight into the darkness that called me. More than once, my mind had told me to let go and be done with it, but it was Willow's touch and voice that kept me clinging to the ledge. The creatures of the tundra didn't understand just how lucky they were to have an angel like Willow guarding them. Fuck. Now I was envious of polar bears and Arctic foxes. Leaving her was going to be hard. I just needed to get it over with and go. I finished tying up the leather string of my pants and walked to the window to see what had Gunner's full attention. Willow was standing in the snow wearing a green hooded cape. Her long black hair lined the sides of her face, framing her perfect profile. She was holding out something on her palm, a piece of fruit or apple. I had to lean to the side to see what animal was being offered the treat. I expected to see something camouflaged in the white fur of winter, a snow hare or polar bear. Instead, my eyes were met with a stark black silhouette, the silhouette and black coat of an animal I knew better than any other. Fuck. I raced for the door. A mortal stallion was dangerous enough to come face to face with, but Rogue was a stallion born and bred in the underworld. I'd seen the animal scare off every critter in his path with just a low whinny, and Rogue never trusted strangers. I flew over the steps, and my feet landed with a jarring thud in the icy snow, reminding me of the 200 stitches in my side. Rogue's head lifted and turned my direction for a second, but then he refocused his gleaming black eyes on Willow. She wasn't the slightest bit intimidated by the 17-hand stallion as he pawed the snow with his massive hoof. "Willow, wait!" I called as I ran toward them. She peered around the edge of her hood, but there was no apprehension in her expression, just a kind smile, which stayed on her face as she casually walked toward my beast of a horse. I was 10 yards away, plunging through the snow, wearing my heart in my throat as I watched Willow reach up and touch Rogue's neck. I stopped in front of them, the air around my head clouded with the condensation of my own heavy breaths. Rogue snorted contentedly like an old plow horse as he snuffled up the piece of fruit. All the while, Willow stroked him like he was a tame, spoiled circus pony. It took more than a few seconds for my heart rate to slow. Willow ran her fingers along Rogue's neck, and the horse rubbed against her hand, asking for more. "I assume this wonderful horse belongs to you, since he seemed to know to come right to this cabin?" I shook my head, still stunned in disbelief. "Yep, this is Rogue, and I have never seen him stand still to be stroked or eat a treat off of someone's hand. Hell, I don't know if I'd be brave enough to offer him something. Of course, I did watch you calmly walk a polar bear out of your cabin, so I guess I shouldn't be too surprised." "You forget, I'm a guardian of animals." "A guardian of Earth's animals? I don't think Rogue fits in with any of this world's species, even if he resembles a regular horse. The mare he was bred from used to kill wraiths and goblins with just one hoof." "True, but he's amazing nonetheless." Willow reached up to rub the white star on Rogue's forehead, the spot that transformed into the headlight of my motorcycle when we left winter and joined the mortal world. Rogue had taken a risk changing back to horse form on the outside, but he was trained to be my loyal companion at any cost. I felt the same way about him. "I have some hay stored in the shed. I keep it for the caribou when the snow is too deep to forage. Rogue can stay there for the night, until you are ready to leave." There was a slight hitch in her words. She pushed her hood off, exposing the silky black hair. The opalescent highlights sparkled under the late afternoon sun. Radiant. She was fucking radiant. And watching her stand next to my horse, who was now playing the lapdog and nudging her with his muzzle, I couldn't have been more broken about leaving her behind for good. "Willow." I spoke up, but she seemed to know where my conversation was heading. She shook her head sadly. "It's for the best. I'm just glad you're alive." She looked back at Rogue. "And I think your horse is, too." Her fingers curled around his mane, and she led him toward the shed. Rogue followed along like a dog on a leash. I was pretty sure he was already as in love with her as I was. We reached the shed. Rogue walked straight to the pile of hay Willow dropped for him. We watched him chomp away on the dried grass for a few minutes. "He's hungry," she said. "A night in the barn, and he should be good as new." "I'll leave before dark." Willow's face shot my direction. "So soon? But why?" I'd convinced myself she was just as happy to see the backside of me, but her eyes were telling me something different. Like you said, it's for the best. Even her nod was unconvincing. Or maybe I was just hoping to see a sign of disappointment that wasn't really there at all. Well then, she forced a light tone. We should get you fed too. You have a long, cold trip back to Cliffmore. I'm sure your friends have missed you. She turned to me with a smile that was more forced than her frilly tone. I have some pails in the house we can fill with water. Rogue will need a good drink before the ride back. We walked back to the house, and I realized just how silent a snowy landscape could be. Even our footsteps made no sound. It was such a lonely existence, not one that was suited to someone like Willow, who was life and charm and smiles, all wrapped up in a luscious package. I followed her up the steps and glanced back toward the shed. Rogue had his head buried in the pile of hay. I'd let him finish and rest, and then I'd pull myself away from the tundra, the cabin, the girl. Willow dropped her cape on the couch and walked to the kitchen. She was doing it again, avoiding eye contact with me. In a few hours, I'd be walking out of her life. That thought twisted my gut into a fucking knot. I watched her thin shoulders through her tight sweater as she leaned over the sink with her bucket. Steam rose up, fogging the window pane as she filled the pail with water. She didn't look back at me as she lifted the filled bucket out of the sink. She lowered it to the floor. Here's one. She filled the second bucket. Take these and I'll carry out the third. Her face stayed turned toward the sink. I stood behind her for a second, breathing in her honey-sweet scent and watching her long fingers wrap around the faucet. My cock tightened instantly as I thought about those same long fingers wrapped around me. Her naturally seductive aura mingled with the warm steam in the kitchen, sending my pulse into overdrive. She turned and gasped quietly as she discovered me standing directly behind her. All I could think about was trapping her there in my arms and never letting her go. But she slipped past me with a quick smile and carried her bucket through the cabin. I picked up the other 2 pails and followed her back out to the shed. We placed the water down. Rogue finished off the first bucket with one long inhale. Then he lowered his muzzle back into the hay. Oh, I have some carrots. Once again, Willow avoided looking at me as she slipped past me to the back of the shed. She leaned into a burlap sack and fished out several carrots. I was done with our game of tag. I walked up behind her. Before she could sidle past me, I wrapped my hand around her waist, pulling her back against my chest. She was stiff at first, and I worried she might pull away. But she slowly melted against me. She rested her head against my chest. If I leave here, having never touched or tasted you, then I'll spend the rest of my days wishing I'd died on that couch. It's my nymphsora, that's all. Her voice wavered. You'll forget me the second your horse steps from snow to the forest floor. Not true. It's not just the aura. I turned her around to face me. She finally lifted her blue eyes to my face. I reached up and ran my finger through her hair. It's this black and opal silk. It's the confident way you walk right up to a black stallion or a damn polar bear. It's the way you cared for me, the way you sewed 200 perfectly sized stitches into my flesh without a second thought. They do look pretty perfect, don't they? Her lip turned up at the corner. I pressed my thumb along the crease next to her mouth. Oh yeah, and then there are these lips. I took hold of her face and kissed her. She parted her lips, and I brushed my tongue along them before deepening the kiss. She responded with a soft, mewling sound that sent all the blood from my head and directly to my cock. Please, Angel, I need to taste more of you. I want to ride home drunk on your scent." She didn't answer, but her hip rubbed against the raging erection in my buckskins. I pushed her sweater up and was met with the tight rose of a nipple. I lathed my tongue across it and then suckled it. She combed her fingers through my hair and held my face against her. I ran my tongue along the silver tattoo, a string of leaves and roses all formed from an ink that resembled liquid diamonds and tasted somewhat of mint. My hands went to work on the button of her jeans. There was no hesitation or sound of protest, so I continued. I lifted my gaze to her face and looked into her blue eyes as I pushed her pants down to her knees. The pink blush covered her skin, and her eyes were blue pools of desire. I took hold of her waist and spun her so that her back was against me again. I gazed over her shoulder, down at the small mound of dark hair resting over her pussy. A pussy I was sure felt like creamy nymph satin. I reached my arms around her and swept one hand up to her breast. I slid the other down along her flat belly. Willow grasped my forearms with a bit of fear, and it seemed to steady her wobbly legs. A chirping sound, like a tiny, nervous bird, came from her lips as I trailed my fingers over the mound of her pussy and pushed them between the hot, wet folds. I tightened my arm around her and cupped her breast in my hand. "Shh, love, I have you. Relax and let me repay you for your kindness." A sound that was half cry and half stunned breath shot from her mouth as I pushed my finger inside the slick, wet opening. It was as I'd expected, like touching the most lush satin, and that satin closed around my fingers, wanting more. She was inexperienced, but nymphs had a natural instinct for pleasure, just as they had an aura that could drive a man to madness. And hers was doing exactly that. Her breathing came in short, white puffs of steam in the open air of the shed. I couldn't stop myself from rubbing my hardened cock against her as it strained against my buckskins. Holding her and fucking her wildly with my finger was like the best damn sex I'd ever had, and I had plenty to compare it to. But this was different. Her scent, the heated aura that was chipping away at my resolve, putting every imaginable idea in my head, and the instant way she responded to my touch was bringing me close to coming. I wanted nothing more than to strip her naked and take her right there in the shed. But I wasn't going to leave her with that memory of me. I just needed her to know how much I wanted her. She needed to know at least that. Ignoring the throbbing ache in my cock, I pumped my fingers into her and massaged her clit with the heel of my hand. She was so wet with desire, I had to clench my teeth just to keep myself from exploding. "Stryker," she whispered, and then her pussy clenched around my hand. The shuddering trembles of an orgasm pulsed through her body. I held her tightly, knowing full well that if I released her, she would collapse to the floor. I felt her racing heart slow beneath my forearm as I held her against me. Her head lolled back against my chest, resting lightly against the gauze and stitches she had so expertly applied. Her small ear was exposed as her silky strands of hair fell back, away from her face. I leaned my head down and kissed her ear and neck, my mouth lingering on her fragrant, honey-colored skin long enough to memorize her scent, her taste, and the way she felt in my arms.
13. Willow. I silently chastised myself for the 100th time for giving in to my weaknesses, my urges. I wasn't angry at myself for following the carnal instincts my mother had passed on to me. I had ignored those instincts for what seemed like an eternity. But now knowing how hot and satisfying it was to touch Stryker, and how much pleasure his touch could give me made me realize how much I'd been missing in my solitude. It made his leaving that much harder. My insides felt as if I'd been out in the cold all night. I was frozen. My heart was a solid block of ice, never to be thawed again. Worst of all, I couldn't show it. I needed to wear that big lying mask of indifference until Stryker and Rogue disappeared into the trees for good. I had no right getting emotional and physically attached to a man like Stryker. I had no right getting attached to any man at all. My mother warned me it would only bring sorrow and pain, and she'd been right. Stryker was no archangel, the opposite in fact, but it still didn't ease the level of heartbreak I was feeling. Stryker would leave here as he came, wearing nothing but a pair of worn, stained buckskins. I carried his gun belt out to the bedroom and handed it to him. He surveyed the leather stitching that was now holding together two slice ends of the belt. Looks like I wasn't the only one benefiting from your handiwork. Yes, but pushing a needle through leather took a bit more grit and finger power than your flesh. I worked on it during those long hours of your fever. I couldn't do anything else for you, so I had to keep myself occupied or go mad. He strapped the belt over his shoulder and buckled it at the opposite hip. With his color and strength returned and a gun strapped across his bare-tattooed chest, he looked every bit the dangerous rebel the boys of winter were known to be. And the sight of him, nearly filling my tiny cabin with his shoulder span and dripping with masculine power, caused a surge of heat in my pussy. Again. I would never forget the way his fingers felt when he strummed me to that shattering eruption of ecstasy. But it wasn't just the physical feelings he stirred in me. Stryker had touched me emotionally as well. I tried to tell myself that it was just like the happiness I derived on saving an animal from death. I'd saved Stryker, and that gave me a certain sense of accomplishment and contentment, just like when I sent a grizzly bear off with a healing arrow wound, or an eagle back into the sky with a mended wing. I tried to tell myself that was all it was, but I'd been a fool. I was feeling something much more akin to agony than to accomplishment. Stryker would soon ride off, and I would be left behind alone in my cramped little cabin in the middle of an ice-covered deserted mountain. I saved you a few biscuits for the trip, I said airily. I was back in defense mode, avoiding eye contact and hiding behind an indifferent shell. I'll go to the shed and get Rogue, Stryker said quietly. I listened for his large boots to finish clomping down the steps of the porch before allowing my forced confident posture to crumble. I moved slowly, as if I was trudging through puddles of sticky molasses as I gathered the biscuits in a napkin. My gaze brushed past the window, and I caught a glimpse of Stryker walking out of the shed, his horse in tow. It seemed he was moving through the same sticky puddles. Gunner padded out behind them, looking a little low in the ear himself. The fox had quickly come to like Stryker. Or maybe the poor little guy was just bored of having only me as a companion. Stop this, Willow, I said to myself as I watched the three outside, leaving three very different-sized footprints in the newly fallen powder. Stryker was injured, and you helped him recover. It was never meant to be anything else. I would certainly think twice next time I found another incredibly handsome man in the snow, I thought, and then laughed, knowing full well the odds of ever finding, or for that matter, even casually meeting a man like Stryker again, were about as likely as a piece of faraway star falling to the earth and landing directly on my cabin porch. I took a steadying breath and walked outside. A brief snowstorm had already blown through, leaving behind a periwinkle blue sky. There were a good 3 hours of daylight left. Stryker stopped and lifted each of Rogue's feet to check for rocks. I plodded down the steps and reached them, but stopped a few feet short. Things happened when we got too close. Things that once started couldn't be stopped. I considered the possibility that I would have the same physical reaction to any man. I hadn't, after all, known many, aside from Percy, the mountain man who lived on the next hill, with his rancid-smelling fur coat and boots. But something told me a golden-haired rock star with powder blue eyes and a voice that can melt granite could walk up to my cabin door, lost and looking for shelter, and I would still not have the reaction I had to Stryker. It was profound and overwhelming and seemingly unquenchable. Stryker finished checking his horse's hooves and circled around the massive stallion to face me. The unearthly green of his eyes was made more so by the hurricane of emotion in his face. I took some comfort in knowing that it was difficult for him to leave me, although I was certain that once he reached home and his friends, of whom many were no doubt women, he would forget all about the lonely half-breed up on the mountain. Willow. He always said my name in a way that made it sound like some exotic love poem, and I would miss hearing the sound of it. I would miss the sound of his deep, smooth voice. It seemed the tears I'd been wishing away were not giving up the fight. The first one broke free, and before I could let another fall, I stepped into his arms. He took hold of my face and lifted my mouth to his. It wasn't a passionate kiss, so much as a kiss that assured both of us that this had been an extraordinary meeting of two creatures bound to duty by their birth, two people who had no business being friends, but fate had brought us together anyhow. Damn that thing called fate. Why did it never finish with a clean, happy ending? Stryker lifted his mouth from mine and gazed down at me as if he was trying to take a permanent picture with his eyes. I had already etched every inch of him in my mind, a long, heartbreaking photo album, and I was certain the pictures would never fade. Gunnar barked sharply, breaking our gazes apart. I looked in the direction Gunnar was facing. A bobcat limped out of the trees, dripping a trail of blood and holding one paw in the air. I guess I'll let you get back to your patients. I've been greedily taking up all your time. I nodded and handed him the napkin of biscuits. Take care, love. He turned back to his horse, reached up and grabbed a hunk of black mane and hauled himself up on Rogue's back. He looked back only for a second, his pale green eyes stroking me with a second goodbye kiss, before kicking the horse forward. Snow puffed up behind Rogue's massive black hooves as they disappeared over the hill. I raced over to the bobcat. The tufts on its pointed ears were drenched with icicles, and the poor thing shivered from the cold. I knelt down next to it and gently lifted its paw. A sharp thorn was lodged between the pads. I pulled it free and packed the paw with ice to stop the bleeding. Seconds later, the thankful bobcat ran off with only a slight limp. I straightened and glanced back at the hillside, stupidly thinking that something would cause Stryker to return. But he was gone, and a piece of my heart had gone with him. I hiked through the powder and ice back to the cabin. Gunnar ran on ahead of me, but then stopped short of the steps and sat down with a frigid whine. His tail moved back and forth as he stared up at the porch. The shadows of the eaves did not allow a clear view, but I saw a flicker of movement. Someone was there. I hurried my pace and stopped next to Gunnar. Sabra, I said as I caught my breath, my eyes open wide, and I looked back toward the hill before turning to face her. Yes, I saw him, Sabra said curtly as she stepped forward and lowered the white hood from her cascading silver curls. He would have been a hard one to miss. Boys of winter don't just slink in and out of places. They ride in like chaos and trouble. They are hoodlums, Willow. They have no business up here on this mountain. It seems I should have listened to my instinct and asked you what the venom antidote was for before I sent it along. It saved his life. And hoodlums? I asked sharply. Sabra had been a mentor and, at times, the only motherly figure I knew. But she was also an expert at angering me. You mean the boys given away by their greedy parents, only to be forced into servitude, sentenced to a long, hard life, hunting down miserable dwellers of the underworld? Seems to me we should be grateful for them. Always so dramatic and outspoken. Willow, and quick to judge, I might add. Those boys are paid a pretty penny. It's hardly servitude. Most would go mad with boredom if they couldn't ride around in winter chasing wraiths and monsters. It's what they were trained for. But not born for, I added quickly. Just like me, through no fault of their own except unfortunate parentage. Their lot in life was planned without consent. Sabra came to the edge of the landing and stared down at me with her wise blue gaze. The lines around her eyes grew deeper each day, and it wouldn't be long before she left her position as head guardian angel, relinquishing it to the next in line. You've fallen for that scoundrel. No, I said with a wave of my hand. No, it's just that I've gained a clearer understanding of his kind. Sometimes it's wrong to judge someone solely on tall tales and outlandish rumors. Sabra's laugh was a bit like a string of bells going off in succession. I assure you, my child, the tales are not tall, And the rumors are far from outlandish. The boys have a reputation, and they didn't earn that unsavory notoriety by being gentlemen." She stopped and looked around as if she heard something in the distance. The soft pink pleats of her weathered cheeks moved with worry. Her long, narrow fingers emerged from the sleeves of her white cloak. "Come inside with me, Willow. I'm in need of some hot tea. And we need to talk. There is something you need to know, now that your whereabouts have been compromised." I took her hand and we walked inside. Gunnar scurried past and went to his rug. Sabra shook her head in dismay. "The rules strictly forbid you to take the animals in as pets." "Rules don't apply when you're sitting in the middle of nowhere." I headed into the kitchen. "Gunnar doesn't know how to survive in the wild." I turned with the kettle to the stove and lit the fire. "And besides, it's dreadfully lonely out here, Sabra. Would you have me sit in this cabin and talk to the walls?" "That's hardly ladylike, talking to walls." Sabra sat on the couch, on the cushion where just days earlier one of those so-called hoodlums rested his head as he lay nearly bleeding to death on my cabin floor. She seemed to sense that the stains on the floorboards were the leftover shadows of the blood I'd spent hours scrubbing away, and moved her slippered feet back. Sabra was, by all accounts, a beautiful creature with her long waves of silver hair and skin so fair it was nearly translucent. Growing up, I'd always been envious of the glistening white skin and hair of the angels, but eventually I grew to appreciate the bolder coloring that came with being half nymph. But I was still more than a little sore that I hadn't been blessed with wings. Angel wings were invisible to the naked eye, but they allowed an angel to travel far distances in a short span of time, like the wings that brought Sabra so quickly to my door. With Sabra, even given her lofty status in the angel world, she had always had an earthly edge to her that made her much more relatable than most guardian angels. I had never gotten along with the other guardians, and not just because they had no desire to be friendly to a half-breed, but because I was nothing like them, not in appearance or proprieties or personality. I came in and sat on the stone hearth across from the couch. "I was thinking, Sabra, maybe I could join my mother in the nymph's meadow. I have the animals here, but the solitude is hard to endure. Maybe Mother would be happy to see me." Sabra laughed, and saw instantly that it hurt me. "I'm sorry, Willow. That was harsh, but your mother is never happy unless she is bringing some poor unsuspecting man to his knees." I shut up. "You are still always on the side of my father. I don't know who he is, but something tells me he was far from unsuspecting when he began the affair with my mother. She was, after all, always a nymph. It's not like the little fact snuck up on him." The tea kettle whistled, and I headed back into the kitchen, thankful for the diversion. It would allow me to cool my head before I said something entirely regretful. Sabra remained silent, watching me with her ethereal, all-knowing gaze as I filled the teacup and carried it to her. Her long pinky raised as she sipped the hot beverage. "Much better. It is bitterly cold up here." She lowered the cup to the saucer. "Which brings me to something important. You will need to leave here, Willow. I will talk to your father this evening to think where we might hide you next." I listened to her words, but they were sounding less and less coherent as she spoke. "I don't understand. Hide me? Why are you hiding me? I thought I was here to take care of the animals." "Which you are, and you have done yourself proud on that account. You are a very skilled healer, but now that you have had that man in your house, you are no longer safe." I stared at her for a long moment. "I need to know everything, Sabra. I'm no longer a young, naive girl. Why have I been dropped here in the middle of nowhere? I thought it was to save my father's reputation, but something tells me there is a far more sinister reason behind it all." She finished the tea and placed the empty cup on the end table. "You are right, and it's time you knew everything." I settled back down on the hearth. The remaining glow of the fire warmed my back. I looked expectantly at her, and it seemed she was trying to decide where to start. She relaxed back. "When you were a young girl, still living in the meadow with your mother, do you remember meeting Phoenix?" "Phoenix? Leader of the underworld." Of course I remember it. It would be hard not to. His eyes were like black daggers, and there was this sour odor that clung to his gray skin. When he came, I hid in the fields with many of the other nymphs. They shuddered at the sight of him. Not Mother, of course. "No, Of course. Odessa has never had enough sense to fear him. Or maybe it's because she had a great deal of courage, I suggested. Sabra looked down her nose at all nymphs, but she had always held a special dose of revulsion for my mother, for no reason other than she had caused one of her precious archangels to fall off his pedestal. Sabra's silver brows lifted with that remark. Yes, maybe. Anyhow, just as you saw Phoenix and have not forgotten, Phoenix has not forgotten you either. He was quite taken with you, and once he discovered who your real father was, he used that as a blackmail. Blackmail? For what? Archangels own no material wealth. No, he has never asked for money. The story was growing more twisted by the moment. Never had I expected Sabra to bring up Phoenix. He was one of those miserable creatures you hope to never cross paths with. I tilted my head in question. Then what did he want? You. Me? Your father promised Phoenix your hand in marriage once you came of age. In return, Phoenix would never reveal what he knew about your parentage. I swallowed back the sour bile that had risen in my throat, but I was sure it would return. I got up, deciding suddenly that the fire was too hot and that there wasn't nearly enough air in the cabin. I hurried to the window and pushed it open. Frigid air blew in, cooling my face and relieving some of the nausea. I turned and sat against the window ledge. So, who sent me here? I've been of age for 2 years. And then a quick calculation made things more clear. Which is why you sent me here after my 18th birthday. Phoenix was expecting his bride. My father did not just want to hide his shame away in the snow. He wanted to send me to the underworld, to Phoenix no less. The room spun, and I covered my mouth to keep from throwing up. Sit, Willow. Sit down here next to me for heaven's sake before I have to pick you up off this blood-stained floor. I moved around and sat next to her on the couch. Her long fingers wrapped around my hand. Your father regretted his decision immediately. He came to me, and we devised a plan to hide you from Phoenix. Your father worked to banish Phoenix from ever stepping into the mortal world, so he could never come for you. But his brother, Pagon, who is as mean as he is degenerate, could come after you at any time. Until now, it seemed that they had not been able to find you, but I believe the wraith that slipped out of winter was sent to find you, or at least find a way to draw you out from hiding. And his plan worked. He'll just have to question the man you saved and find out exactly where you are. Stryker won't tell him, I'm sure of that. She patted my hand. It felt condescending instead of comforting. I pulled my hand free. My father is a monster. I'm glad I never met him. No, Willow, he is truly angry at himself about this. He'll do everything in his power to keep you safe. Phoenix is cruel. He has methods that can pry information out of the bravest. I hopped up from the couch and covered my ears. No, don't say more. I'm already dangerously close to retching. I stopped at the fireplace and stared into the yellow flames. Just a few hours ago, I was standing secure in Stryker's arms. Now, it seemed my entire world was about to be upended just because he stumbled into my life. I turned back to Sabra. What do I do now? I'm off to see your father so we can decide where to send you. And what about the animals? I'll send a guardian to look after them. They'll be fine. It's you we need to worry about.
14. Stryker. I gave the tape bordering the gauze one sharp yank.
Fuck.
After all I'd gone through, the damn bandage hurt worse than the original gash. I stared down at the stitches, and for the millionth time since I'd left the mountains, my mind returned to Willow. I thought about her, up alone in that harsh environment with no one to hold her or kiss her. Hers were lips that should never be wasted. Sabra and the whole group of imperious guardian angels had no right to send her someplace so remote. It was wrong in every sense, but I couldn't think of a way to change it. I wasn't exactly the type of human Sabra would listen to if I went to her with complaints. In fact, I was pretty fucking sure I wouldn't be welcome in the angels' realm. Ever. I skipped the shirt, deciding it would just rub against the cut, and pulled on a hooded sweatshirt, which I left unzipped. The salty beach air would probably sting, but my wound needed to heal, and fresh air was the best thing for it. I headed down the hallway. I was moving slower than usual, but I knew the lack of energy was more in my head than in my body. My mind was still on Willow, and I was sure it would take more than an eternity to clear her from my thoughts. Rogue had taken me down past the timberline before morphing back to motorcycle form. I was sure I'd hear about my lack of caution and disregard for rules from Phoenix, but I really didn't give a fuck. I leaned into the refrigerator and pulled out the carton of orange juice. I guzzled it down as I headed out the screen door to the beach. The fog was nearly opaque, but that hadn't stopped Flint and Wilder from paddling their boards out for the early morning surf. When you spent half your life in winter, even a cold, dreary day on the beach, away from the oily, rank atmosphere of the underworld, felt like a damn day in the park. Anytime we were out in the mortal world was fucking awesome, and we rarely wasted 1 minute of our time off. I finished the juice and crushed the carton in my fist as I sat down on the chair I had jammed in the sand outside my back door. The town of Cliffmore was a few miles inland, but for us, White Crest Beach was our real home. Once we'd saved up enough money, each of us bought a cottage on the beach. White Crest was surrounded by craggy cliffs from which gnarled trees grew with spindly branches that looked like skeleton arms. Most of the year, the beach was socked in by a clammy mist, making the water look inky black. Silhouettes of the massive rock formations out in the water looked like large sea monsters rising up from the waves with rounded backs. The rather sinister-looking landscape kept tourists away. The only other signs of life were the usual flock of screeching seagulls and the elephant seals that waddled up onto the sand to soak up the rarely seen sun. It was fucking perfect. Flint took off on a wave, and his feet shifted back and forth on the board. It seemed his broken leg had healed. I was sure he'd had to join Wilder and Maximus for yesterday's shift. It was hard enough working the border and interior of winter with just 3 guards, but 2 was downright dangerous. We spent plenty of time watching each other's backs when we were on the hunt. Having a reliable partner was important. I'd learned that the hard way in the past few days. I leaned back, stretched my legs out in front of me, and pushed ditches in the sand with my heels. I'd never been so close to death before, and while we'd been trained to easily accept death, I was glad my time had not been cut short yet. I owed Willow my life. It was our day off, and I planned to rest enough to be back on the hunt by midnight. For some damn reason, I had an overwhelming urge to kill some wraiths. A screen door opened on the next cottage over. I twisted back, thinking I'd see Maximus standing in the open doorway, but Mira, one of the many winter fair who had a special affinity for Maximus, stepped out in her fitted business suit and bright blue high heels. She tiptoed carefully across the yard, as if walking lightly was going to help her traverse deep sand in sharp heels. She was concentrating on her path and hadn't noticed me sitting in my chair. "You probably should have walked out barefoot," I suggested. She peered out from under her auburn bangs and zeroed in on where the voice had come from. Her white smile flashed. "Stryker, you're back. Thank goodness. I heard you were in a terrible knife fight. The big guy," she tilted her head back toward the screen door, "was worried about you. Everyone was. I'm glad you're safe. Now I've got to hightail it back to town for a shareholders meeting. I hate shareholders meetings." She waved as she half-hopped out of the sand and along the path heading to the road. Flint caught sight of me on the shore. His shrill whistle shot across the choppy surface of the water to catch Wilder's attention. Wilder looked toward shore and waved. Then he dropped down over his board and took off on a swell. You made it. Maximus's deep voice thundered from behind. I turned back. Maximus was standing in the open doorway with Dancy, a petite redhead who looked like a sugary confection, but who spent her days leaning under the hood of Formula race cars. She was one hell of a mechanic, and about as wild as she was small. Next to Maximus, she looked like a tiny forest fairy. She hopped up and gave Maximus a kiss, and then waved my direction.
Good to see you back, Stryker. Max was really worried.
She walked over and leaned down to kiss my cheek before heading in the same direction as Mira. Maximus stepped out of the house wearing only his boxer briefs and a hell of a lot of hickeys. His body blocked the view into the house, so I hadn't noticed the third woman until she stepped around him. Unlike Mira, she had kept her impractical shoes in her hand. She was new to the winter fair.
Oh, hey, Stryker, this is Kay. She's studying to be a lawyer. Very smart.
He winked at her.
And talented. Kay, this is Stryker.
Kay obviously had no issues with shyness. She looked me up and down.
Wow, you are something.
Her smooth brows pinched together as her survey of me caught up with the row of stitches.
That looks as if it hurt.
Not the worst pain, but I could have done without it. Her laugh was a little too sharp for me, and, apparently, for the two seagulls that had been sitting on the roof. They took off with a flutter of long wings. Something told me that after spending several days with Willow, I was going to find fault with every other woman I met.
Well, thanks for a lovely evening, Max, honey.
She waved to the guys in the water and walked with enthusiastic steps toward the path. I pushed to my feet, gritting my teeth as the stitches pulled at my skin. Maximus joined me as we walked toward the water. Seriously, Max? 3 women?
What the hell did you want me to do? You weren't there and the ratio of women to men was high. Just doing my part to keep the winter fair happy.
I reached up and patted his shoulder. Always making the sacrifice, buddy. It's commendable.
Damn right.
I picked up a branch of driftwood and ran my fingers along the weather-worn wood as we headed toward the formation of rocks near the water's edge. Cold water raced up over our feet as we leaned against the rocks to watch Flint and Wilder catch waves. "How come you aren't out in that water?" I asked.
"Shit, 3 women can really drain you of energy. I'm lucky to be standing here next to you, let alone out on the surf."
I looked pointedly over at a particularly gnarly hickey on his pec muscle. It looked as if his skull tattoo was wearing lipstick. "Looks like one of them tried to suck the blood out of you." Maximus glanced down at the red spot and absently swiped at it, as if that could erase it.
"Yeah, that would be Kay. Not too sure about her yet. She might be just a little too enthusiastic for my taste."
He crossed his big arms over his chest.
"So, what the hell happened out there? One minute you're riding after some punk-ass wraith, and the next we're hearing rumors of wraith venom and antidote."
I shook my head. Word sure travels fast from realm to realm. Flint reached the frothy tidewater first. He unzipped the top half of his wetsuit and yanked it down, then shoved his longboard under his arm. His dark copper hair looked nearly black, combed back with seawater. Nessa used to tease Flint that he looked like a colorblind artist's palette with his copper hair and gunmetal gray eyes. His unusual coloring had never hurt his chances with women. The opposite, in fact. Flint was still walking with a noticeable limp as he headed across the wet shore. He jammed the end of his board into the sand. "Looks like you're still favoring the good leg," I noted. "Yeah, a night of riding Harley along the winter border didn't help. I needed a few more days, but I couldn't leave Bozo here and his pretty boy partner all alone chasing the bad guys." "Yeah, sorry about that, Flint. Thanks for covering. I'll be on duty tonight." Maximus's face shot toward me.
No fucking thank you. I can't be babysitting you while I'm hunting. You need to stay off until that wound is healed. Flint's bone break looks like a fucking sprain compared to that kitten scratch you're wearing. I'm surprised there's any blood left for your heart to pump.
Wilder walked up with his board and dropped it in the sand. Stryker, you made it back in one piece. He looked at the wound. Sort of. Shit, that is ugly. But then I told you not to go after the thing alone, didn't I? Wilder's white teeth flashed, obviously feeling full of himself for being right. He had those dark-haired, blue-eyed, boy-next-door good looks that didn't fit the job, and that we loved to tease him about. Nothing much riled him, but if you brought up his pretty boy looks once too often, you were liable to earn a fist in the teeth. Flint reached for the edge of my sweatshirt to get a closer look, but I swatted his hand away with the piece of driftwood I was holding. He climbed up on the rocks next to where I was leaning to take the weight off his leg.
You know we were there, right? At the cabin?
I heard you. I was sort of comatose at the time, so my apologies for not running out to greet you. How'd you find me? Wilder peeled down the top half of his wetsuit and combed his hair back with his fingers. Wasn't easy, but Gemma heard it from her sister. Apparently there was quite a flurry of rumors flying about the Angel's realm that a venomous wraith was on the loose somewhere in the mountains. Gemma, the elderly owner of the Seven Sins, was a former guardian angel who had fallen out of Sabra's good graces years earlier when she began a passionate affair with the man she was sent to protect. Angels were, of course, never allowed to reveal themselves to their charge, and that went for fucking them, too. Gemma's angel mark was burned off, and she was saddled with mortality and banished from the angel's realm for good. She'd made the best of it by starting up a successful bar to keep the boys of winter happy on their downtime.
But you got the sucker, right?
Maximus asked. Yep, but not before he got me with a poison-tipped sickle. I thought it was just a vaporous little blip. I had no idea just how evil the thing was. I guess size doesn't matter. Maximus laughed.
Yeah, that's not what I hear.
Wilder glanced down at Maximus's underwear. Hey, don't be talking about your cock when you're standing out here with your balls nearly hanging free in the breeze. Wilder looked at me. Why the hell did the thing go up the mountain? Usually they head toward populated cities. I've been trying to puzzle that out myself. I had a lot of thinking time when I was flat on my back. There was something off about all of it. I was on watch as we left winter, and I didn't see it. It's almost as if someone let it out on purpose, and I have no idea why the hell it led a chase up the mountainside. Nothing makes sense.
Guess if Saber hadn't sent that healer up there for the animals, you'd have been a goner.
Maximus reminded me, as if I needed reminding. You guys would be short one packmate, that's for damn sure. Flint nudged me with his foot.
So, are you going to talk about her?
I squinted up at him from the side of my eye. Who?
Oh, come on.
Maximus turned to face me.
We were there, remember? We saw her. Gemma said she's part angel and part nymph. And while I've never been lucky enough to run into one personally, I've always imagined all kinds of fun stuff that might go along with a half-nymph.
Flint nudged me with his foot again, and it was starting to irritate me.
Yeah, there must have been some pretty wild fucking going on in that cozy little cabin.
His comment and a third foot nudge took my temper off the deep end. I swung the driftwood hard at his bad leg.
Fuck!
Flint grabbed hold of his shin and rubbed it.
What the hell, Stryker? Damn you!
Wilder shot me his admonishing father look. Not cool. What the hell was that for? I stepped out and held open my sweatshirt. The wet, salty air stung the edges of the cut. Do I look like I was having a good time fucking in that cabin? And Willow...
Willow?
Maximus asked.
Nice name.
He sent what he thought was a secret conspiratorial wink at Wilder, but a man as big as Maximus didn't ever get away with any kind of secret. Don't, I said. Just don't. Maximus held out his hands.
What? It just seems like maybe you have a little thing for the woman. Which, of course, means we're going to rib you about it until you're so pissed you're spitting blood from biting your tongue so hard.
Wilder was always better at reading me than the other two. He shook his head at Maximus. Let's leave him be. He nearly died. He turned to me. And don't for a minute think that these two clowns weren't practically shitting themselves with worry about you. Me too. I'm just glad Willow knew what to do. Otherwise, I'd be stuck with just these two idiots. Color was returning to Flint's face. He was still rubbing his leg. Sorry I hit your bad leg. Yeah, well, I forgot how damn sensitive you are. His gray eyes blended with the gray sky behind him. I'm glad you made it back. Me too. And I'm riding out with you guys tonight. No shifting, obviously. I'll stay on horseback. Besides, it's payday. I pointed at Wilder before he could respond. So save your breath about it. Now I'm going in to sleep away the day. Wake me when it's time to leave. Wilder grabbed his board and hurried to catch up to me. A determined sun was trying to break free through the heavy cloud cover, and it seemed it would be a warm day on the beach. So, half angel and half nymph, eh? I've heard about them, but never actually met one. Was she as cool as she sounds? We walked a good 10 yards before I worked up an answer, not because I didn't have a response, but because it was hard to talk about Willow without feeling a tightness in my chest, as if I'd lost something that I could never replace. I stopped at the stone path leading up to my back door and looked at Wilder. I'm still trying to catch my fucking breath.
15. Willow. I sat down with my book and read a half a page before hopping right back up. Gunnar pushed a paw over his eyes. Apparently, my fox was growing weary of watching me pace the cabin floor. Just days earlier, I would have been settled in my chair with a cup of hot tea, my book, and a roaring fire, pleasantly exhausted from a day of watching over the animals. It seemed those quiet days of solitude were long over, replaced now by the niggling sense that I was missing out on life and love and passion. But along with that irritating reality was the ever-present fear that I could, at any time, be swept away to the underworld to spend the rest of my days as the captive wife of a being so disgusting that his presence caused plants and trees to spontaneously wilt. I had no real feelings for the father I never knew, but after Sabra left to see him, I couldn't help but wonder how much my mother knew about the original plan to hand her daughter over to Phoenix. I'd made myself nearly sick thinking of how often both my parents had wronged me. I had been their mistake, the source of my mother's constant heartache and the source of my father's constant embarrassment. But I hadn't had a hand in any of it. I was an unwitting participant in something that was out of my control. The more I thought about it, the sicker and angrier I became. So I decided to push all of it out of my head for now. In the meantime, all I could do was wait and see what Sabra planned to do with me. And while I waited, I had to find a way to stop thinking about Stryker. Thinking about him was too hard. Not thinking about him was too hard. I was a mess. I started yet another round of pacing. I had memorized the pattern of squeaks and creaks in sort of a musical tune as my feet padded across the wooden planks. I had also memorized the shape of the black bloodstains on the floor. Most of them were around the couch, and they always brought me right back to the night when Pilgrim dragged the bloodied stranger into the cabin. I decided to move the rug away from the hearth and closer to the couch to cover the stains. I knew it was a pathetic attempt to help me forget Stryker, but at least the damn stains wouldn't bring me back to that night over and over again. Gunnar lifted his head with a start as I dragged the rug and him closer to the couch. Sorry, my friend. Besides, you have thick white fur that was made for the cold. You don't need to be so close to the fire. As I finished my impromptu redecorating moment, Gunnar decided he needed to go outside. He stood at the door and barked. I opened the door and walked out onto the porch to keep an eye on him. I really had done him a disservice by making him into a domestic pet instead of thrusting him back into the wild where he belonged. But the little fox had provided me with some degree of companionship. I couldn't imagine how lonely I would have been without him. Gunner marked his favorite tree and came hopping back, arcing through the puffs of snow, leaving a chaotic trail in his wake. The moon was half full. On a night like tonight, when there were no clouds and only a crisp blanket of stars, the white landscape was lit up as if a string of giant lights had been hung over it. I scanned the surrounding wilderness for signs of movement or things that looked out of place. My gaze drifted back and then shot back to an opening in the trees. It took me only seconds to recognize Pilgrim's plodding gait. The bear's thick, loose skin jiggled as he lumbered quickly toward the cabin. Never a big fan of Pilgrim, Gunner quickly moved to stand next to me. Something wasn't right. I was only wearing moccasins, but I trudged through the snow to meet the polar bear. His heavy breaths filled the air with mist as he stood in front of me, waiting for me to climb on his back. "Do you have something to show me?" He lifted a heavy paw and pounded the snow. Paw lifts and grunts were our crude form of communication. "I'll get my cape." I raced inside and glanced around, wondering if I should grab a quick bag of first aid items. I could only assume that Pilgrim had come to find me because some animal was in trouble. I grabbed my canvas bag and shoved in some gauze and antiseptic and sutures. I added in a flashlight and a pair of binoculars. There was enough moonlight on the snow if I needed to see something in the distance. Pilgrim reminded me of myself as he impatiently paced the snow in front of the cabin. I motioned Gunner inside and climbed onto Pilgrim's back. The bear took off at a lope before I could sit on my seat. I grabbed a chunk of flesh on his neck to steady myself. I settled the satchel of supplies in front of me. When Pilgrim coasted along the snowy terrain, I fished out the binoculars. We stopped at the edge of a hill that looked out over the valley. The trees looked like chess pieces strategically placed on an all-white board. I saw nothing of interest, but it seemed Pilgrim was not going to take another step. "Where's the animal?" I asked as I slid off the bear's back. His big round head lifted and turned to the east. I stared down into the valley below, but saw nothing except trees and the occasional snowy owl floating over the canopy. Then a flicker of a movement caught my eye. I lifted the binoculars and swept them around the floor of the valley. My instant rush of excitement that the figure on the horse might be Stryker was immediately dampened. The horse was gray, and the man on top was most assuredly not Stryker. The moonlight glanced off his bald head. As he turned his face, it revealed a nose the size of a lemon and a wide, boxy chin. A long robe of crudely patched together animal hides covered most of the horse's flanks, and it seemed the rider was wearing a large, cumbersome necklace of some sort. He seemed to be wandering without direction in the trees, as if looking for something. I squinted into the binoculars and adjusted the lenses for a better look. The necklace was claws, thick, long claws all strung along a strap. The rider turned his horse away from the trees, and I caught a glimpse of the red tattoos on the side of his head and neck. I stumbled back. I had never seen the man in person, but I'd heard vivid descriptions of Phoenix's monstrous brother, Pagon. Blood-red tattoos and a trophy necklace of animal and wraith claws. Along with his shocking appearance, Pagon was said to be a man who had no boundaries when it came to evil, mostly because he lacked any form of conscience. My heart raced as I stumbled back to Pilgrim and pulled myself onto his back. "Take me home fast, Pilgrim. I need to gather a few things. I need to leave this place tonight." Pilgrim turned around and took off toward the cabin. My mind swirled around like a hurricane as I tried to figure out where to go. Sauber's plan would come too late. It seemed that Pagon wasn't quite sure where to look in the vast snowy landscape. It was possible he would wander all night and only get more lost, but I couldn't take a chance. Pilgrim trotted down the hill to the long flat stretch of snow in front of the cabin. The bear's first set of prints were still carved in the powder, along with Gunner's plowing zigzag trail and my moccasin prints. There would be no snowfall tonight to cover the tracks. Not that it mattered. I reminded myself as I breathed in a scent that was so familiar to me. I hadn't noticed it until right then, as I took stock of all the footprints and clues that might lead Pagon to me. The thin gray trail of smoke curled up from the chimney and faded into the night sky. leaving behind the semi-sweet scent of burning pine, a pungent smell that would bring Pagon right to my door. I slipped off Pilgrim's back and dashed for the cabin, but stopped after a few hurried steps when I realized the bear behind me wasn't moving. He knew I was leaving. I spun around and ran back to him. I threw my arms around his thick plush neck and hugged him. Stay safe, my friend. I might be back someday, but for now, this is goodbye. I stepped back. Pilgrim stared at me with shiny black eyes before swinging his massive hips around and running back into the trees. I raced to the cabin. Gunner sat up with a jolt when I flew inside. I headed straight to the hearth and picked up the bucket of dry loom I kept nearby to douse the fire when needed. I hadn't needed my crude fire extinguisher in a long time. I tossed the dirt over the flames and they sizzled and popped before dying out for good. With the usual firelight doused, the cabin felt dreary and cold. I ran into my room and pulled on my jeans and a sweater. I gathered some things into my canvas bag and pulled on my warmest cape, cloak, scarf, and boots. All the while, Gunner sat in the center of my bed, watching me dash around like a mad woman. His thick tail wagged, not from excitement, but from worry. I pet him briefly. Hope you're ready for a long walk, Gunny. And as I said the words, a sob shot from my mouth. I sat down to regain my composure, and Gunner climbed onto my lap. Where was I to go? I had no money, no method of transportation other than my feet, no friends. I was utterly alone on a mountainside, and the worst kind of predator was trying to hunt me down. Only I wasn't destined to become a hunter's trophy with my head neatly displayed on a wall. I was destined to be a trophy for Phoenix, the leader of the underworld. If only I was being hunted for my head. I shook off the moment of self-pity. I had, after all, survived alone out on the tundra with just my wits and determination. I would find a way out of this. I stopped in the kitchen and packed a few biscuits and jerky for the journey. The journey that for the time being had no end point. I looked around at my little cabin, with its log walls and worn furniture. Lonely as it was, it had been a home. Gunner looked up at me expectantly. You ready, buddy? His thick tail whipped back and forth. Well then, let's go.
16. Stryker. I hated banshees. They weren't even natural to winter. They were just like one of those invasive animal species accidentally or maliciously introduced to an ecosystem just to muck the place up. They were squirty white beings that had no purpose except to annoy. And they screamed. They fucking screamed until you wanted to figure out a way to rip your own ears off just to never hear the sound again. Fortunately, Flint had more skills than just annoying me when I was already in a bad mood. He was, as Nessa had liked to boast, as smart as a whip and as cool as a shade-covered pond. I was the strategic problem solver when it came to things like cornering a pack of rabid hobgoblins in a place that had no actual corners, but Flint was good at inventing things, like banshee-proof earplugs. He'd experimented with rubber compounds for months until he finally created a substance that could be shaped and reshaped to fit any ear, even a horse's ear. At the same time, the substance was so close to a molecular solid it blocked out even the shrill screams of a crazy-ass banshee. And the long-haired creature Rogue and I had been chasing around Winter's border for the last 10 minutes was definitely crazy-ass. It grew more frenzied as it slowly figured out that its only real defense, a deafening scream, wasn't working its usual magic on the hunter chasing it down. After a long work shift, I was feeling the effects of my injury. I probably could have used a few days off, but I was sure I'd go mad sitting around with nothing to do except think about Willow. I wondered just how long it would take me to stop thinking about her. I figured the lingering weakness and pain from my injury would be long gone before I could even spend a slice of the day not thinking about her. An ivory-colored wisp of tattered clothing curled around a hole that spewed up boiling sulfur. Boiling sulfur was a signal that the area was dotted with sludge holes, the same deep, sticky pits that snapped Flint's leg in two. I couldn't take a chance with Rogue. I could survive a broken leg. It would be a different story for Rogue. And after the horse had sensed that I needed him and risked being seen by transforming from machine to animal in the mortal world, I knew I had a loyal friend. A friend I never wanted to let down by making a careless mistake. I climbed off Rogue's back, and he looked back at me with wide, curious nostrils. I patted his neck and motioned for him to stand still. My side ached as if someone had run a burning hot torch across it, but the workday was nearly done. I just needed to take care of one more creepy pest. The banshee's black hole eyes turned to giant ovals as it saw me lumbering after it on foot. It let out another scream, but I continued after it unabated, thanks to the incredible fucking earplugs. I lunged for the tattered ends of its cloak, and the fabric shredded like tissue in my grasp. I reached again for a larger clump of the cloak. The muffled sound of an ear-splitting scream followed. Its long, thin arms waved through the air, trying to grab at the heavy swirls of mist and finding no support. I flung it around and straight into the bubbling sulfur. A foul-smelling steam shot up from the center of the yellow geyser as the banshee turned from plasma to gas. I watched the filmy white particles of banshee matter evaporate into the gray mist, gluing up the atmosphere. The earplugs had kept me from hearing Flint ride up on Harley, his massive buckskin stallion. Through the haze, I saw Flint's mouth moving, but I shook my head and pointed to my ears. I yanked out the plugs. He cupped his hand to his mouth as if he needed a megaphone effect, but without the plugs I could hear him fine.
I said it's quitting time, and what the hell is with all the damn banshees lately?
Don't know. They are multiplying like rats in a sewer. I walked over to Rogue and pulled his earplugs out and stuck them in my saddlebag. I held mine in my palm and waved a hand over them. You might be an asshole, but you are fucking brilliant, my friend. Which, I guess, makes you my fucking brilliant asshole friend, with hair the color of the rusty underside of a fishing boat. I climbed on Rogue's back, and we headed to the ferry to go across and collect our pay.
Glad those plugs work, especially with the banshee population explosion. Speaking of fishing boats, Steamer told me that he thinks the first banshees got introduced to winter by some pissed-off fisherman 100 years ago. I guess the guy was a total fuckface. Used to beat his wife and tossed one of his sons into a stormy ocean to drown just because he didn't like the way he mended the nets. Then the asshole was shocked he was heading to this lovely place, instead of to the fields and meadows where the good people went. He snuck 2 banshees in under the yellow Macintosh he'd gone overboard in, and he let the screaming little suckers go. Yeah? That Steamer is a wealth of useless stories and bullshit. Steamer was an old-as-the-hills guy who had started out like us, one of the winter boys, but during his first year a sickle-clawed wraith cut his leg clean off. It turned out he was quite the accountant, so Phoenix kept him on to handle payroll. He had been sitting behind the payroll desk for well over 70 years, and he had plenty of tales to tell, some true, some tweaked for entertainment's sake, and some just downright bullcrap. But he was a likable guy, and he knew how to keep the books straight and keep Phoenix honest, at least when it came to the payroll. Flint and I left the horses at the watering trough treks the ferryman had kindly arranged on the south side of the river for the animals. Wilder was back in human form, but Maximus's wheat-colored fur stood out as the only flash of color in an otherwise gray landscape. I could hear Trex's gravelly voice grinding on some angry words, unusual for Trex, unless he had an especially whiny passenger, or unless he was talking to Maximus. Trex hadn't always had his cloak in a twist about our oversized packmate, but for the last several months, something about Maximus just seemed to irritate him. You already smell bad enough in human form.
Trex's words hissed out on a rough whisper.
I don't need a stinking wolf on my boat, especially one that's so big it nearly capsizes my vessel.
Maximus's low, angry growl caused the handful of petrified, worried souls waiting to go across to shiver. They pushed together for protection. I had no doubt it was shocking enough to discover that you were facing a bleak eternity, but it had to be extra rough on the poor souls to discover that the underworld was actually teeming with the monsters and ghouls they'd only seen in movies and read about in storybooks. Maximus's large head swung away, and he loped off toward the dark haze at the edge of winter. Wilder, Flint, and I climbed on board the ferry and sat on the wooden crates lining the bow. Wilder looked over at me. How'd you do out there tonight? Managed to get through the shift without reopening the wound? Yep. Just some pain, but nothing a bottle of whiskey can't erase. The boat shifted side to side, letting us know that Maximus had climbed on board. He glowered at the ferryman as he hunched over his rudder, waiting to pull away from the dock. Trex didn't flinch, although, with his face completely hidden by the black veil, it would have been hard to see if he had. Maximus's purposefully heavy footsteps pounded the rotting wood of the deck and sent the passengers into a scrunched-up ball of quivering souls. He reached across the bow and pulled up a crate. It creaked under his weight. Maximus stretched his long legs out, making sure to pound each foot against the deck. He crossed his arms and leaned against the railing running along the bow.
Getting pretty tired of that creepy little ferryman. Don't know what the hell his problem is.
Wilder leaned his elbow up on the bow as he used his free hand to comb back his hair. Maybe it's all those times as a teen that you tried to get him to drop that hood and veil.
Haven't done anything like that since I was fucking 15.
Maximus's dark eyes shot daggers across the ferry, but Trex ignored him and motored us across the river. You could always swim across with the others, I noted as I tilted my head toward the souls slipping past the prow of the boat in the murky water.
Whatever. I just want to collect my pay and get the fuck out of this place.
Trex steered the ferry up to the dock on the opposite side. Steamer's booming laugh rumbled loud enough to frighten the souls on the ferry. They looked reluctant to get off. Flint winked at them.
And that fat, wrinkly man with the thunderous laugh is the nice guy on this side of the soup.
They all clung to each other like possum babies on a mama possum. We climbed out of the boat and headed toward Steamer's tent. He was sitting behind his weathered table talking to Catch, a clever spy goblin who had been given the job of soul driver, or as we like to call him, Mr. Hospitality. He was the meet and greeter for the souls getting off the ferry, an underworld tour guide of sorts. As if the frightened, directionless, newly dead needed more shit handed to them, Catch's ugly, banana-nosed goblin face was their first personal contact with their bleak new future. Catch always used one long arm and hand to help him move quickly across the ground, so he rarely walked upright. His beady, deep-set eyes flicked our direction.
Boys,
he said quickly as he slipped past us. Since we spent a good deal of the hunt killing goblins, Catch had never learned to trust us. Probably a good decision on his part. Steamer grew fatter each day. Soon he wouldn't be able to fit behind his desk. His thick-fingered hands pushed forward 4 stacks of cash.
Here you go, boys. Don't spend it in one place.
His loud laugh made the canvas sides of his tent billow out.
I suppose most of it will go to one place. How is Gemma and that run-down shithole of a bar?
Hey, watch it, old man, Flint said. That's our home away from home you're talking about. And maybe you should stop spending all your cash on those meat pies and brownies you're always sucking down. Otherwise, they're going to have to pick up those tent stakes and move them out another foot or two just to fit you inside.
Steamer didn't look amused by Flint's comment. He was about to lay into him when the flaps on the tent flew open. Steamer sat back and crossed his arms over his round belly.
"I've already paid you, pagan."
The tattoos on Pagan's neck looked extra red, as if he'd just ridden in from the mortal world or had a fight with his brother. His nostrils were wide as Rogue's when the horse was about to rear up with rage.
"Phoenix needs to see you."
He barked loud enough that it rattled the chain of claws hanging around his neck.
What about?
Wilder asked.
"Not you."
Pagan's beady eyes landed on me.
"Just Stryker, and be quick about it."
He turned around and flung the flaps on the tent open so hard it nearly ripped the canvas. All eyes were on me. It was rare for Phoenix to call us in unless we'd made some kind of mistake or allowed a wraith to get into a city. I hadn't seen him since I got hurt and figured it had something to do with my midnight chase up the mountainside.
"What do you think he wants?"
Maximus asked. Not a fucking clue. Don't wait for me. I'll see you at the 7.
Oh, great. I've heard that line before,
Wilder said. I waved him off. Just leave a fucking bottle for me. I grabbed my stack of money and headed out of the tent.
Seems like I've heard that, too,
Wilder called to me.
17. Willow. It was one thing to live in the snow when you had a warm cabin and bed waiting for you at the end of a long day. It was a whole other thing when you were walking for hours in the snow and ice, with your boots and clothes soaked through, and there was no roaring fire or cup of hot tea at the end of it. Gunner seemed just as put out by the lack of warm luxuries as me. We stopped and took shelter from the mild but icy breeze behind an outcropping of rocks. I pulled out a piece of jerky and handed it to the fox, and took out a piece for myself. We'd taken the least traveled path down from the mountain, which meant a lot of turns and detours around rocks and trees. The river that was usually frozen solid had thawed during the sunny day. Gunner and I had no choice except to wade across it, soaking our boots and paws in the glacial ankle-deep stream. I had not seen or heard Pagon since I viewed him through the binoculars. I was certain he'd given up his hunt long before he discovered my out-of-the-way cabin. I was heading down the mountain mostly because it took far less energy than up. And now that I was halfway down to the valley below, I could see the lights of the distant cities, lights that ended at the coastline at the town of Cliffmore. More than once, I considered heading back up the mountain, back to the shelter of my cabin. But I wouldn't even be able to light a fire. Not to mention, I'd spend every minute waiting for Pagon to show up at my door and drag me off to Phoenix's realm. Thanks, Father. You might have been someone's guardian angel at one time, but you sure as hell weren't ever mine.
18. Stryker. My senses told me something was up before I even passed between the run-down, grime-covered walls that cornered off Phoenix from the riffraff he ruled over. Several unhappy ghouls, graveyard dwellers who spent their nights trying to steal the flesh off freshly rotting corpses, were trapped in iron gibbets hanging out over the cobbled road between the walls. One of them reached out with his long, cold fingers, trying to grab my hair as I walked under it. I smacked the gibbet hard, and it swung back and forth like a birdcage on a rubber branch. The ghouls snarled angrily at me as I turned the corner. The inside of Phoenix's lair was much more hospitable than the path leading up to it. He never suffered when it came to making himself comfortable. 2 of his nymphs met me the second I stepped inside. They giggled and caressed my shoulders and arms and nosily poked at the stitches. These creatures, while pretty and delicate, were nothing like Willow. It was almost hard to believe she had any connection to them at all. The nymph with curly red hair ran her long tongue over the cut. I lifted my forearm to keep her from doing it a second time. She pouted red lips at me and stomped down the corridor. Reluctantly, I unbuckled my gun belt and dropped it on the hook in the hall. Weapons were not allowed in Phoenix's lair because our fearless leader was anything but fearless. In fact, for an immortal, he was a big fucking coward. Phoenix was sitting in his main chamber on the ridiculous red and black throne he'd constructed for himself. Tall pillar candles that were scented with perfume in a worthless attempt to mask his permanent stench cast wavering shadows on the dark blue walls. He really was a pompous asshole, and an ugly one at that. His bulbous lips closed around a grape that a nymph was hand-feeding him. "Stryker," he said without swallowing his mouth of food. He waved his ring-covered fingers at me. I stepped closer. He shooed the nymphs away as he squinted at the cut on my chest. He stared at it long, as if inspecting it. "Did you call me here to count my stitches, or was there something else? Because I'm off the clock and ready to get out of this hell pit." His eyes shrank to angry slits as he rested his hands on the gold-carved gargoyles that adorned the arms of his throne. "Always the smartass, Stryker. Nessa should have taken the strap to you boys. You all grew up too fucking sure of yourselves." I gritted my teeth together. It seemed he was prodding me, knowing full well talking badly about Nessa would anger me. He noticed it was working. "Nessa, that old witch. Too bad she's half human. Otherwise, she could have beat that old mortality sentence. Guess it was that human half that coddled you boys too much. She would have done better by you if she'd beat you every night, instead of filling your bellies with home-baked pie and charming stories." He reached up a long, dirt-filled fingernail and used the filthy tip of it to clean something out from between his crooked gray teeth. "She's dying, you know. Cancer, or one of those trite diseases you mortals can't seem to avoid." My teeth stacked together harder, and as much as I tried not to flinch at his words, they struck me like a fist in the gut. "Oh, you didn't know." He pretended to look contrite, a look that just didn't work on his hideous face. "What do you want, Phoenix?" I saw a large shadow cast on the wall behind his throne, and heard the familiar clacking of the claws on Pagan's necklace. My defenses went into overdrive. I curled my hands into fists, waiting for whatever Phoenix had in store. It was obvious I wasn't there for a chat. Phoenix sat forward. "You allowed a sickle-clawed wraith to enter the mortal world. How the hell did that happen?" His sickening, fake tone was gone, replaced by the chilled, hardened tone I was more familiar with. I preferred it. "I don't know. We'd passed through, and suddenly the thing was floating behind us. It never got into town, though. I killed it up on the mountain." "Right." He pointed his finger at the cut. "But not before it took a chunk of your flesh and left you with its poison." I held out my arms. "As you can see, I made it down the mountain just fine. I was back on duty tonight." "Yes, you were. But that's not why I brought you here. Obviously, you didn't stitch yourself up." "How do you know? I'm pretty good with a needle." His fist pounded the head of the carved gargoyle. The impact sent the two nymphs kneeling at his feet off in different directions. "I know a half-breed took care of you. She's part angel, part nymph. Willow." Hearing her name come from his drooling mouth made me want to hurl a fist into his rotting teeth, just to stop him from saying it again. "Aha. From the way you're holding yourself and balling your hands, I'd say I was right. Well, all you have to do is tell me exactly where she is up on that mountain, and you can be on your way." "No idea what you're talking about." Phoenix stared at me long and hard, and then, with a barely perceptible motion of his hand, he signaled his brother to drop the chains. Shackles wrapped instantly around my wrists like steel snakes. Another flicker of movement, and my arms were yanked above my head and my feet were lifted off the floor. I didn't struggle. Instead, I stared down at Phoenix, hard and determined, just to let him know he could do whatever the fuck he wanted to me and I still wouldn't talk. Pagan walked around in front of me, holding the metal rod that had sharp metal teeth on the end of it. Pagan had lovingly named it Pet. His hand rubbed along the end that had been worn rough with a sander, giving him a better grip on the thing when he used it to beat people. I stared down into Pagan's ugly face. "Do you hold your cock that sweetly, asshole?" I knew my question would trigger him, but I was ready for him. As predicted, Pagan's eyes yellowed with rage and he lunged at me. As he pulled his arm back to swing the metal rod at me, I kicked both my legs out hard, hitting him square in the chest. As he stumbled back, my foot curled around the leather strap of his prized necklace. The claws clattered to the ground and scattered. Pagan's bald head looked shiny in the candlelight as he stared down in disbelief at the mosaic of claws. My shoulders were feeling the weight of my body. Oops. The mocking comment was all he needed. Spittle flew from his ugly gray lips as he roared. He circled around with his metal rod and slammed it against my back. The sharp metal teeth ground into my skin, leaving a stinging stripe of small holes from my shoulder to my side. Hot blood trickled down my skin and dripped on the floor beneath me. My hands were starting to grow numb from the shackles and from being stretched far above my heart. "I could save us both some time here, Phoenix," I stuttered between catching my breath from the pain. "I don't know any half-breed named Willow, so just have shit for brains here, kill me, or let me go." I saw the tiniest flash of movement from Phoenix and braced myself for another slam. I fisted my hands above the shackles. They cut into the skin of my wrists and I brought my legs up and kicked out at Pagan. He swung out of the way and came back around with another skin-ripping blow to my back. This time it took me a few minutes to clear the spots from my eyes as the pain jolted through my entire body. I hadn't recovered completely from my run-in with the poisonous wraith, and I was feeling each blow tenfold because of my weakened state. Phoenix was going to big lengths for information. He usually only saved torture for people who tried to undermine his power. Why the hell was he so determined to find Willow? I was losing feeling in my arms. Each hard-earned breath assured me Pagan had broken a few ribs. The nymphs had gathered around to watch me get pummeled. My focus cleared, and I looked at Phoenix. His mouth was pulled tight in anger. "What the hell do you want with this half-breed, when you're already surrounded with more nymphs than you can possibly satisfy with that shriveled old dick of yours?" Phoenix motioned to the red-haired nymph who had licked my wound on the way in. She was new to his lair, and there was definitely something off about her. Her eyes were dead pools of blue, as if she was something far more sinister than a mere meadow nymph. The nymph's laughter sent a chill up my aching spine as her thin, white fingers set to work untying my buckskins. I pulled my curious gaze from the mass of red curls on her head. Pagan was wearing an even uglier than usual grin on his fleshy lips, and Phoenix watched with interest, tapping his long nails on the head of the gargoyle. "If a blowjob is your new form of punishment, then I won't complain," I joked, but I knew there was something far less desirable than a blowjob waiting for me. The nymph reached in with cold fingers and wrapped her hands around my cock. She pulled it free and looked up at me with a disappointed pout. "Sorry, darling, you're just not my type." She stared up at me with her dead eyes and gripped my cock tighter in her fingers. She didn't draw her cold gaze away from me as her tongue flicked against my soft cock. "You'll have to excuse me if I'm not in the mood, and your snake tongue isn't going to help." I clenched my jaw as her mouth opened, and she stuffed my cock into it. She gripped me tight enough to cut off blood flow, Her blue eyes still blinked up at me, even with her mouth filled with my cock. Phoenix rose from his throne and walked closer. He stared down at the red-headed nymph with her plump lips wrapped around me.
I don't believe you've ever met Jola. She's part nymph and part something else. Just not sure what.
He nodded to the nymph, who lifted her lips and bared a gnarly set of sharp teeth. I could hear my own teeth grinding together as if I had rocks between them. I held my breath, but reminded myself to stay cool. It was the only way I'd make it out of this with my cock still attached to my body, and I really liked it there. Phoenix patted my bloodied back and then looked disgusted at his palm. He whistled for a nymph to clean it. As he waited, I knew he was watching me, but I hadn't taken my eyes off the toothy mouth wrapped around my cock.
Did I mention Jola bites?
Phoenix's snide remark and the thought of those pointy teeth ripping into me made every muscle in my body tighten. I needed to regain control and think my way out of a really ugly and impossible situation. The nymph with the dead eyes looked as if she would take great pleasure ending her tease with a vicious bite.
Sorry I had to resort to this, guard, Phoenix said. But I knew you'd withstand any punishment Pagan handed out. Still, every man has an Achilles heel, he sneered, even if it's not at the end of his foot.
Why do you want this woman so badly?
She was promised to me by her father.
It was hard to comprehend anything being said with the nymph's teeth grazing my flesh, but as I straightened out his comment, I blurted out the next words without thinking. Why the hell would an archangel hand you his daughter?
Archangel.
Phoenix circled around and played with the red curls on the nymph's head. It made her giggle, which made the blade-thin teeth dig deeper into my cock. I gritted my teeth at the thought of her biting down on me. Phoenix stared up at me as I hung from his ceiling.
I don't think I ever mentioned an archangel. I guess that means you've been lying. You were with Willow.
His dark eyes were like black slate as his brows lowered over them.
If you touched her, you low-life wraith hunter, I will see you hang in one of those gibbets until the flesh decays from your body.
He stepped back to give the nymph room to work.
So, will you tell me where she is, or do I have Jola give you one of her special blowjobs?
I stared back at Phoenix to assure him that nothing was going to get me to talk.
Fine. This should be interesting.
He headed back to his throne. I looked down at the nymph. Her lips were peeled back while she held my cock between her teeth. You should probably know that if you bite me, my first automatic reflex will be to jerk my knee up, and you can be sure that when my knee hits your chin, your head is going to snap back on your neck and it will kill you. It might even pop that stupid little head of yours right off that thin neck. Just so you understand the consequences. Apparently, a good bite wasn't as much fun if her head was going to pop off. Her lips relaxed, and she retracted her pointy teeth. She removed her mouth from my cock.
I said bite him,
Phoenix snarled. The nymph lifted her chin and looked at him.
You bite him.
She flew from the room, and I decided I liked her just a bit more than when she had her teeth in my cock. Phoenix's face was rarely any color except gray, but the red of rage flooded his sallow cheeks.
Take him down and get him the fuck out of here. And brother, go back to the mountain. Take some hellhounds with you and don't fucking come back until you have the girl.
He stood up from his throne and left the room. Pagan grinned up at me and lifted his metal rod. I flinched as he pretended to swing it at me. The cuffs opened and I dropped to my knees on the floor. I rubbed my wrists as I pushed to my feet. Always a fucking pleasure, pagan. I headed out and picked up my pace to the river dock. I needed to get out of the underworld and back to the mortal world. I needed to get to Willow before Pagan. 19. Stryker. Rogue threw his massive head back and let out one stretched howl before I felt his back shrink down to the leather seat of my motorcycle and his long legs curl into wheels. I leaned forward, twisted the throttle, and took off through the forest. As badly as I wanted to turn north and fly up into the mountains and head straight to Willow's cabin, I knew that was what Pagan was waiting for. And while he was as stupid as a fucking rock, with hellhounds at his side, it would be easy for him to pick up my scent and follow my tracks. For now, Willow was safer without any big arrows, mainly me, pointing out the way to her remote cabin. I knew Gemma still talked to Sabra. I needed to get an urgent message to Sabra, letting her know that she had to get Willow down off the mountain tonight. Rock and roll thundered from the Seven Sins as I pulled up to the bar. I took a shirt out of the saddlebag on my bike. With all that had happened, and with my mind desperately searching for a plan to save Willow from a fate that was, frankly, worse than death, I'd forgotten about the punctures Pagan's metal rod had left on my back. I winced as I pulled the flannel shirt up over them and buttoned it. Maximus, Flint, and Wilder were still inside. Gemma served great beer and affordable whiskey, but she hadn't ever invested much in decor or lighting, and rightly so. Her clientele weren't exactly the type to complain about ripped leather seating, splintery benches, or dim yellow lighting. As long as the head on the beer was full and the whiskey could be bought by the bottle, we were happy customers. A few members of a local motorcycle club had stopped in for some beer. They were a decent bunch of guys who mostly rode for adventure. They thought the Boys of Winter was just another MC. They would have been more than a little shocked to discover that just minutes before, the Harley I rode up on had been a massive, rearing stallion. They had no idea that the four of us had just spent the last 24 hours blowing the heads off wraiths. In fact, they'd probably be pretty fucking surprised to find out that there even were things called wraiths. At least half a dozen of the winter fair were hanging out for the night. Flint and Wilder were already entertaining 3 of them with their usual overhyped stories. The 3 empty pitchers of beer on the table made it clear that my friends hadn't been too worried about my unexpected meeting with the boss. Maximus was sitting up on a bar stool talking to Mira and Kay. He saw me out of the corner of his eye and reached for the bottle of whiskey on the counter in front of him. He handed it back to me.
You made it. What the hell did Phoenix want?
Mira and Kay looked up expectantly, waiting for my story. I cast a glance over at Maximus, letting him know I'd tell him when he was alone. I grabbed the neck of the whiskey bottle and downed a few long gulps before climbing an empty stool at the bar. I leaned over the counter, forgetting about the broken ribs. I sucked in a breath until the pain subsided. Gemma caught me holding the breath. The silver-gray streaks in her otherwise black hair were getting thicker and lighter. You didn't have to look too long to know that in her younger years, and even now in her older years, she was a head-turner. She placed a glass in front of me for the whiskey. Gemma didn't run a posh bar, but she always cringed at people sucking down booze from the bottle. I poured myself a glass of whiskey. I need to talk to you, Gem, in private. As I spoke, her brown eyes seemed to dart past me to something over my shoulder. Gemma, did you hear me? She pulled her attention back to me. Oh, right, sorry. It's just there's been this odd little customer sitting in the back corner table with a hood up over his head. He hasn't ordered anything. I'm just keeping an eye on him. I glanced through the crowd and saw a small person nearly hidden by the clunky pine table. There was a hood covering his head and face. He doesn't look too menacing. Can we talk?
It's important.
Gemma patted my arm. Sure thing, sweetie. Let me just get a pitcher of beer to a table, and then we can slip into my office. Wilder and Flint had finally gotten curious about my meeting with Phoenix. I should have anticipated Flint smacking me on the back as a greeting, but my mind was only focused on Willow.
Fuck,
I muttered through gritted teeth as his hand landed right over the injury. Flint's eyes rounded as he lifted his palm and saw the blood that had seeped through my shirt. Maximus saw the interaction and slid over next to us to see what the hell was going on. Flint grabbed a napkin and wiped off the blood.
What the fuck? Was that from Phoenix? Pagan, but technically Phoenix.
I managed to push the words through a clenched jaw. Wilder grabbed my glass of whiskey and handed it to me.
Here, drink. You look like shit.
I swallowed back the liquor. They leaned in so that I could talk through the music without others hearing.
I need to get the girl off the mountain. I need to find Willow. She's not safe. What do you mean?
Flint asked.
Who's after her?
Phoenix. Her father promised Willow to Phoenix. It's fucking crazy. I have to find a way to keep her away from Pagan. Phoenix sent him out to scour the mountain for her. Maximus straightened.
Let's go then.
When I left Winter, I was sure if I went to her, I'd lead Pagan right to her door. He took some hellhounds with him. Flint leaned his arm up on the bar.
Even so, Pagan is such a fool, he'll probably still be searching that mountainside all night.
I was going to have Gemma let Sabra know she had to get Willow out of that cabin. But shit, Max, the more I think about it, you're right. Fuck Pagan, let's go.
Maximus turned his glass straight up to finish the contents, and then smacked it enthusiastically on the counter. Stryker, I'm ready for that talk. Gemma motioned with her head to the back room.
Thanks anyway, Jim, but I've got my pack. They're all I need.
I turned away from the bar. Wilder, Maximus, and Flint followed behind, but we all stopped just a few feet into our exit. The small figure, made faceless by the deep hood, had stopped in the center of the aisle. It seemed as if all eyes were on the quiet stranger. Slim, honey-colored hands poked out from the long ends of the cloak. My pulse rushed ahead to remind me that I knew those hands very well. The hood slipped back off her raven black hair. Even the shabby lighting in the bar couldn't hide the opalescent streaks.
Holy shit,
Maximus muttered behind me.
No fucking wonder you've been so out of it.
I worked hard to convince myself that I wasn't just imagining the girl in front of me. Everything about her was naturally so unreal that it made my task that much harder. I lifted my eyes to the wood-beamed ceiling. Please, please. I know I have never done one fucking thing to deserve someone like her, but please let her be real. A fuzzy white head popped out from under her long cloak. Willow peered up at me. Hello, Stryker.
Willow.
I closed the gap between us in 2 steps, pulled her into my arms, and kissed her.
20. Willow. I was well aware that we were surrounded by curious onlookers, including Stryker's packmates, but for a few long moments, I allowed myself to imagine that we were alone in my remote cabin, locked in a passionate kiss. I hadn't realized how badly I wanted that moment and that kiss until I saw Stryker walk into the bar. Reluctantly, he lifted his mouth from mine. He reached up his hand and brushed his fingers along the side of my face. I can't believe you are standing here in my arms. I never thought I'd see you again. Circumstances have changed a bit since you rode off on your horse. His friends drew nearer. I had only seen his packmates in wolf form, but I instantly recognized them in human form. They were a formidable-looking bunch, and I didn't envy the winter miscreants who were their prey. The giant one, who stood even a few inches taller than Stryker, and who took up a great deal of space in the bar, put out his hand. I'm Maximus. My hand was temporarily swallowed up by his. He had piercing dark eyes, but his hair was dark gold, He wore it shaved short on the sides, but with a long queue down his back. It was easy to match him to the massive straw-colored wolf that visited the cabin on that long, stressful night when I waited to see if the antidote had worked. Hello, and thank you. Thank you all for closing the storm shutters that night. I don't think my windows would have withstood the storm. Stryker pointed to his friend, who had unique slate gray eyes and a head of hair that reminded me of weathered copper. This is Flint. Flint's smiling gaze did not leave my face as he lifted my hand and kissed it. Thank you for keeping our boy alive. For the most part, he's a pain in the ass, but things wouldn't be the same without him. Stryker arched a brow at him and then pointed to his third friend, a man with thick dark brown hair and blue eyes. He had the kind of face that could steal every woman's heart, and no doubt, he had. This is Wilder. Wilder, too, kissed my hand. Maximus growled lightly. Now, why in the hell didn't I think to do that? I smiled at him as I raised my hand back to him for a kiss, which he gladly accepted. They were just as I expected, charming and visually stunning, and they left you with no doubt that they were four of the most fearless, dangerous men to walk the earth. Introductions over, Stryker took my hand and lowered his voice. We need to get you out of here. Phoenix has sent his brother Pagon to look for you. I know. That's why I left the mountain. I saw Pagon down by the valley. I hope you don't mind that I came here to Cliffmore. I had nowhere else to go. He kissed me again, and then gazed at me with those pale eyes that I'd memorized. I'm glad you came to me. He kissed me again. I'm really fucking glad. Flint put his hand on Stryker's shoulder. Even though Pagon isn't welcome here in the Seven Sins, you know that never stops him from bursting in with all his ugly stench. Take her to the beach, Stryker. We'll watch out for Pagon. Gunner had stuck to my heels like a pair of warm socks. The fox had never been more than a few miles from the cabin, and he had certainly never been around so many strangers. He stayed under the helm of my cloak and walked alongside of me as Stryker took hold of my hand and led me past the inquisitive stairs and out the door of the bar. The small unlit parking lot was made darker by the tall surrounding pines. Stryker's fingers squeezed around my hand as we sidled through a maze of shiny black and chrome motorcycles. We stopped at one with a long leather seat and low white handlebars. Stryker looked back at me. Have you ever been on a motorcycle? Oh, sure. Dozens of times. I didn't think so. It's a short trip to my beach house. We can tuck Gunner in between us, but you'll have to stretch your arms forward to hang on to me. Got it. Stretch forward. Hang on to you. My words made him smile. He lifted my hand and kissed the inside of my wrist. It was a quick, light kiss, but it sent the same familiar heat through me. The same heat I'd felt the whole time he was with me in my cabin. Don't let go, Willow. The words made sense with the conversation we'd been having, but I knew there was an entirely other meaning behind them. Never again, I answered. I had left the mountain for my safety, but as I scurried through the forest shadows, feeling very alone and certain that I would never see my cabin again, my heavy heart went straight to Stryker. I had been despondent and heartbroken since he left. I knew that I had to find him. I needed him. Of course, even after I'd made the decision to head to Cliffmore, there had been that annoying seed of doubt trying to take root in my mind. The notion that Stryker wouldn't be happy to see me. It had been easy to convince myself that once he returned to his life, he had not given me another thought. But when I finally found the courage to show my face in the bar, his response? The expression on his face made me nearly weep with relief. Stryker climbed on first. I startled as the thunderous motor fired up. The ground beneath my feet vibrated, and Gunner hopped straight up into my arms. I straightened my knapsack on my back and held Gunner close to me as I climbed on behind Stryker's broad back. Instantly, the fox with his intense sense of smell began twitching his black nose against Stryker's flannel shirt. Black stains had soaked through the worn blue fabric. Stryker looked back over his shoulder as I pushed the shirt up without warning. There were 2 narrow black bruises on his back, and each bruise was dotted with long drips of blood. What happened? I touched the tender skin and he flinched. I had a little run-in with the boss. Let's just say, Phoenix was in an extra bad mood tonight. I lowered the shirt and reached up to tuck his hair back behind his ear so I could get a better look at his face. Because of me. His lack of response said it all. I'm so sorry. I'll take care of those bruises when we get to your house. He shook his head enough to wobble the bike. No, Angel. It's my turn to take care of you. 21. Willow. Gunner's little body shook between us for most of the ride, but as we got closer to the coast, he lifted his snout up to smell the sea air, seemingly forgetting about the unusual night and the loud machine beneath us. On one side of the curvy road, heavy forest of pine and redwood stood like an evergreen wall, while the other side had a steep drop-off, which eventually led to craggy rocks and the vast ocean. Moonlight cut the rippling navy blue water with a long trail of gold, but the reflection of light was dimmed by a set of heavy clouds moving in over the coast. The salty air stung my cheeks as Stryker drove us along the deserted coastal road. The air was dank with clammy fog, but for some reason it comforted me. It was nice to be out of the biting cold of the mountain. It was nice to see the greens and browns of an earth that was not completely smothered by heavy permafrost and snow. Most of all, it was nice to be back with Stryker. After discovering the truth about my father's bargain with Phoenix, and that I was destined to spend my life in the underworld with a wretched monster, I felt empty with despair. Just seeing Stryker had given me hope that all was not lost. Stryker pulled the motorcycle up to a small, unassuming cottage that was missing more than a few roof shingles, and that had several colors of paint on a patched-up exterior. Somehow it was just as I'd pictured it. Gunner hopped down and went immediately off to explore the thin, reedy grasses separating the tiny cottage yard and the vast stretch of ivory sand. A long yellow board with rounded edges and red stripes was propped up against the side of the beach house. Several chairs had been pressed into the sand on each side of a stone path. My eye swept along the stretch of beach. There were 3 more cottages, all similar in size and structure to Stryker's. Steep cliffs complete with rocky outcroppings stood guard over the beach. Gnarly old trees that seemed to defy gravity and all laws of nature grew out of the craggy slate-colored cliffs. It wasn't the ideal inviting beachfront that I'd seen in pictures, but I liked the feel of it. The clingy salt air left me with no doubt that I was seaside. The majestic cliffs and pines made me feel as if I was standing on the earthly edge of an ancient forest that had flourished at the ocean's boundary for centuries, and that surely had plenty of stories to tell. I turned back to Stryker. It's beautiful, just as I pictured it. Just as I pictured you standing in it. By the way, you look very nice in a shirt. I mean, not that I'm complaining about the shirtless look on you, which is also very nice. He took hold of my arms and brought me closer for another kiss. After the few unforgettable intimate moments with Stryker, I thought nonstop about his kisses and his touch, and how badly I wanted to let loose of those inhibitions I'd been using as lock and key on my natural affinity for passion. Stryker dragged his tongue seductively across my lips. My head lolled back and my lips parted more, inviting him to deepen his kiss. Every inch of my body reacted, and my skin sizzled with a hot blush as I pressed my body against his. The erotic moments with Stryker had erased some of the innocence I'd been holding on to as well. Deep down, I'd always known that I possessed a nymph's innate nature, an aura of sorts, that made seduction easy for me. I had denied that it existed. I'd always thought it would be more satisfying to know that I could urge a man to want me with nothing more than my wit and my smile, and of course my curves. I felt like cheating otherwise. How would I ever know a man wanted me for myself if there was always a little touch of nymph magic helping things along? But the way Stryker held me, kissed me, and looked at me as if I were the first and last woman he ever wanted to be with, I decided I didn't mind that little touch of magic after all. Deep down, I knew he cared for me, just as I cared for him. But if my genetic fortunes allowed him to crave me just a little more than he would a mortal woman, I could live with that. "Take me inside," I said breathlessly. "Please." I hadn't really needed to add the word please. Stryker could barely pull his mouth away from mine long enough to sweep me into his arms. The door smacked the adjacent wall as he shoved it open with his boot. He lowered my feet to the ground. "Gunner, The fox who preferred a cozy house to the great wild shot past us and quickly found a place on a cushioned chair. I dropped my satchel, my few belongings on the floor, next to the chair, and turned to look at Stryker. I hadn't imagined any of him. He was truly an incredible specimen, from head to toe. It had been unleashed. We had teased and toyed with each other in my cabin. I'd been busy exploring my power over a naked man and everything that a human as magnificent as Stryker could offer physically. And he'd given me a taste of what it felt like for a man to use that same power over me, quickly dissolving me into a trembling hot mess with just his fingers. Stryker's eyes had turned a deep crystal green as he worked at pushing away the layers of cloak and cape wrapped around me. A frantic laugh shot from his mouth. Is there even a girl under all this wool? He pulled off the scarf I had wrapped around my neck and tossed it away. I could hear the fabric on my old worn sweater tear as he lifted it up over my head. He gazed down at the tattered undershirt that was stretched tight over my ample breast. I was suddenly hyper-aware of my lack of feminine underclothes. And my young years in the meadow. I knew the older teens and women took pride in making silky underthings from the thread of a silkworm and the plush white cotton grown in the fields. My mom spent painstaking hours sitting with a thin needle and gossamer thread, sewing tiny white pearls and intricate lacy details on bras and sexy sleepwear. I had begged her to make me one of her pretty confections too, but she'd always told me I was too young and that my father wouldn't approve. I couldn't understand why I ever needed approval from a father who was no more than an imagined vision and voice in my head. I crossed my arms over my ugly undershirt, an action that thoroughly displeased Stryker. His dark brows pushed together. He took hold of my hands to pull them away from my body. I want to see all of you, my diamond-studded darling. Every inch of you. He released my hands, and before I could take another breath, he swept the undershirt up and over my head. The feral growl that followed could easily have come from his inner wolf. It should have frightened me, or at least given me pause, but any hesitation or inhibition was gone, replaced by a fiery need to be naked in his arms and submitting to all his desires. My bare breasts puckered in the cool air. My first instinct was to cover myself, but an admonishing look told me not to bother. Stryker dropped to his knees in front of me. He began a tantalizing trail with his tongue, which started at the hollow between my breasts. Who knew that was such an erotic zone? Or maybe it was only the way he stroked me with his talented tongue that had made it so. His mouth continued along my breast and cupped over my nipple as his hand set to work unbuttoning my pants. He stopped momentarily to untie and remove my snow boots. I steadied my hands on his strong shoulders, and the thought of those strong shoulders always being there for protection and support made my chest tighten. How badly I wanted that to be the case. How badly I wanted to be his always and forever. But I was being silly. The boys of winter were not known for giving their hearts to any one woman. Then there was still the bleak reality that my father had promised me to Phoenix. I gazed down at his dark head of hair. The bloodstains on the back of Stryker's shirt were there to bring me back to reality. I would never forgive myself if something happened to Stryker because of some evil pact between Phoenix and my father. In seconds, Stryker had me stripped naked. I had never been naked in front of any man before. With the nearly feral way Stryker looked at me, it unfurled tingling heat between my legs that I knew with certainty could only be satisfied by him. His low growl circled me as he pushed me to his feet and picked me up. It seemed his wolf's blood now boiled beneath the human surface. I could feel it in the strength of his arms, in the heat coming off his skin, and in the fiercely determined set of his jaw. My arms circled his neck and my legs wrapped around his waist. I rubbed my aching pussy against the fly of his buckskin pants and against the bulging erection behind the fabric. Coherent thoughts left my body as I rubbed my pussy hard against him, coaxing out a hot cream and making me delirious with need. Stryker, I mewed. Please, Take me. Enlighten me to the world I've been ignoring far too long. The green tone of his eyes was now a fiery amber color, the wolf's color, as his gaze dropped to my lips. His mouth covered mine with a punishing kiss that I was sure would leave my lips swollen and tender. I clung to him, still rubbing my naked crotch against his cock as it strained against his buckskins. He pushed me up against the wall in the front room. I gasped as the cold plaster touched my back, providing a stark contrast with the molten hot waves coming off his body. His large hand gripped my ass, his fingers digging into my flesh as he tore at the leather drawstring on his pants. He nearly crushed me between his body and the wall as he yanked the pants down. Whoa. My name left his throat as a growl. I could feel his heart pounding in his chest as he pressed his mouth hard over mine. He opened his eyes long enough to watch my face as he drove his cock into me. My pussy nearly exploded in relief at the feel of him filling me with his thick erection. It was as if a terrible hollow feeling had always existed between my legs, and Stryker was the only person who could feel it. He was the only person who could relieve the urgent ache. It felt as if the entire beach house might fall down around us as Stryker shook the wall with his driving thrust. My pussy absorbed him as if I was made for him. As his deep groans rumbled through the room, I felt my body tighten and brace itself for the coming explosion. "Stryker!" I cried out as my pussy tightened and writhed around his cock. My hold on him weakened as all my energy was focused on the hot, raging orgasm in my pussy. Stryker sensed that I was unable to hang on, and he tightened his powerful arms around me. "I've got you, Willow. You're mine, and I'm yours." He pushed his impossibly large cock deeper. It felt as if I would be split in two as he rocked inside of me, each time reaching a new depth and awakening new sensations. I worried now that I'd started something I wouldn't be able to control. My nymph's appetite had been whet, and it seemed that Stryker was the only person who could satisfy the gnawing hunger. A guttural growl that sounded half human, half beast, filled the air as Stryker's body stiffened. He lifted me off his cock. I felt his hot seed coat my belly as he pressed his erection against me. The pounding drumbeat of our hearts slowed, and Stryker's hold on me lightened. His eyes cooled back to a jade green. The full man had returned, but the scented heat of his animal lust still filled the air between us. The bare skin on my back, now glued against the wall by the hot, sticky afterglow of sex, peeled away from the smooth plaster as Stryker lifted me higher into his arms. He carried me down a short hallway and into his bedroom. A tangle of blankets and sheets were twisted across the bed. Mud-stained boots and buckskin pants littered the floor at the foot of his bed. "Sorry about the mess." He lowered me onto the bed and quickly set work untangling the bed covers. I leaned back into the pillows. I just realized how tired I am from my walk down the mountain. I still can't believe what has happened. I watched with unabashed interest as Stryker stripped naked. It wasn't the first time I'd seen him head to toe naked, but it took my breath away nonetheless. He climbed in next to me and drew me against him as he pulled the covers up over us. I pressed my face against his chest. He wrapped his arms around me and smoothed his palm over my back. The comfort and security of his arms brought on a drowsiness, and I could barely keep my eyes open. "What am I going to do now, Stryker?" I asked with long, sleepy words. "It's simple. You are mine, and I will kill anyone who tries to take you away." "But Phoenix has been given immortality," I yawned. "Sleep, love. You're safe in my arms."
22. Stryker.
"Surf's up, you assholes!"
Maximus's loud yell from the beach woke me from a deep sleep. My head rolled to the side, and I smiled at the sleeping angel next to me. Wilder had stopped by after his night at the Seven Sins to let me know that Pagan had shown up at the bar, but that he seemed more interested in drinking and getting laid than doing his brother's bidding. Pagan had the attention span of a puppy on espresso. I was glad that Phoenix couldn't step into the mortal world himself. Willow mewled quietly in her sleep. Her black lashes twittered, and I briefly wondered what she might be dreaming about. I hoped it was me. I decided, with a little help, I could steer her sleep fantasies in the right direction. I lifted the covers and slipped under them, trying not to wake her as I scooted down between her legs. The scent of sex was still fresh on her pussy after I'd taken her 3 more times during the night. I was sure I'd never have my fill of Willow, and it seemed she was just as ravenous for me. I pressed a kiss against the inside of her thigh. Her stunned gasp was muffled by the blanket over my head. Daylight flowed in as she lifted the covers and stared down at me between her legs. "Morning," I said with a wide grin. "A little breakfast in bed, if you don't mind." I punctuated my offer by pressing a hot kiss against her pussy. Her body tightened, then she quickly relaxed against the feel of my mouth and tongue on her. As badly as I wanted to fuck her, I knew she needed a little reprieve, and I was sure my kisses were the perfect cure for a tender pussy. Willow's long fingers tangled in my hair. She bent her knees and lifted her ass off the mattress so I could taste more of her. I could have stayed right there, between her legs, my face buried in her pussy for the rest of my fucking days. She was sweet as honey and responded to every touch and kiss and lick. Her legs fell open. Her sensual moans drifted around the room as I kissed her clit and impaled her with my finger. I scooped my hand beneath her ass and held her tightly against my mouth. She pulled my hair and pushed harder against my penetrating fingers. My cock was rock hard as her thighs pressed together and she came against my mouth. I stayed there, warm and content between her legs, kissing her lightly, breathing in her intoxicating scent and trying to cool my own blood. It wasn't easy with a woman like Willow, who was as much angel as she was nymph. I swam back up through the covers and rested my face against her breasts. She stroked my hair as I listened to the steady beat of her heart. "I liked that," she sighed. "There is something so incredibly intimate about what you just did with your mouth that I'm nearly dizzy just thinking about it. But what about you?" She moved her hip to brush against my erection. I lifted my face and put my chin against her. She giggled at the feel of my beard on her skin. "I thought I'd give you a short break." She smiled at me. "Very thoughtful, my winter guard. But I've quickly discovered I'm happiest when you're inside of me." She ran her fingers through my hair and winked at me. "Well, as far as I'm concerned, my new job in life is to keep you happy." I pulled myself up to bring my mouth to hers. She gripped my arms and pushed her head back into the pillow as I eased my cock into her. I stared down at her incredible face, relaxed and beautiful, as I pumped into her. I'd assured her that I would kill anyone who tried to take her from me, and there was truth in every word. Even Phoenix. If he tried to take her from me, I would create a whole new definition for the word immortal.
23. Willow. Gunnar was still sticking to my ankles like fuzzy white socks as I walked out onto the beach. A hot shower had been just what I needed. That and a sandwich, which was waiting for me on the beach, along with the man who had stolen my heart. All my life, I told myself I would never fall in love. I would never go down the same self-destructive path my mother had followed. But now I could see what happened to her had been unavoidable. When someone stole your heart, there was nothing you could do except sit helplessly by and let it happen. I only hoped that my ending would be happier than hers. But there were no guarantees, and I knew that. And yet, I still headed across the sand and straight into Stryker's arms. He kissed me and brushed a wet strand of my hair back. You always smell good, but you are extra delicious right out of a hot shower. I laughed. Have you been working hard on that one? I'm pretty well known for my pickup lines. He lowered his face to my neck and kissed it. Nevertheless, you smell fantastic. Sandwich. He pointed to the ice chest that was wedged in the sand between Wilder and Flint. Maximus was sitting on a surfboard just past the breaking water. He was easy to spot, even with the waves swelling in front of him. I'm starved. Gunner circled around in front of me as I knelt on the edge of the beach towel Stryker had stretched out on the sand. Wilder leaned forward and stroked Gunner's fur. Do you think his coat is going to stay white now that you're down from the snow? I rubbed Gunner's plush ear. That's a good question. I'm not sure. He definitely doesn't fit the beach landscape with the snow-white coloring. Stryker handed me a chicken salad sandwich, which quickly earned Gunner's undivided attention. I broke off a piece and fed it to him. I guess he's just a bit domesticated, Flint noted as he watched the fox lick the mayonnaise off his paw. I laughed. What gave it away? I glanced around at the scenic but slightly treacherous coastline. The water glistened under the sunlight, but jutting rocks and steep cliffs made it less than ideal for swimming. You guys really have this piece of the beach to yourself. Wilder leaned forward on the creaky beach chair and pulled a beer out of the ice chest. Whitecrest Beach is usually socked in by fog, so it's not a big draw for the casual beach crowd. The sun only just poked through an hour ago, and it'll be back behind a fog curtain before sundown. Flint stretched his legs out in front of him. It seemed every inch of his skin was covered in ink, even his calves. Yup, no annoying families with runaway umbrellas or kids whining about sunburn or sand in their bathing suits. The only drawback is there aren't any bikinis either, but it's a good trade-off for having the place to ourselves. Damn, Max just caught one of the best waves of the day. Stryker stared out at the water as he unwrapped his sandwich. I was facing away from the water toward the guys when I noticed that all of them had their attention suddenly pulled toward the ocean. Wilder hopped up, nearly upending his beer, and Flint jumped up next, having to struggle first with one leg that looked as if it had recently been in a splint. Shit. Stryker shot to his feet. I turned around to catch the last few seconds of Maximus plowing head first into the churning white water that circled a large set of jagged rocks. All three men raced toward the water, and I followed. I craned my neck to see past them to the rocks. There was no sign of Maximus, but his board shot up through the surface and then coasted toward shore. Max! Stryker shouted through cupped hands. He was the first to reach the water and waded right into the frothy tide. There! Flint yelled and pointed straight ahead. Maximus's big head bobbed up over the water. He waved a massive arm in the air to let them know he was all right. I hadn't realized I'd been holding my breath until it ushered out of my lungs. Shit. The last thing that big dumb idiot needs is to crown his head on some rocks, Flint quipped. I'll say, hell if I'm spending the rest of my days spoon-feeding him baby food, Wilder added. I smiled at the exchange. They were tossing around jokes, but I'd seen the tension in their tan backs and shoulders as the three of them raced to the water. They'd been scared as heck that they might lose their friend, just like when the three wolves showed up at the cabin to make sure their pack mate was in good hands. They kept up a good pretext of being invincible badasses, but it was obvious they were very attached to each other. It made me sad to think I'd never been able to form any kind of lasting friendship other than the ones I had with animals. But then, maybe I was better off. I'd never fit in with the angels or the nymphs. Maybe I'd find a place to belong in the human world. Maximus waded out of the water, looking somewhat like the god Poseidon, with his long blonde hair and massive build. If his board had been in the shape of a triton, it would have been easy to believe that he was actually the ruler of the sea. Although, judging by the deep bleeding gash on his shoulder, it seemed the ocean had gotten the best of him on this round. Do you have something in the house I can use to clean that? I asked Stryker. There's a box of stuff under the bathroom sink. I rushed back up to the house and pulled the box that was more of a trunk out from under the sink. There was an impressive supply of bandages, sterile gauze, antiseptic, and a bottle of some homemade solution that looked like it was a mixture of dishwashing soap and something pungent like turpentine. The handwritten label said, "Use for wraith bites." I put that bottle back into the trunk, and pulled out some clean gauze and antiseptic. Maximus didn't strike me as the type of man who would relish the idea of walking around with a bandage on his arm. Hopefully, some cleaning and a little pressure was all that was needed. I hurried back out to the beach. Walter had given Maximus his beach chair, and he'd stretched out on a towel to sun his back. It seemed to me they had it just right. A long day on the beach listening to the waves and feeling the breeze would be a perfect way to prepare for a night in winter chasing monstrous beasts. They had a stressful job, a job that they would have never chosen under normal circumstances. Yet, they all seemed happy and content. I reached the towels. Stryker was sitting on a towel, leaned back on his hands and facing Flint and Maximus. I knelt down next to the chair. Maximus lifted his dark sunglasses to look at me. I'm only allowing medical treatment because I've heard very good reviews about the nurse. I cleared my throat. Doctor, I corrected. Right. And after what you did for this chopped-up guy here, I think we could add miracle worker to that title. An exceptionally hot one at that. Stryker kicked the bottom of Maximus's foot. Shut up and let her do her thing. Yeah. Maximus lowered his glasses and leaned back while I wiped antiseptic on his arm. Flint leaned into the ice chest for a beer. Stryker says you've been up on the mountain for a few years. Are we the first boys of winter you've met? You are. I continued with my first aid task. It was a big arm and a fairly big cut, but not deep enough for stitches. Walter lifted his head up. So what do you think? Do we live up to everything you've no doubt heard? I cast a half smile Stryker's direction. He, too, waited for a response. Let's just say you guys are everything I expected, and you are nothing I expected. Maximus laughed. I'm not sure how we should take that. Just like it sounds. I patted his shoulder. Looks like we won't have to amputate. I cleaned up the supplies and went over to sit next to Stryker. Gunner had gone back up to the house to sit in the shade of the overhang. His winter coat was too much for a sunny beach. Flint pushed up his sunglasses on his head. He had an unusual eye color that reminded me of smoke. Are you going to leave us hanging, Willow? I grabbed my sandwich out of the ice chest and sat back next to Stryker. Well, the usual stories about your less-than-savory reputation seemed to hold true after I had the opportunity to sit in the back of the Seven Sins like an invisible fly on the wall. I flicked a glance at Stryker. And because I've been spending some time with this guy. But just now, the way you three guys ran toward the water, tight with worry that Maximus might be in trouble, that wasn't something I expected. I wasn't expecting I paused looking for the right word. A human side. Wilder filled in the blank. Yes, it's a nice surprise. I think we can credit Nessa with that unexpected quality. Stryker reached up and absently combed some strands of hair back from my face. I looked over at him, and for a quiet second our gazes stuck together. We looked at each other as if we were all alone, silently declaring our love for each other. The lid of the ice chest popping open reminded us that we weren't alone. I pulled off a piece of sandwich. Nessa. I've heard of her. She's half-witch, right? She raised you. Altogether? That sounds like a tough job. You could say that. Flint tipped back the beer and sighed after he swallowed. We managed to get kicked out of school by the time we were 11. Although, it wasn't really a school. Just a couple of rooms in an old building on the east side of the Old Fall Island. Old Fall Island? I've heard they have wild boars on that island. That added detail earned a laugh from all of them. When the four of them laughed, it sounded like a full set of bass drums being beaten all at once. Now you have to tell me what's so funny. I knew I couldn't finish the whole sandwich, so I broke off half and handed it to Stryker. Stryker took a bite and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. A wild boar was the final offense that got us kicked out of school for good. There was this ornery old boar who liked to snuggle in the garbage outside of Nessa's cottage. She had named him Rasputin because she was sure he was evil. One morning, we were running late for school, but Nessa never let us leave without finishing breakfast. Flint was a slow eater, so Nessa wrapped up a couple of boiled eggs for him to eat on the way to school. Well, Rasputin smelled those eggs with his grisly old snout, and he decided to follow us. By the time we got to the schoolhouse, we'd hatched a plan to sneak Rasputin into the old schoolroom. We thought it'd be a fun little surprise for the teacher. That damn wild pig went nuts inside the school. He destroyed half the desk and even tore up the library books. Wilder sat up on the towel. I just want to say, I was not a part of this pig plan. I wasn't even walking with these guys that morning. Maximus shook his head. No, you were at school early, so you could hide behind the building kissing Tracy Rothman. Maximus turned toward me, which he got caught doing. Did I mention that Tracy Rothman was the teacher's daughter? Yup, that was the morning of big mistakes. They called Nessa and told her we were just too wild for a regular classroom. They let Danique stay, but she wasn't too happy to be there without us. Danique? I asked. She's Nessa's granddaughter, Flynn added. She grew up with us. She was 2 years younger. Shit, we teased her so bad. Always felt a little guilty about that, especially after that night. Flint looked down at his feet in the sand, and it seemed all of them had returned to a profound memory, a night that must have affected them all. No one elaborated, and I decided it wasn't my place to ask. Maximus broke the silence. Danique had a monstrous crush on Wilder. He pretended not to care or notice, but there was a little crushing coming from his side, too. Maybe you hit that thick head of yours on the rocks after all. Wilder stood up and brushed off the sand. Hey, did you guys hear that Nessa was sick? Stryker's question pulled everyone's attention toward him. Phoenix told me when. He glimpsed in my direction, and then seemed to change his stream of thought. When I saw him last. Have you guys heard anything? Flint shook his head. Not a word. Phoenix was probably just trying to throw you off guard. Think I'm done toasting out here. I'm going to head over to the 7 Cents for some beer before work. Wilder looked over at Stryker. Why don't you take the night off? We've got this. You've got better things to occupy your time than Rafe hunting. He winked at me. Besides, you're still recovering. Stryker put his arm around my shoulder and pulled me closer. I think I'll take you up on that suggestion.
24. Stryker. On Willow's suggestion, we had carried my small kitchen table outside to eat a candlelight dinner. After 2 days on the coast, she realized that she had missed out on a lot of scenery. The endless white snow landscape had given her a monotonous view of the world. It seemed she couldn't get enough of the beach. The setting was exotic, and the candles, 2 I'd had for emergency power outages, worked hard to stay lit in the relentless breeze. But the dinner fare was a little less romantic, just fried chicken from a bucket. Willow had braided her long hair back, highlighting the symmetry of her face. She'd pulled on a white sweater, which contrasted perfectly with her honey-toned skin. I couldn't get enough of her. I wasn't sure I'd ever get enough. We'd spent all morning in bed and had taken a walk on the beach. By the time we were back in the house, we were ripping each other's clothes off again. The guys had been cool enough to give me time off to rest, but it seemed I was going to be heading back to work without an ounce of energy left. And yet I was sitting there with her, with a wobbly table and a bucket of chicken separating us, and all I could think about was having her naked in my arms. "What's it like in winter?" Willow asked unexpectedly. It caught me off guard. The thought of winter and the underworld and Phoenix cooled my dirty thoughts for the time being. We had spent 2 amazing days together, and we'd successfully avoided the topic of Phoenix. I picked up my beer. "You've never been to the underworld?" She looked almost insulted by the question. Why and when would I have been invited into the underworld? I know there are some nymphs that live there in Phoenix's lair, but I've never been myself. Is it as awful as I imagine? I stared at her across the table. It's everything you aren't, Willow. In fact, now that I have you in my life, the underworld is going to look even more grim. Now that I know what pure light and beauty look like, winter is going to look even worse. Her face dropped, and she picked at the napkin under her plate. Do the archangels ever go there?
I can't think that I've ever seen anyone from the Angels' Realm in winter or the underworld.
She sat back with glassy eyes. Maybe he didn't know then.
Who?
My father. Maybe he didn't realize just how awful it was when he promised me to Phoenix.
I nodded. Maybe. I had been so thrown off by what Phoenix had told me, I'd never considered how painful it would be for Willow to discover that her own father, an archangel no less, had promised her to Phoenix, a creature so vile he wouldn't be able to step foot in the Angels' Realm without bursting into flames. I reached across and lifted her hand. I pushed back the sleeve of her sweater and kissed her angel's mark. Let's go inside. The fog is rolling in. I blew out the candles and picked up the wine and our glasses. My job had given me the skill of hearing the slightest misplaced sound, and a noise that was mostly a rush of air pulled my attention back to the beach. The silhouette coming in through the fog was made even more ghostly by the thick mist swirling around it. My preternatural senses told me the figure was not menacing or here to harm, but I took the precaution of moving Willow behind me. She had not seen or heard the approaching figure and mistook my actions for flirting.
I thought we'd at least make it inside the house.
She hopped up on her tiptoes and kissed the side of my neck. As she drew her mouth away, a gasp followed. She stepped back and dropped her hands away from me.
Sabra, you're here.
Sabra lowered the hood from her silver tresses and crossed her long arms as she took a moment to assure me that she disapproved of everything about me. Angels always had a great disdain for anyone associated with the underworld, which made sense, except that technically I'd been forced into working in that lowly place. I wasn't exactly a friend to the creatures that dwelled there either. But that was never considered by the high and mighty. They painted us all with a broad, ignorant brushstroke. I could see in the crooked tilt of her mouth that she was extremely angry that I was standing on the beach with one of her angels. Willow stepped around next to me, crossing her arms too, but more from being nervous than angry.
Willow?
Sabra could not have said the soft, flowing name more sharply if she'd said it while throwing knives.
Why did you not wait for me? I told you I would speak to your father and then return with a plan. Pagan had nearly reached me. I saw him riding his horse in the valley below the cabin. I couldn't wait for you to return.
Sabra took every opportunity to shower me with a disgusted glower. I returned a look reminding her that she had no power over me, and that I could give a fuck what she thought of me. The only thing I cared about was Willow. As far as I was concerned, Sabra had failed when it came to keeping this particular angel safe. Don't you think her father has already made enough bad decisions? Sabra's pale, white skin didn't change color, but I could see the rage in her eyes.
How dare you question his authority? Especially you, a disreputable, lascivious rake who spends his days risking his life to keep the mortal world safe.
Willow stepped forward.
He's right. My father has done enough. He's been working my whole life to deny my existence. Well, tell him he has his wish. To him I no longer exist. I'm no longer your worry either, Sabra. I will find my own way in life. I don't belong in your realm or in the nymph's meadow. So, just like Gemma, you can leave me to fend for myself in the mortal world. My mixed blood makes me mortal. I will age and die just like a human, so I will have no problem living amongst them. Don't be ridiculous, Willow. Now get your things and we'll be off. No, you're not my mother. In fact, you are just a messenger for my father, and since I no longer exist to him, your services are no longer needed.
Sabra's eyes nearly glowed with anger. I waited for them to pop out of her head at any second.
This... She turned her pointed chin at me. Stryker, I said plainly. That's my name, and you are standing on my property, so maybe you should flutter off or evaporate or whatever magical thing you angels do to travel from place to place. Sabra stepped closer. I had to give her credit. She had no fear. Of course, she had immortality on her side. You can't keep her safe. Seems to me you aren't doing a great job of that either. Because of you. Willow was doing fine on the mountain until you ended up half dead on her doorstep. I will never forgive myself for sending her that antidote. Of course, I had no idea which manner of creature she was trying to save. He's not a creature. Willow's voice wavered. He guards this world from monsters. That was what he was doing when he nearly died. You think the guardian angels are the only beings keeping order amongst the mortals, but you are wrong. In fact, I think that angers you more than anything. That Stryker and his packmates do more to keep humans safe than guardian angels. I reached over and took hold of Willow's hand. She curled her fingers around mine. Her last words seemed to be the final straw for Sabra. I was sure I even saw the red of rage climb up above the collar of her white cloak. Then I will tell your father you are dead. Willow's hand tightened around mine at the words, but she lifted her chin as she spoke. That's fine. I looked at Willow and then at Sabra. That's it. That's the answer to the problem. Saber, get the word out that Willow is dead and make sure it gets to the underworld. Phoenix will hear that she's dead, and that will put an end to his quest. Sabra shook her head. As dark and lowly as his powers are, you will not be able to keep up that lie for long. But it will give us some time. Sabra looked questioningly at Willow one more time. You're certain that you want to stay here? I am. And I thought you had more sense than your mother. I was sure you'd never allow yourself to be taken in by a handsome face and a strong pair of arms. Willow dropped my hand, but then wrapped her arms around mine. I guess we all have our breaking point.
25. Willow. I double-checked out the window. Sabra was gone. I was relieved, and at the same time, slightly worried that I'd just broken ties with her and every part of the world I once knew. Stryker put up the wine glasses and bottle on the counter and joined me at the window. He pressed his chest against my back. His arms circled around me as he kissed the side of my neck. You should always wear your hair back. It gives me instant access to this perfect curve on your neck. He kissed me again, and it sent a shiver of delight down my back. Stryker, I don't expect you to take me in. I declared my independence out there, but I don't want you to think that I'm your burden now. I know you have a busy life, and... He turned me in his arms. There was enough hurt in his eyes that I knew I'd said the wrong thing. He kissed my lips. I would never meet a man again who looked at me the way Stryker did. That both thrilled and terrified me. It terrified me to think that someday he might no longer look at me with that same intense gaze. Marry me, Willow. I stared back at him and squinted one eye in an attempt to see something in his face that would let me know he was serious. He pulled me closer. I mean it. It is the best solution for the Phoenix problem. Sabra was right. Eventually, Phoenix will know that you are really dead, and he'll send his brother for you again. We will constantly be looking over our shoulders. But if you are my wife, there is nothing more Phoenix can do. The best solution. I don't want to be married because it solves a problem. I want to be married because there is so much love between us that it spills over into everything we do and say. I want to be married because neither of us can think of anyone else. So much so that when we aren't physically together, the pain of being separated is almost unbearable. That's marriage. I do feel that way, Willow. I'm just not nearly as good as putting it into words as you. Having you here makes the thought of not having you here unbearable. I slipped out from his arms, realizing that they were making it much harder for me to make my case. But you hardly know me. I have annoying habits, like I'm obsessed about flossing my teeth. I have to do it morning and night, and I have to read to fall asleep. He lifted his brow. Not true anymore. I think we found something else that makes you sleepy. And I can endure the dental floss obsession if you can endure me coming home with rafe blood and oily sludge of winter on my boots. And those are the easy things to endure. Stryker took hold of my hand. And just think of the benefits. He led me down the hallway and into his bedroom. He pulled me into his arms and kissed me. Days and nights of this. I'd hardly drawn a breath, and Stryker had me naked. He circled around to my side and dropped to his knees. His hot kisses trailed along the silver nymph's tattoo as he pressed his hand between my thighs. I held on to him, needing the support of his strong body as his fingers curled through the moisture pulling in my pussy. His feral growl, a sound that always sent a shiver through me, rumbled against my skin. He pulled his mouth from me and stared up at me with a wolfish glow in his eyes as he fingered me close to orgasm. He already knew every inch of me. He knew just what to do to bring me to the height of arousal. He knew just what to do to make me cry out in pleasure. He watched me now, with an intensity that both excited and frightened me. I knew he had reached that point of no return. There was no turning back. His thumb strummed along my clit as he impaled me with his fingers, drawing out more and more liquid heat. I closed my eyes. The blush of ecstasy began to warm my body as my pussy tightened for release. Then he withdrew his hand. My eyes opened. I nearly fell forward in disappointment. He straightened and a teasing smile tilted his lips. I pounded my fist once against his chest. He rubbed it and laughed. You don't like that, but I'm just getting started. His mouth came close to mine. My lips parted in anticipation, but he didn't kiss me. And I promise, an amazing fucking ending. His hands roughly took hold of my waist, and he lifted me and tossed me onto the bed. I fell back and pushed up to my elbows, making sure to cast him my angriest glare. He stood over me like a massive built warrior, looking as dangerous as he looked hot. He yanked off his shirt, kicked out of his pants, and rolled on a condom. I had been brought to the edge of a climax and then denied an ending, and I wasn't going to waste another second. I reached for his erect cock, but he pulled back out of reach. He waved a finger at me. This is my game, and you are just here for the fun. He reached down and yanked my feet closer to the end of the bed. I gasped, pretending to be offended, but in truth, it only made me more excited. Stryker splayed my thighs wide and licked his lips as he stared down at my fully exposed pussy. The entire bed shifted under his weight as he knelt on the mattress and lowered his face between my spread thighs. His mouth and tongue devoured me as his hand swept beneath my ass to lift me harder against the heat of his mouth and the tantalizing friction of his beard. His skills brought me instantly back to that glorious moment in time when my body was just about to charge headlong into an explosion of ecstasy. I clutched at the sheets. Yes, yes. But before I could roll off the cliff, he pulled his mouth and hands free. I cried out and reached down to pound his shoulders. What are you doing? He peered up over the mound of my pussy. There was a mischievous twinkle in his green eyes that made me both want to punch him and kiss him. So your game was to torture me? Hey, my diamond angel, is this really torture? Once again, he lowered his mouth to my pussy. His tongue lathed between folds as his finger impaled me. He rocked his entire body against me to stimulate his thrust. Oh, how badly I wanted those thrusts now. How badly I wanted him pounding into me with his cock. That was it, I thought in my haze. That was his game, and I was starting to love it. This time, As he brought me closer to climax, I reached down and tangled my fingers in his hair, holding his face against me. I need you, Stryker, please. He lifted his mouth away from me, and I tugged at his hair to bring him forward. His body covered mine, and he settled between my legs. He stroked the side of my face as he gazed down at me. Say that again, Willow. Tell me that you need me. I peered up at him. I need you, Stryker. And I need you, Angel. As he kissed me, he pushed inside of me. I came instantly in long undulating waves of pleasure, and as my pussy tightened around him, a low growl rolled up from his chest, and he came. As the shuddering vibrations left our bodies, a quiet calm filled the air. Outside, the ocean continued its relentless battering of the shore and the rocks. It was a comforting sound, a sound I could easily grow used to, just like the sound of Stryker's heartbeat. He rolled off of me and pulled me into his arms. See, I think we could make each other very happy in every sense of the word. I will think about it. 26. Willow. After reminding Stryker 100 times that I had just spent 2 days virtually alone in the harshest climate and had come out of it unscathed and alive, he finally left for work. He reasoned out that Pagon would have to pass through winter to step into the mortal world. With the 4 of them on patrol, there was no way that big oaf would slip past them unnoticed. Unfortunately, there were a lot of holes in his reasoning, like the possibility that Pagon was already somewhere out in the mortal world. But Stryker had dragged himself out to his motorcycle to begin his shift. He made me promise that I wouldn't step out of the house, which I promptly pointed out was a little impossible considering my pet fox would eventually need to relieve himself. But I assured him I would stay close to the beach cottage and only stay out for as long as it took Gunner to do his thing. After heating a can of soup, I decided to curl up on the couch with a book. It would be much harder to sleep soundly without Stryker's arms wrapped around me. We had several incredible days together, falling in and out of bed, laughing about everything and telling stories about our lives. He hadn't brought up his proposal again. I knew he was waiting for me to decide. Stryker had made the suggestion, thinking it would discourage Phoenix, but I wasn't so sure. I couldn't imagine a mortal marriage meant anything at all to the leader of the underworld. Not to mention, it was just too big of a sacrifice on Stryker's part. I was sure he hadn't really thought it through. My hope was that Phoenix would eventually give up on me. He was, after all, surrounded with pretty nymphs, who were all anxious to please him. I would just be a hateful thorn in his side. I walked into the kitchen for a box of cookies and returned to the couch. Gunner sniffed in the air, but I shook my head. He had made Stryker's worn easy chair his new bed, and he rarely left it. I rested back with a cookie and thought about how drastically my life had changed. It was almost too much to take in. And now that I had left Sabra's control and joined the mortal world for good, I was going to need a job of some kind. It seemed only natural that I would do something with animals. When Stryker returned, I would ask him what he thought I should do. I had to do something. I was always busy up on the mountain, and I wanted to be just as useful in my new life. Gunner yawned, hopped off the chair, and gave his body a shake, which sent white hairs in every direction. He then walked to the front door to let me know he needed an outing. I walked to the front window and pushed aside the faded curtains. It was well past midnight, and an eerie, witching hour-style mist had covered the coastline, leaving only the tallest cliffs visible. I turned on the porch light and stepped outside. Gunner sniffed around a few of the succulent bushes lining the small yard. After some deliberation, he marked a bush and came trotting past me to return to his warm chair. I turned to go back inside. Willow? The voice was shakier than I was used to, but I knew it well. But I was still just as shocked to hear it. I spun around. My mother hurried up the path. The flawless golden skin on her face was stained with tears, yet she still looked radiant. Odessa was well known for her beauty, and yet she still had gone through life heartbroken. It seemed impossible to think that someone who looked as if Mother Nature herself had painted her with the finest colors available had never been happy in love. The familiar lavender fragrance that always clung to her hair mingled with the briny salt air as she threw her arms around me. "You're alive." She sobbed once, but quickly regained her composure. "There was a rumor, a terrible rumor." Her fingers covered her lips to stifle another sob. "When we'd hatched the plan to fake my death, I hadn't even thought about the news getting back to my mother." "How did you find me?" "Oh, please. You know how gossip-hungry those vapid guardian angels are. They have such a dull life. Scandalous rumors give them something to talk about." It was no secret that the nymphs showed little regard for the angels, and angels certainly frowned upon the nymphs and their very free lifestyle. And I had a foot in both worlds, which made me the biggest outsider of all. A misfit in both worlds. Gunner growled at some invisible noise out on the foggy beach. I looked past my mother, but saw nothing. "Let's go inside, Mother. I'll explain everything." She reluctantly followed. My mother looked at the beach cottage with some level of distaste. She might have been stunned and upset by the possibility of my death, but that didn't seem to stop her from being judgmental. "So it's true, then. You've taken up with one of those crude, mannerless boys of winter." Her gaze circled the room. Her nose twitched in disapproval at the decor. "Tea, Mother." "Do you have any hibiscus and lemon?" "I have black tea. I can squeeze in some lemon, but we're fresh out of hibiscus." For a few seconds, there had been a genuine show of emotion on my mother's part, but it seemed once her fear had been put to rest, she promptly regained her usual character flaws. "No, thank you." She walked over to Gunner and patted his head. "I thought you were going to return him to the wild. He prefers chairs to a snowy den." I expected a lecture about keeping the fox to follow, but she had bigger topics to grouse about. "Willow, you can't possibly be serious about this. The boys of winter have no loyalty to anyone but their packmates. They don't have any love in their hearts. It's been trained out of them." Then what is Father's excuse? He never went through any training. All I had to do was say the word father, and the ethereal beauty in her expression creased with sharp anger. "This has nothing to do with your father." I crossed my arms and tilted my head at her. "Actually, this has a lot to do with him. And now that I have you here, I might ask, just how much did you know about the deal he made with Phoenix?" She pulled her pale blue cloak tighter, as if she was trying to shield herself from the question. Her sable lashes swept down, and she pretended to be interested in the floor. "So you knew?" I asked. She lifted her face. "No, not at once. But I pleaded with him to find some way to reverse it. I can assure you, he heard my wrath on the subject. I even threatened to make our affair known to the other archangels. Guilt of my threat worked. He found an ancient law that basically confined Phoenix to the underworld. An immortal cannot enter the mortal world if he is there for nefarious reasons, or if he has blackness in his heart. An edict was handed down from the angel realm that Phoenix would lose immortality the moment he stepped into the mortal world. Your father made sure Sabra placed you as guardian of the animals. In the mortal world, he figured then Phoenix would never be able to find you. Except that he forgot about Pagon, who has both a black heart and nefarious intentions but is already mortal. And he has been hunting for me." I could see by her face that she had no idea I was still in danger of being dragged off to the underworld. "So that's why there are rumors of your death." "Precisely." "That's a fragile plan, Willow." "Yes, I know, but we're hoping it will give us some time. We also know that Pagon is not the sharpest underworld goon, and that he would have a hard time finding me out here on the coast. But then you found me with hardly a second thought. Then we need to get you out of here. You'll return with me to the meadow. Sabra will come up here with a new plan to hide you. I'm sure your father can arrange things." "No. I think you all have done enough for me. I'm going to stay here. I'll be fine." I headed to the door. "But you should go. You've already compromised my safety by coming here." She released a frustrated sigh. "Very well, but at the first sign of trouble, or when this mortal warrior—" She curled her nose just in case I didn't catch the disapproval in her tone. "Shows his true nature. Then promise me you'll come back to the meadow." "Yes, I promise. Now go, and keep alive the rumors of my death." Mother hugged me and disappeared into the thick fog. I closed the door, locked it, and headed down the hall to the bedroom. One quick visit from my mother, and I was suddenly emotionally exhausted. A knock sounded on the door before I reached the bedroom. I hurried back. "Mother, you need to go home," I said as I opened the door. I fell back with a silent scream. Pagon filled the doorway with his massive build. His powerful arm was wrapped around my mother. Her long fingers gripped frantically at his forearm, and the color had left her face. "Look who led me right to your doorway," Pagon crowed. "And now, I have a choice. Do I take your mother to the underworld and let the miscreants have their way with her? The ghouls are especially fond of sweet nymph flesh." He bared his teeth and pretended to take a bite from her neck. "Or I can take you, Willow, fulfilling your father's promise to be Phoenix's bride. What will it be, sweets?" He tightened his grip on my mom, and her eyes nearly bulged from her face. "Mom, or you? I assure you, you will be treated much better than Odessa on the other side." "I'll go, Willow," Mother sobbed. "This was my fault. I just wanted to know that you were alive." "No." My stomach tightened, and I was sure I would be sick. "Release my mother. I'll go with you." "No, Willow," Mother protested. Pagon flung her aside, and she fell to her knees in the sand. "Take Gunner back with you to the meadow," I told her. "And be sure to give my love to my father," I added in a bitter tone. Pagon gripped my arm so hard I could hear the bones creaking. His horse stood out on the sand, flanked on each side by hellhounds. I could smell their sour sulfur breath over the ocean air. Their beady eyes matched their flaring nostrils in a color that could only be described as blood red. Their sharp snouts and undersized heads were almost comical compared to their mounded backs and long sinewy bodies. Only there was nothing comical about the beast in front of me. And since they'd been brought out to find me, it meant I had no chance of escaping. They would hunt me down and tear me apart if I tried to run. There was no way to outpace them. Pagon sneered down at me. "I've wasted 3 days looking for you, and I'm not going to fuck this up." He pulled a large burlap sack off his saddle. "Stryker and his pack are in winter right now, so I'm not taking any chances." He threw the musty-smelling bag over my head, and crumbs of wheat struck my eyes. As I rubbed them to clear away the debris, I was upended. Suddenly, I was hanging upside down in the bag. Pagon's painful grip had moved to my ankles. Blood rushed to my head. I instinctively curled my body up in an attempt to be upright. "You aren't going to wiggle and scream and give me away either. They'll see me and think I'm walking through with my day's hunt, a dead elk or mountain goat." I struggled to kick my feet free of his grasp, but it was impossible. I screamed as my body was flung in an arc through the air. The wind was knocked out of me as my stomach hit the hard edge of a saddle. As I struggled to regain my breath, I felt ropes tighten around my back. I'd been draped over Pagon's saddle like a hunted animal. "Why don't you just kill me?" I shouted through the burlap. "I would prefer death." His laugh was as hideous as his face. One of his trophy claws poked through the burlap and stabbed at my cheek. I struggled to move away from its sharp point. Pagon laughed again. I kicked my legs out and the horse shot forward, but Pagon easily stopped it with one hard yank on the reins. "I guess you're not going to hang there like a good piece of dead prey. I'll remedy that." I lifted my face and tried to squint through the burlap. Then a sharp pain shot through my skull. Darkness followed.
27. Stryker. The stitches had started to dissolve, but there were still enough there holding my skin together to make shifting into wolf form impossible. I preferred staying on horseback at the border anyhow. It always felt as if I emerged from winter with just a little less of my soul when I had to spend hours in the deepest, darkest parts. My packmates never had quite as hard a time with it. Just like when they left winter hearing rock music, feeling horny, or in Flint's case feeling like a fucking gladiator, and I rode back into the mortal world feeling as if I'd left some of my humanity behind in the underworld. A two-headed wraith was rare, but one had emerged from a steaming gray geyser. It had taken me an hour to track it down. I cornered it behind the gnarled branches of a dead tree. Occasionally, a seed or spore floated into Winter during the brief seconds when we rode out or in. Most of the seeds were lost in the black, tarry substance that ran along the border of Winter, never to be seen again. But every once in a while, a seed somehow managed to find enough nutrients to grow into a tree or shrub. Only in Winter, there was no sunlight, and so the growth was just a woody outcropping with no leaves or flowers. Those skeletal-looking trees dotted the edges of Winter. They were the perfect hiding places for creatures that were hoping to escape when the plasma to the mortal world opened. My two-headed friend had decided to hide behind the biggest tree on the border. In theory, it seemed that a two-headed wraith would be more sinister and dangerous than a wraith with a single head, but that wasn't the case. Eventually, while under the pressure of pursuit, the two heads would start to disagree on which direction to go. My prey was finally reaching that point. One head poked out from behind the tree, just as the other head went the opposite direction. It screamed and spewed green spit as it worked against itself. I decided to put it out of its misery. I pulled my gun out of the holster and fired a bullet at one head. The other head screamed and flew at me in anger. I shot it between the eyes. It crumpled into a withering ball and dissolved into gray mist, leaving behind only its stench. As I turned back, Maximus stepped out of the mist. Bark's gray coat was the perfect camouflage for the hazy air. Maximus was holding the withered, clawed hand of a wraith.
The fuckface caught its claw in me before I could fire a shot. I sliced off its hand and the damn thing stayed stuck in my flesh, even after I killed the rest of it.
He chucked the clawed hand away and reached for the bandana he wore on his neck to mask some of the burning stench. He clumsily tied it around the hole in his arm. We brought the horses up next to each other and walked them along the border to look for our next targets.
You know how we were thinking that we could keep an eye on Pagan from inside because he would have to pass through Winter to leave the underworld?
Maximus reined Bark around a sludge hole. Yeah, why?
I think he blew that plan to shit. He was already out when we started our shift.
I looked over at him. It seemed Maximus was trying to puzzle something out. He was the mega physical power of the pack. If you were in a fight, you always wanted to be on his side. What he lacked in problem-solving, he made up for in strength. Max, what's going on? Did you talk to Pagan?
Hell no. I've got nothing to say to that hollow-headed goon. It looked as if he'd been out hunting. He had a burlap sack of dead prey hanging over the back of his saddle.
So, what's got you looking so confused? He stopped Bark and looked at me.
There was no blood.
Where? What are you talking about?
Just seems like there should have been blood on the sack.
We stared at each other, both of us mirroring what the other was thinking. Fuck! I pulled Rogue around and pushed him into a run. Bark's hooves thundered behind. 28. Stryker. I was concentrating on avoiding sludge holes and missed seeing Wilder and Flint lope up next to us. Wilder still had blood on his fangs from his last kill, and Flint had a gash on his front paw. They'd obviously heard Maximus and me thundering through an area that was part of their patrol and decided to find out what the hell was going on. Pagan had had a long enough head start that we didn't catch up to him until he reached the river. He climbed off his horse, and the goblin, Catch, who earned extra money by watching over our horses when they weren't being used, came and held the reins for Pagan. Just as Maximus mentioned, there was a bag of something lifeless hanging over his saddle, but it was free of the usual bloodstains that came with hunted prey. Pagan grabbed the bag off his saddle and tossed it over his shoulder, and then the smallest movement caught my eye. The bag twitched. There was no prey. He had Willow. Wilder and Flint instinctively understood what was happening. They circled around to block Pagan from the dock. Pagan stopped and stared at the wolves in front of him. Maximus and I climbed off our horses and came up behind him.
"What the fuck do you two mutts want? Go back to your job."
He was too busy yelling at Flint and Wilder to hear our approach. My gaze was trained like a fucking laser on the limp figure in the bag. Flint bared his teeth. His muzzle vibrated with a menacing growl. It was just enough to send Pagan back a step. I lunged forward and made a grab for the burlap sack. We'd stunned Pagan enough that he easily let go of his haul. A soft moan floated up from the bag. I opened the drawstring and Willow's head popped out. She was dazed and had no idea where she was. It even took her a second to recognize me, but when she finally did, she sobbed in relief. Only we were far from free of this mess. Pagan always carried a horn on his belt that he used to summon an army of ghouls that lived in Vapor's realm, a place so dark and eerie it made winter look like a fucking park. Vapor's ghouls were flesh-eating demons that had no conscience. Their only goal was to eat flesh. They were definitely biters, and they were hard as hell to destroy. They felt no pain, and they were bloodless. Starving them of flesh, like the two ghouls hanging in the gibbets outside of Phoenix's lair, was about the only way to destroy them, and that took weeks. The ghoul army fit perfectly in Vapor's realm. The most monstrous people were sent to Vapor's realm. He needed a vicious, indestructible army to keep them in control. The ghouls floated in, with their hollow stares and their jaws grinding with teeth that could tear flesh as if it were no more solid than pudding. I needed to get Willow somewhere safe. Trex seemed to read my mind. He stood over the stern of his ferry, waving the tattered ends of his coat sleeves. Still wrapped in the burlap, I picked Willow up and carried her to the ferry. She was so stunned by the grim landscape, the frightened souls, and most of all the ghouls that had just floated in, she couldn't speak. Instead, she hid her face against my shoulder to hide the ugly images. "You'll be safer here," I said to her as I set her at the bow of the ferry. "Trex will watch over you." Her arms shot out of the burlap sack, and she took hold of my wrist. Her fingers were trembling, and her chin vibrated with fear. "I'm scared." I leaned down and kissed her. "I'll be back for you. I just need to take care of some ghouls." Wilder and Flint had positioned themselves in front of the ghouls, but they wouldn't be able to hold them off for long. Maximus and Pagan were in a wrestling match. As tough as Pagan was, he was no match for Maximus, especially when Maximus was mad. "Keep an eye on her, Trex." I rushed past him and had one foot on the dock when his hand, shrouded in the same black gossamer as his face, touched my arm. His voice was low and hard to hear over the snarling growls of my packmates. "The fire. Take the torches off the dock." I looked at him as if I'd be able to understand him better, but was quickly reminded that his expression and his mouth were shielded from view. "I don't understand." "Few know this, but the ghouls are afraid of fire." I nodded. "Thanks for the tip. And thanks for remembering my birthday." His wool-shrouded head tilted sideways, as if my second comment had confused him. Not surprising, since it had been many years since he had wished me happy birthday. I jumped on the dock and grabbed 3 torches. The flames were not a normal red and gold, like the flames in a fireplace or at the tip of a candle. The flames in the underworld were green, like the deepest part of the ocean. The atmosphere gave them their ghastly glow, but they were still hot enough to burn flesh. The long, sea-green flames flowed back, sizzling the hair on my forearms as I raced to Flint and Wilder. They were snapping at the ghouls' ankles, but they were severely outnumbered. Just before I reached them, the yellow, razor-sharp teeth of a ghoul flashed in the darkness as the flesh-eater's mouth headed for Flint's tail. "Flint, watch out!" Flint circled around, pulling his tail out of the way. The ghoul lunged at him, but I shoved the torch in front of its hideous, hollow eyes. It hissed and flailed its arms in front of its face. I pushed the torch closer, and it twirled like a tornado of vapor and flew off. "You take these." Flint caught one in his jaw, and Wilder snared the other between his white teeth. "I'll send Maximus up with the third. Pagan is mine." Maximus's massive fist had just sent Pagan flying back. He caught himself just before falling into the river. I shoved the lit torch in Maximus's hand. "Go help Flint and Wilder." Maximus stared in confusion down at the torch in his hand. "Trax let me in on the secret. Turns out ghouls aren't big fans of fire." Maximus tried to hand the torch back to me.
"I'm not done with Pagan."
I shook my head. "He's mine." Maximus twirled the torch through the air once, leaving behind a green halo of smoke.
"I've got him twice on the right side. Pretty sure I heard his ribs break, so that's a weak spot."
Right side. Maximus took off with the torch. I headed toward Pagan. He had recovered from the last blow and looked more than pleased at the change in his opponent. He had always been a fool. I plowed straight into him, easily avoiding his fist and jamming my head into his right side. He fell back, and blood gurgled from his thick lips. He torpedoed back toward me with both fists and slammed me hard enough to knock the wind from my lungs. In the few seconds it took me to find my breath again, his fist caught my chin. His metal ring took a dent out of my flesh, and blood dripped through my beard and down my chest. His beady eyes focused on the remaining stitches on my wound. He drew his arm back. I spun away from him to avoid his fist, but his arm circled around my neck. I kicked my heel back and struck his shin, but he barely flinched. His arm tightened around my throat, cutting off my air. I panicked at first, gouging my fingers into the flesh on his forearm, but it only made him tighten the chokehold. My legs flew out as he flung me around like a rag doll. All the while, he slowly strangled the life out of me. My vision blurred, and I felt death pulling at me. I was no match for Pagan's size and strength, but I knew I could outthink him. I tried hard to hold on to consciousness as I surveyed my surroundings, looking for a way out of my predicament. And then, as my hands began to lose feeling, my arm swung past something hard on his belt. His knife. Pagan carried a jagged hunting knife. I'd seen him use it to cut off wraith claws and clean food from between his teeth, sometimes one right after the other. He really was a stupid slob. I reached back and wrapped my tingling fingers around the carved bone handle of his knife and yanked it from the leather sheath. I wasn't completely sure what I would hit, but he was an immense target. I was sure I could make it count. I swung the knife straight back. His arm fell away as blood dripped over me. Pagan's yell made every creature in the vicinity cower in the shadows. I coughed and gasped for breath, unable to even turn around to see the damage I'd done to my opponent. My pack had managed to push the ghouls back farther with their torches, but they were still waiting to attack. Maximus turned back to check on me as my head cleared and my breathing returned to normal. His mouth dropped open. It took a lot to shock Maximus. The ground beneath my feet vibrated as something thudded behind me. I turned around. Pagan had dropped to his knees. His hand was pushed over his eye socket in a desperate attempt to stop the flow of blood. The knife blade had gone straight into his eye. Phoenix was going to have my head for that. A misty gray drizzle, a result of evaporation from the river, began to fall from the atmosphere. I hadn't given it much thought, mostly because I was trying to decide just how the hell I was going to escape a death sentence now that I'd taken Pagan's eye. Maximus yelled something, and I turned back to my pack. The flames on the torches were sputtering out in the heavy drizzle. The ghouls were regaining their momentum. I raced toward them, deciding that Pagan wasn't much of a threat anymore. As the last flames fizzled out, the ghouls swept forward with teeth gnashing and slimy drool flying. Ghouls had more solid body substance than wraiths, but they just didn't mind that much when you twisted a wrist or shot a bullet in their skull. My mind quickly went to devising a plan to get back to Willow so that the 5 of us could get back into winter and into the mortal world. I'd have to face Phoenix eventually, but I wanted Willow out first. Phoenix had other plans. In the blur of our battle with ghouls, I caught a glimpse of Phoenix standing, staring down at us from the wall surrounding his lair. He'd been watching it all. Suddenly, he lifted something out from behind his robes. The thing squirmed in his grasp, and as I kicked in the teeth of an especially persistent ghoul, I heard Maximus mutter the words, "Gagged banshee." A banshee's cry was deafening and could throw anyone, even a trained winter guard, off their game, but a gagged banshee was way worse. Phoenix always kept 1 or 2 banshees chained in a cage, their screams silenced with a gag, and when the gag was removed, the scream that had been waiting there and building in intensity while the banshee was gagged was beyond deafening. It was a sound that could easily be categorized as a powerful weapon. My eyes shot across the way to the horses and our saddlebags that held Flint's earplugs. There was no way to get to them. Phoenix walked right up to the battle line between the boys of winter and ghouls and yanked off the gag. Every human and creature dropped to their knees and covered their heads in a useless attempt to block the mind-numbing sound. Flint and Wilder writhed on the ground, howling in pain. Their hearing was 10 times what it would be in human form. Not much brought Maximus to his knees, but he was curled into a ball, with his back like a protective shell. I couldn't focus enough to push to my feet. All I could think about was Willow twisting in agony at the bow of the ferry. The scream slowly withered away as the banshee released all its pent-up energy. My head was splitting as I pushed to my feet. My gaze circled to the river and the ferry. Phoenix was standing at the end of the dock with Willow in his arms. She struggled to free herself, but she was no match for him. Phoenix stared at me, long and hard. "I hate to lose a good winter warrior, but oh well." He pulled Willow's hair back to show the terror in her face. "I haven't had the pleasure to fuck her yet, but since you will soon lose your head, I guess she is worth dying for. Seems I'm in for a treat." I raced toward Phoenix, but didn't make it 2 steps before the ghouls surrounded me, their teeth clacking together to keep me caged between them. They surrounded Maximus, Flint, and Wilder next. "Catch, take my brother to the nymphs so they can tend to him. Ghouls, take the prisoner to my dungeon and chain him up. He can stay there until I get Vapor's and Cashel's approval to execute him." Willow sobbed.
"No, I'll go with you without a fight. Let him go."
"Oh, you'll go without a fight, my betrothed. You have no choice, but I'm afraid that won't save Stryker's life."
29. Willow. It had been 3 days since that fateful night when Pagon dragged me off to the underworld. The only good thing was that, with all the chaos, Phoenix had been too busy to come near me. I'd been thrown into a small room that had a massive pile of pillows in one corner. A table with a water basin for cleaning my hands and face sat under a square hole in the wall that looked out into a long, dark hallway. My tray of food sat untouched at the door. I hadn't eaten anything in 3 days. Death was a much better alternative to a lifetime with Phoenix. I only wished it would take less time to starve to death. I tried to deny myself water, but I just didn't have that kind of willpower. There was nothing more torturous than being thoroughly parched. The hunger in my stomach was much more bearable, and knowing that Stryker had been chained up and sentenced to death had completely erased my appetite for food. And for life. I'd gone from guarded elation to utter despair in a matter of a few days. The door lock clicked open, and Trudy, one of Phoenix's nymphs, stepped into the room. Trudy and I were close in age, but we had never been good friends in the meadow. She had gone off to serve Phoenix at an early age when she realized she had few healing talents. For some of the nymphs, the dark, unpredictable underworld held more appeal and potential for adventure and passion. I can never understand why they thought that, but figured it had to do with fantastical rumors that described the underworld as a mysterious, forbidding place. Rumors I was sure were circulated by Phoenix himself. Trudy looked down at the tray of untouched food. "This hunger strike will not win you your freedom, Willow." Once Phoenix has made up his mind that he wants something, I'm not starving to win my freedom. I know that's pointless. I'm just looking for an exit. It seemed to take her a moment or two to figure out what the heck I meant. Trudy never was terribly astute. One thing was certain, living under Phoenix's roof quickly erased a nymph's natural beauty. I remembered a youthful Trudy with gold skin and brilliant turquoise eyes. Now, her skin was sallow and uneven in color as if someone had thrown a bleaching chemical at it, and any brilliance in her gaze was long gone. Yet, she seemed content. Trudy came over to the bed of pillows and brushed a strand of hair off my face. It would figure that the object of Phoenix's desire would be you. You always were considered the finest beauty in the meadow. Most of us have been vying to be Phoenix's bride for years, and all this time he's been holding out for you. Her pink lips flattened into an angry line. You could do worse, you know. I shook my head. No, Trudy, I absolutely could not do worse. I still can't understand how any of you prefer this place to the meadow, or any other place on Earth for that matter. Trudy walked back to the tray and picked it up. Of course you don't understand. You were one of the talented nymphs. Your mother is Odessa. She laughed dryly. You even have angel's blood. You wouldn't understand how those of us without all those blessings might feel like cast-offs or misfits, because you've never experienced derision like those of us born without healing talents or exceptional beauty. I wouldn't. Hunger was making me physically weak, but I still managed to work up enough strength to be angry. You try having 1 foot each and 2 entirely opposite worlds, Trudy. Then you'll know the true meaning of misfit. And as for the healing talents, they are not a part of our genetic makeup. I pressed my hand against my chest. They come from inside. With empathy for other creatures and enough common sense, anyone can become a healer. Her nose twitched in irritation. They'll be coming for you shortly. It's almost time. She opened the door. Who will? Time for what? She didn't answer. The door shut behind her.
30. Stryker. The metal shackles cut into my wrists and ankles as the ghouls led me up the steps from the dungeon. My body had not yet recuperated from Pagan's beating. He was more than a little angry at me for taking out his eye, so his brother had kindly offered him several hours alone with me, shackled in my shithole dungeon cell. He brought along Pet, his torture device. He had been given free rein to beat me with the strict admonishment not to kill me. Phoenix wanted that amusement for himself. As the ghouls led me down the hallway, I peered into each window hole to look for Willow. I couldn't see her. I had no idea where she was or what had happened to her once I was arrested and dragged down to Phoenix's dungeon. I'd spent the last few days imagining an end scenario where I ripped Phoenix to shreds just before the executioner's axe came down on my neck. My death was nothing compared to the thought of Willow having to spend the rest of her life with Phoenix. I had promised to protect her, and I had failed. Letting her down had left me so hollow I longed for death. My execution couldn't come fast enough. The light of the candles surrounding Phoenix's throne burned my eyes as I was led into his chamber. A chopping stone had been dragged in, and the massive troll, who was given the charming job of underworld executioner, stood in the corner with his rusted axe. I grinned at him as I walked past. Try to make it in one cut. His mouth curled up, revealing more empty space than teeth. Phoenix's vast chamber was filled with spectators, all eager to watch me die. Most were the kind of vermin we hunted, so watching one of the boys of winter die was as good as it got. The only other execution of one of us had been hundreds of years ago. A winter guard named Northam had been purposely letting wraiths go into the mortal world because he hated the human world and wanted to cause havoc. I would be next. Only as far as I was concerned, my only crime had been falling in love. I looked around at the nymphs hovering around the dais where Phoenix's throne was perched. I saw no sign of Willow. As much as I'd wanted to look at her lovely face one last time before death, I was equally relieved not to see her. It would only make leaving life that much harder, especially knowing that I was leaving her behind with Phoenix. Pagan entered behind me with his metal rod held securely in his fist. The nymphs had fashioned him a buckskin eye patch. I stared straight at him. See, you should be thanking me. That patch is an improvement. We see less of that ugly face. Even standing over the fucking executioner's block doesn't shut you up. He jammed the stick into my ribs. With hands and feet chained, I fell to my side. For fuck's sake, brother, put away that fucking stick before you take out your other eye. Phoenix waved for the ghouls to get me to my feet. As their cold fingers clawed into me and I was propped back onto my feet, several nymphs walked into the room and stopped in front of the throne. Phoenix pointed to a spot at his feet, and they pushed a nymph forward. She landed hard on the dais and turned quickly away from Phoenix's leering grin. I'd been beaten and prodded for the past 3 days, but suddenly I knew what real pain was. Willow's face was pale and thin. The sadness in her expression took the wind out of me. Her wide blue eyes peered around the crowded room and then landed on me. Tears flowed down her ashen cheeks. How badly I wanted to hold her. It was worth it, I told her. I will take every minute I spent with you to my eternity. It won't matter where I spend it, as long as I have that. Very touching, Phoenix sneered. He looked down at Willow and nudged her with his foot, but she refused to look at him. She kept her gaze locked with mine. I wanted nothing more than to be gazing back at her as I died. The nymphs have told me that you refuse to eat, Phoenix said. You will eat or die. It will be your choice. Willow still looked only at me. That choice is easy. Enough of this, Phoenix snapped. He unfurled a roll of parchment. I hereby sentence Stryker, a winter guard, to death for severely injuring his superior, Pagan. Phoenix dropped the parchment into his lap. What do you have to say in your defense? That's easy. Pagan is not my superior in any way. I've met wraiths that are more superior. A roll of laughter swept through the crowd. I braced myself for another blow from Pet, but it didn't come. Phoenix sat forward. As is required by law, I have gotten approval for the execution from the other 2 leaders, Vapor and Cashel. Loud footsteps thundered through the chamber, and the voices behind me became agitated. Maximus, Flint, and Wilder walked forward. We visited both Vapor and Cashel, Wilder said in a lowered voice. No luck. If you 3 have come to speak on his behalf, you know it is not allowed. Packmates cannot speak for each other. But I can. I'm not part of his pack. Rafferty, one of the boys of Winter from the pack that worked while we played, and vice versa, stepped forward. We rarely ever saw or spoke to the other pack, because logistically speaking it was impossible, but when it came right down to it, we were all part of a much bigger pack. Phoenix pointed to a place on the floor in front of the throne. What do you have to say? Just that in killing Stryker, you will leave his pack 1 man short, and that weakens them. 4 guards are needed to do a proper job. They need him, and I ask you to reconsider. They'll manage. Besides, Maximus counts for 2 guards. This earned Phoenix a round of laughter and a menacing scowl from Maximus. Flint took the momentary distraction to approach me. We are thinking about just blowing shit wide open in here and getting you out, no matter what the consequences. No fucking way. Like Phoenix said, you'll manage without me. No sense in all of us dying. Executioner, let's get on with this. The spectators are getting restless. Willow jumped off the dais and ran to me before anyone could stop her. She wrapped her arms around me. I carefully lowered my shackled wrists to not hurt her with the heavy chains. She felt frail and shaky in my arms. I lowered my head and kissed her. No regrets, my diamond-covered angel. My pack will continue to try and free you. I've left that as my only wish, and I know they'll deliver. So stay alive. She shook her head and pressed her face against my chest.
No, I won't go on without you.
Pagan roughly grabbed her away from me. She jerked out of his grasp and walked on her own back to Phoenix.
I can't stay. I won't watch you murder the man I love.
Phoenix flinched at her words, but then produced an ugly laugh. You will stay, or I will instruct the executioner to do a messy job. And you don't want that for your lover boy. Now sit. Willow sat down and covered her face. Her shoulders shook with sobs. Phoenix flicked his hand toward the executioner. The troll waddled up and yanked me to my knees. I lowered my chin to the stone. It seemed I'd been handed a raw deal in life right from the start, but I'd accepted my destiny. I just hadn't expected this quick of an end. A murmur vibrated the crowd behind me, and a familiar voice floated up from the clamor.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm not too late.
At first, I wondered if I'd just imagined the voice, but then Wilder spoke her name. Nessa. A hunched-over, cloaked figure shuffled into the middle of the chamber.
Yes, it's me.
She pushed off her hood. Her hair was now pure white, and the lines carving her face were deeper, but there was still a warmth in her gaze that made it clear that even though she had aged, she was still Nessa. Boys of Winter were forbidden to visit their caretakers once they were taken into training, but the four of us had managed a few secret visits. It was good to see her, but I couldn't for the life of me understand why she had shown up just in time for my execution. Nessa said nothing at first. She walked over to Maximus, Wilder, and Flint and gave them each a hug. Then she turned back to me. Her steps were slow and careful as she headed over to the stone. She smiled at me as she smoothed her warm palm against my face.
My wonderful Stryker.
Her eyes clouded with tears.
We have wronged you so terribly.
She took time to shoot an angry glare at Pagan.
You deserve everything you get, you big oaf.
Nessa turned back to Phoenix. She pulled a piece of paper from her cloak pocket and waved it in the air.
You must let Stryker go. He doesn't belong in this world. He should never have been put in training or forced into serving you.
Phoenix rolled his eyes at her. I didn't need to look at my packmates to know they'd curled their fingers into fists just like me. Ridiculous, old woman. You are done raising our boys, so you have no more business with me or the underworld. Nessa ignored his insult and unfolded the letter.
A week ago, I received this letter from a woman who is married to Roger Price, one of the many heartless individuals who had traded his firstborn son for a life of power and greed. He recently met his end when his life of gluttony brought on a massive heart attack.
Nessa nodded in approval at his much-deserved death.
I'm sure he's either floating in the river of souls or already in Vapor's realm.
Nessa laughed.
Also well-deserved, just like the others who trade a child for money. But Roger Price did not trade his own son's life for wealth and power. According to the letter, his real firstborn went on to lead a normal life. That son died recently of too much drink.
Phoenix sat forward and rested his arms on the carved gargoyles. He stroked their wooden heads, something he did when he was irritated. Nessa was definitely irritating him, and she was loving every minute of it. Willow looked my direction to see if I had any idea where Nessa's story was headed, but I was lost. I had never even heard of Roger Price, but then none of us were ever told anything about our real parents. Nessa smiled at me, and then changed back to a scowl as she faced Phoenix.
Just before Roger's son was born, He went underground and bought an orphan baby boy off the black market. He hid his real son and placed the bought baby in the bassinet. That baby was Stryker. He was never meant for this life.
She stifled a sob.
We had no right to send Stryker into training. You have no say over him at all. In fact, I did some research, and it seems he has the right to leave the Boys of Winter and return to human life. It is his legal right to do so. Now take those shackles off of him before I call the whole damn witches' realm down here for a sporting day of spellcasting.
Phoenix held out his hand, and Nessa placed the letter on it. The room was silent as he read it. Then he folded it up and tossed it back to Nessa.
If he leaves his pack, what will keep him from telling the mortal world about us?
If he wishes to leave, Nessa said, I can erase any memory of Winter and the underworld. He'll leave behind everyone he knows.
She looked pointedly at Willow. Maximus, Wilder, and Flint looked over at me. I just had my chin on a chopping block, only to be saved by the woman who raised me and who I hadn't seen in years. Just as quickly, I'd been informed that I was a black market baby purchased by some villainous human who decided to stand me in as his own sacrificed son. It sure explained some things. It was a lot to consider, especially beaten, bruised, hungry, and weighed down by shackles. And all with the woman I loved stuck as a prisoner in the underworld. My only possible response was a confused shrug. Phoenix sighed loudly to assure everyone he'd grown bored with the whole fucking thing.
Release him, and then all of you get out. I'm tired.
Pagan skewered me with his one eye as he abruptly turned the key in the locks of my shackles. The chains fell away, and I went straight to Nessa for a hug.
My gosh, you boys certainly grew up to be giants.
She winked up at me.
I've got one more surprise.
Not sure how much more you could throw at me, Nessa. I'm already feeling numb from shock.
Oh, does that mean you'll leave here without Willow?
I looked over at Willow. Now that I was out from under the executioner's axe, some of the color had returned to her face, and the tears had stopped. No, I'm going to figure out a way to get her out of here. How did you know about Willow?
Those angels do love to gossip. Thank goodness. That was how I heard they were going to execute you. And when I was searching for someone who could tell me what this letter would mean, I ran into someone very important.
Nessa turned back to Phoenix.
I've brought someone else with me.
31. Willow. Nessa's newest announcement didn't stop Phoenix. He stepped off the dais. I have no interest in anything else you have to say, old witch. Leave my lair and take your stolen orphan boy with you. You can take him back to your island for all I care. His clammy fingers roughly took hold of my wrist. Willow stays with me. Stryker's freedom has nothing to do with the bargain I made with her father. Stryker's forearms tightened, with the ridges of hard muscle as he clamped shut his fist. He took a step toward us, but Nessa put up her hands to stop him. There's no need for bloodshed. I have a much more peaceful and lawful solution. I was still dizzy with relief that Stryker had been spared the axe. I had already made up my mind to follow him into death as quickly as I could. But he had been saved, and even if I was still Phoenix's captive, I was beyond thrilled that Stryker would make it out of the underworld alive. I couldn't imagine what Nessa had up her long sleeves, but she looked rather determined. I'd only just met her, and I already liked her. It was easy to see just how profound an impact she had on the four boys by the way they watched over her now, with both pride and with a watchful, protective eye in case Phoenix or Pagon tried to hurt her. The crowd had been slow to disperse. Apparently, good entertainment in the underworld was rare. But suddenly, the goblins and ghouls and other bloodthirsty creeps that had gathered to watch the execution parted, stepping as far away as possible from the tall man who had just walked into the chamber. I had never seen an archangel in person. They lived in a different part of the angel's realm, and since my time in that realm had been short-lived, I never came across an opportunity to meet one. But I knew when I was looking at one. And the way the miscreants had scattered, as if his aura burned them on contact, assured me I was right. "Rainier," Phoenix sneered. "What do you want? Aren't you afraid you'll give up your dirty little secret?" I hadn't eaten in several days, and I'd just gone through the heartbreaking notion that the man I loved would be executed. Now it seemed I was looking into the face of my father, a man who was just as much a stranger to me as some individual standing on the other side of the world. Before I could stop them, my knees buckled. Phoenix yanked me sharply to my feet. The brutal move was too much for Stryker. He shot forward and grabbed hold of the arm that Phoenix held me with. His eyes glowed with anger, and a low, feral growl followed. Phoenix might rule over the boys of winter, but it seemed he also feared them, and rightly so. Phoenix's long chin swished back and forth nervously as he peeled his fingers away from my wrist. Stryker wasted no time lifting me from the dais and away from my captor. "Say your goodbyes," Phoenix said quickly. "But she will stay here." His sharp, angry gaze turned defiantly toward my father. I was standing in the same room with my father. It was still too hard to believe. Rainier stood in silence, filling the dark, dreary chamber with his glowing presence. All eyes turned to him. Even his deep, melodic voice seemed completely out of place in the shadowy room. "Willow is not a dirty secret. She is my daughter, and I've come to take her from this wretched place and from you." "But our bargain," Phoenix sputtered with anger. "It was no bargain. It was blackmail, and you no longer have anything to hold over me. I've given up my status in the angel world. I've decided to marry Odessa, the love of my life." I tightened the hold I had on Stryker's arm. Sure, I would once again drop to my knees. Rainier walked over to where I was standing. Stryker stepped politely aside, but I held his arm to make sure he didn't go too far. Every part of my body trembled with shock and nerves. It took all my courage to peer up at my father. My mother had always rambled on about how handsome he was. I just assumed that she had convinced herself of it because she was so in love with him. But she had not been exaggerating. His blue-gray eyes reminded me of my own, and it seemed my nose had been his as well. My father stared at me for a long moment, and then put out his hand. I hesitated, but only for a second. I released my hold on Stryker and placed my hand on Rainier's. His long, firm fingers wrapped around mine. "I was never ashamed of you, my child. I was ashamed of myself. I've been living a lie, and it was time for me to face reality. I'm sorry I put you through this." I'd spent years practicing what I would say to my father if I ever met him. I had so many angry lectures and harsh words for him. But now, as I stood in his presence with my hand in his, all I could do was cry. He rested his palm against my face and wiped a tear from my cheek. I stepped forward and hugged him. For so long, I tried to imagine what it would be like to be in my father's embrace. It did not disappoint. Behind us, Phoenix cussed and snarled and swept out of his chamber, leaving the stench of anger in his wake.
32. Stryker. Nessa and Wilder walked out of his cottage. She had decided to stay in Whitecrest for the night to catch up on our lives. She'd also told us the heartbreaking news that she was dying of cancer. She had raised her last group of boys, and was glad to no longer have to endure the agony of watching them get ripped from their beds and taken away for good. It turned out she had taken the position of caretaker when she realized she could provide us with some level of nurturing and love. Nessa and Wilder joined Maximus, Flint, and me on the beach as we watched Willow walk amongst the elephant seals on the sand. Normally, they waddled away or even pushed up and made threatening noises when someone walked nearby, but they all remained perfectly relaxed, even allowing her to check flippers and eyes as she circled around their bodies. Nessa came up and put her hand around my arm as she watched Willow.
The healers have such a natural talent with Earth's creatures. She is as lovely as her mother, but it seems she has a great deal more sense than Odessa ever had. But I suppose her mother deserves some credit. She hung on to the hope that Rainier would someday return to her, and now she has him. It all worked out nicely.
Nessa looked up at me.
I'm leaving, Stryker. It's time for you to make up your mind, although I think it was made up long ago.
I looked at my packmates. They had stood by me my whole life. Aside from Nessa and Danik, they had been my only true family, my brothers. I could never leave them. I could never leave Willow. I leaned down and kissed Nessa's cheek. I've been trained for this job. Besides, if I'm being completely honest, I like what I do. Don't think I'd be happy doing anything else, even if it means I'm stuck with these idiots for the rest of my life. My eyes turned down the beach. Willow had just straightened from examining an elephant seal's eyes. Her long black hair fluttered around her face, and her white smile lit up the already sunny day. And I don't think even the worst, ugliest damn wraiths could drag me away from the woman standing out there on the sand. Just like you said all those years ago when we sat around your wobbly kitchen table. I wasn't expecting her, and I'll never take her for granted. My heart assures me, she is the one. Nessa hugged us all.
Take care, my sweet boys. My friend Harold is waiting at the marina with a boat to take me back to the island.
Harold? Flint asked with a lift of his brow.
Do you think you boys are the only ones allowed to have fun?
Nessa winked as she headed away. Say hello to Danik if you talk to her, Wilder called. The three of us turned to look at him. Wilder held out his hands. What? I'm being polite. Maximus clapped him on the shoulder.
Of course you are, buddy.
Flint walked over and put his hand out to shake.
Glad you're staying on, Stryker.
Yeah, me too. I turned back toward the sand. Willow was walking back toward the cottages. Now, if you assholes will excuse me, there is an incredibly beautiful woman walking toward me looking sorely in need of a kiss. They shouted a chorus of wolf howls that scared off every seagull and pigeon as I jogged toward Willow. What are they so happy about? She asked. Dunno, but I sure as hell know why I'm happy. I picked her up in my arms and kissed her as I swung her around in a circle. So, you are staying, she said. Yep. Is that all right? I lowered her feet to the sand. She smiled. What do you think? But about your proposal. I know circumstances have changed, but I still want to marry you, Willow. Good. But I think we should give it a year. I just want to make sure you get all the wildness out of you first. I pointed at my chest. Me? Wild? Your packmates just spent the last 5 minutes howling like wolves. That? Yeah, that wildness is here to stay, I'm afraid. I pulled her to me and pressed my hard cock against her. Besides, I thought you sort of liked that side of me. Willow ran her fingers along my beard. You're right. What the heck was I thinking? Besides, boys will be boys. And I like mine just the way he is. She threw her arms around my neck and kissed me.
This has been Stryker, Boys of Winter, Book 1. Written by Tess Oliver. Narrated by Lacey Laurel and Logan McAllister. Copyright 2017 by Tess Oliver. Production copyright 2017 by Tess Oliver.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.